Welcome back to the Overwatch League here for the Summer Showdown Finals. It is the final match of the entire stage. Junker Queen, it's our final time seeing her as well. And this is the Shanghai Dragons taking on the Seoul Dynasty. El Clasico, number 25 tread. 25 times these two teams will be matching up against each other. And listen to me, this is still an exciting matchup, an exciting rivalry. Look, it's been very Shanghai favored in the last two games. But if there's anything left from Seoul after that last match, they got to bring it now.
Yeah, think of the mental recovery. It needs to go on in about 20 minutes worth of break we had. They need to have a full reset. They need to get the game plan in effect. And they've got to take down an opponent that they've had historical difficulty, at least recently, trying to deal with, particularly in this stage. But thankful for everyone else, it's a day of celebration. It's the finals, it's the end of the stage. Regardless, we're going to have a reason to celebrate. But we can also have a little bit of a funeral for jokes. Hopefully that's going to change. And we've heard there's changes coming in. No more Junker Queen defined meta. Moving on to the rest of the year. So I'm sure that'll make a lot of people at home happy as well.
Yeah, it's that, or I'm going to request that we have a hero pool where only Junker Queen's removed. So, one way or the other, look, it's, I'm either sending an email or we're going to nerf her to where she needs to be. But for now, I'm enjoying what we have left. Let's enjoy it together. It is Grand Finals time. It is the two top teams that we have had in the region. Their third time actually playing against each other now over the course of the last week or so. And it took us a while to get here because over the course of the entire qualifier, these two teams have been neck and neck, 5-0, having only dropped a couple of maps each. Seoul had dropped 2 maps to Fusion. Shanghai had dropped 1 map to Fusion. They were still looking pretty neck and neck. We did not get a very clear look at who was a front runner until Seoul and Shanghai played against each other. Since then, Shanghai have beaten Seoul twice, both of them 3-0, but Seoul do look improved today.
Yeah, it's particularly Stalker as well, and I think I'm going to highlight that matchup first, is that the problem with playing against such a strong Junker Queen-led meta is it's enabling Who Are You to play their best hero, which is, of course, Genji. And Stalker, the leading unit, if you would do the Seoul Dynasty lineup today, where they've seen the most improvement, I think, now has to stare down one of, if not the best Genji in the world. So that's the challenge that faces the Dynasty. Their sharpest tool might be blunted by the opponents immediately.
I'm smiling because all I can think about is an absolute unit, and maybe Stalker's going to have to need to be that today versus the Shanghai Dragons. Like, it's not been pretty for Seoul for a while now. Like, they really need to step up today because for some time they were looking like they were the best team in this particular meta. For the first 4 matches they played in the qualifiers, 12-0, didn't drop a single map. Well, you know what team now has the most insane map record? It is Shanghai Dragons, 24-1. So combination of every single game they play in the qualifier and every single game they play so far in the tournament, they've still only dropped 1 map. That was to the Fusion in the regular season. 24 maps won, a single map loss. If it wasn't for that 1 map loss, they'd be completely flawless.
We'd be looking down the barrel of the golden stage, so to speak, right now. Absolutely no defeats. But of course, like I said, Fusion have to be a little bit of a disturber in that front, take the 1 map. But does mean the maximum possible record, or the most successful record they can walk away from this series, Avril, is 28-1. Because it's a first to 4 map series to close it out, so they will have the additional run, but they could end the stage with a 28-1 map record. I don't think it necessarily is going to go like that today. I think this is the day that Seoul's probably going to take a map off them, if they ever will, in this particular meta. But just think about that. Like, how impressive would that record look running into playoffs and grand finals down the line?
And I think we maybe would have seen that yesterday on Dorado. We all remember the very infamous Dorado clutch coming through from the Shanghai Dragons that secured that map. If it wasn't for that, could have been a different story entirely, because Seoul, they pushed past B without it looking too difficult, given that B was a bit of a wash for the Dragons' defense, so that would have been a map win. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from yesterday's game as well, in terms of, Seoul, Shanghai, etc., because, now we have so much footage and so much tape between these two teams played. In fact, over the history of the Overwatch League, it's really a lot of Seoul versus Shanghai. Again, 25 total matches played. Now, this is number 25. That's how long the rivalry has gone. It is still the longest standing rivalry in the entire Overwatch League between any two teams in terms of matches played. In the Seoul Dynasty, you have to pick up one of these maps in the last 2 matches played, but before that, Trid, I do want to say Seoul won against Seoul won against the Shanghai Dragons twice. So the record so far this year is, let me count it really quick, 4-2. Shanghai got the first 2, Seoul got the next 2, including one in the Kickoff Clash tournament, and then Shanghai got the last 2, the most recent 2 that we've seen now.
Those are taking these highlights. We might actually catch that Dorado we mentioned about, actually, the ridiculous clutch that came in at the end. But no, I think Hollywood, this was, I think you were praising this one, the tracking through the ball shot to try and knock Fitz down at the end here.
Seeing that live
like,
was something else. Seeing him collapse through the ball live was really incredible. So just tracking, like you said, tracking Fitz through the ball itself and knowing the exact location. And that's what gives Lip the edge, right? Lip has been the most impressive Sojin, I think, next to MN3. And with MN3 gone now, Fitz sits, Lip rather sits alone on top of that hill. And even then, I would have really liked to have seen MN3 versus Lip. I'll give MN3 the flashy points, right? He's got all the style points for not making any splash on his way down with the dive. But it's Lip that has the consistent value. Lip has the consistent impact. And this is now the footage of that we just saw, that clutch from the Shanghai Dragons. Absolutely backbreaking. And for the Seoul Dynasty, would have been their Dorado, would have been their map win had it not been such an incredible clutch from the Shanghai Dragons.
Unbelievable. When you see a Doomfist get picked in those clutch moments, you're not expecting the actual progress to be made. You're expecting a stall to come out, buy some more time. But, goes onto the field, removes Profit off the car, and I believe it was Lip that was getting some clearance from afar just to be able to help them turn that around. It's still ridiculous, because we pretty much called it at that point. Well, there's no way they win, they're just stalling out for time.
I think everyone called it.
Yeah, just suddenly turns around at the end, and the Shanghai Dragons has come up with this insane clutch to be able to get Dorado. And basically, I think that was the big mental boom for Dynasty. At that point, you're probably looking at that going, we've won this map. Like, what are you going to do?
And now, this is a recovery time for the Seoul Dynasty. I'm expecting more than 4 maps here. We talk about the Shanghai Dragons being such a dominant force. I don't want to count out the Seoul Dynasty. I think Dragons are very heavily favored to win. I think if you had a 4-0 on your pick'ems for this finals, you are likely to get 6 points here. But, Seoul, I want to see the level up. They've had 24 hours to take a look at what they did wrong yesterday. They've lost the Dragons twice now. So many lessons learned. And some of the hope that you see is the fact that they got a much cleaner victory versus the Philly Fusion, which to this stage had been kind of plaguing them. That was a bit of a monkey on their shoulder in terms of not being able to get a clean win ever. Always going to map 5. So Seoul to me look improved. The question will be, do they look improved enough to do anything against Dragons?
I think one of the things I loved most about Seoul Dynasty yesterday was actually going to be the aggression and the tempo plays that were coming out, particularly on map 2 and 3. What we saw from the last series there, where we had Circuit Royale and Colosseo. We had Vindame just playing very aggressively with these sound barriers. I don't know if they're going to be able to get away with the same aggression when it comes against the Shanghai Dragons, but I did like that was some of the confidence and improvements from the Dynasty coming ahead in that matchup. It really helped them put Fusion back in their place effectively.
Without further ado here, Trent, let's go ahead and take the opening rosters, the starting lineups here for both teams, starting with the Shanghai Dragons. Should be no surprises here. Who are you leading the way next to Lip? And I expect the rest to be all the same as well, with Void, Lee J gone, and of course Izuyaki on the brig, who actually has been pretty phenomenal on the brig as well. There's a clip yesterday on Dorado, some more excellent plays on Dorado, where I think live during the cast we were both surprised, like, how did Stalker just get deleted? How did Stalker die? Yeah, it was a Lip body shot on the rail, followed up within 1 second, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah, I think within even half a second, Izuyaki lands a whip shot at the same time, basically, and Stalker's 100 is zeroed. So Shanghai Dragons, their coordination, they've downloaded all their opponents. The Shang AI has been booted up, and everybody is on the level that they need to be. Every single person on this roster now looks like maybe the best player on that particular role for this meta in this region.
And that's going to be a question for me today, Avril, is you mentioned the Shang AI. How long does it take for them to get the patch? The patch from yesterday, the download of the Seoul Dynasty today. Are they going to have a soft start like they did in map number 1, or are they just going to come out the gate swinging, take control of the series, and close it out fast? Because it seems as though once Shanghai have that read, that's why they're the Shang AI, they don't really lose control of the series. I'm just wondering how much damage can Seoul Dynasty inflict on them before that happens, and can they do what they failed to do this stage, wrestle back control once the series goes to the favor of Dragons?
Well, let's take a look at the Seoul Dynasty opening lineup here. It is exactly the same as what we expected. Stalker just walks away with a MVP, a player of the match from our lower bracket final, and now he'll be looking towards doing the same damage if he can versus the likes of who are you. We've already kind of teed up the matchups here, right? Fitz has been kind of playing second place, second fiddle to Lip almost his entire career. I mean, this stretches back for multiple years now. Last year, especially 2021, Lip had, I think, the greatest year that Lip has ever played. Fitz he was kind of behind that. Now it seems like Fitz is behind Lip again. He is forever chasing the tail of Lip, but will he ever catch up? They did actually beat the Shanghai Dragons at kickoff clash to win that tournament, but now we're in the Summer Showdown. It seems like Shanghai Dragons are ahead once again. Stalker versus Who Are You, the other very important matchup here. Stalker might very well be the best Genji if Who Are You didn't exist.
That's the bane, I'm sure, of his existence. He's just missing out on the accolade because of Who Are You. Really annoyed. We can't see the player cams. We don't know if we got the clip bonus. I'm going to assume the clips are in. He's in sport mode today, and he's going to need it as well for this final, I feel.
Still,
Vindane's got the clip, so I have to assume Who Are You's got him in.
The blue hair is there.
Also good.
So
blue
you know,
hair. The Super Saiyan Blue mode Void is available for us to use as well.
He's going
all
further
the
beyond.
Are here for the Dragons.
He's going further beyond. He's draining so much power that all the cameras are going off. Don't worry about it. I'm sure we'll get them back soon. Now, I want to bring up something really quickly as we're about to head into map set. By the way, let me go over the previous 6 maps that have been played between these two teams in Week 18. We started out with Lijiang Tower, Shanghai 2-1 to win that. 2-1 then on Midtown as map number 2. Followed by third and final map here, Gibraltar. That was the contentious one. That's the one that everyone remembers from that final Week 18 match, 6-5. That one went the full distance and then some. When we got to the time bank, a second full cap. Shanghai finished Gibraltar twice within a single sitting. And then we had our actual tournament match, upper bracket final here between Shanghai and Seoul once again. Opening map Oasis 2-1. In favor of the Shanghai Dragons. Then Hollywood map number 2, 3-2. Saw some brilliant highlights there, including the rail shot collide through the ball from Smurf onto then Fitz. And then we have the Dorado map up, which we talked extensively about now. 3-2 was the scoreline there for Dragons. So what we can gather out of this is they've capped every single map. They've really not really failed. They didn't have to finish Midtown, so maybe that's a bit of a caveat, but didn't require that. It's a 2-1 victory. You take those. One other thing to take away is all of these opening controls have at least been a single round drop by the Dragons. So it's not clean. It's not 2 zeros. And if I'm not mistaken as well, yesterday specifically when we looked at that Oasis, the first round actually went the way of the Seoul Dynasty. So it might take a little bit of time to warm up. I did catch the Void post-match interview on Billy, and he did say that they needed to warm up first, and that's why they lost the opening round.
Well, you can probably hear the music in the background. It was Seoul Dynasty's choice, as by virtue of being the number 1 seed in the tournament and making it to the grand finals through the winners bracket, not going down into the lower. They get to choose our starting location. It
Shanghai,
is
right?
Oasis. Shanghai, yes. They will be able to pick the Oasis to kick things off. And of course, reminder, this is a first to 4 series, so do not expect any free map sweeps coming in here. There is always the extra lifeline of going to a push, even if the Dragons 3-0 the initial 3 maps.
Well, here we go once again. It's Oasis, like you said. It's the same map that we had in yesterday's upper bracket final. We're going to run it back. We'll see if they run back the rest of the map pool here as well. Here are my expectations. Also, if Seoul do lose this map, I'm expecting that they should be taking us to a map like Paraíso next. We had Hollywood chosen by Seoul yesterday. I'm not sure that would be the correct choice once again. They played very well in Paraíso versus Fusion. I would like to see them repeat that. Without further ado, Trent, gates are open. The finals are ready. Map number 1. On Oasis Gardens.
They'll be running themselves out onto the point as expected. High ground being secured by both the Brigitas. Forward units there. Smurf and Void facing each other down. Stalker and Who Are You starting that clash already. Over the edge. Shouts are out. Disrupt the shot. Splits the fight. And Seoul Dynasty are retreating already. Who Are You gets themselves into the back line. And Seoul are completely off the point. They've just respected them so much because Smurf's gone down. They've lost their front line.
Good punish.
Stalker will get the better of Who Are You, but I feel like the map capture still is going to go the way of Shanghai Dragons. I think they've done enough. Smurfs might not get that back in time, and now Lip's taking that profit as well. Constantly playing at a 4v5. Shanghai advantage.
Yeah, Stalker tried his best there, but for Seoul Dynasty, if you don't have your tank alive yet, you do need to rely on other players like the DPSs, maybe a Brigadier from Profit as well to go for the next touch, to be that pseudo-tank for the team. Void being alive makes such a big difference for the Shanghai Dragons. It took a while for Dragons to get the cap. Was a 1-for-1 trade there, but when the dust settles, Dragons get the 20% lead now. And they have a slight lead in terms of the ultimates here as well. A little bit on the supports between Lee Jae-gon and Vindame, and definitely between Lip and Fitz.
Managed to find their way to the corner, up the stairs to the high ground now. Play around the terrain. Stalker claims space. Who Are You low? Void even lower.
Shout's gone.
Shanghai have to give up this point here. Stalker still chasing him, gets behind him, cuts off the route to the Mega, and Fitz is the one to clear it off with the railgun. Stalker's looking for one more, finds Lee Jae-gon and goes back to the point. Not relinquished control just yet, but Dynasty have the advantage. They should be able to get the flip.
Prophet now getting the kills as well. Stalker capitalizes on the fact that he chases down Void, has a cloak of invisibility. It seems like Dragons were not able to do anything against Stalker. Gets into the backline, dashes through, and it's actually Fitz that collects the kills. The alley-oop there, Stalker sets up the dunk, and Fitz will get the 2 points. And now, for the Seoul Dynasty, they get the cap backwards. 52% in the lead for Shanghai Dragons. The Seoul trying to catch up. No ultimate spent. So what little that Shanghai Dragons had in terms of an ult charge lead is now matched by the Seoul Dynasty.
Fitz needs to be the focus. There's a rally from Prophet early on into the fight, using it on tempo. There's the overclock from Lip. Pushed off to the side. Smurf still exposed to these shots. Can't find a connection. Blade pulled by Stalker. He's going to get into the fight as the beats have been thrown out to answer. Prophet, the only victim so far, is the Yaki. The unkillable at this point. Gets himself back to safety. Who are you takes them now. And Shanghai Dragons weather the storm of ultimates thrown at them on tempo. And will get the flip back at 52 to get themselves even more progress.
Yeah, that's just the difference of the support ultimates really making it hard for Stalker. I mean, both support ultimates on both sides got expended there. Who are you didn't even have to pull Blade. That's really big. I think Prophet dies early there due to Shanghai Dragons, the focus fire coming on through. I mean, despite the sound barrier from Vindane, Stalker failing to kill Easyaki. That was the one kill that Seoul Dynasty wanted, and it's the one that got away from them as well. Shanghai Dragons leading by 72. Could be Final Fight territory coming online. Blade and Rampage, and no support ultimates whatsoever.
Fitz has the railgun with the overclock. Rampage from Void cuts through to find 3. Fitz under pressure. Has to close down these sightlines. Who are you? Blade is big. Both supports down. Make it Stalker as well. 4K. And he's not going to get the 5th. They want the fast reset for one last chance, but it's too little too late, I believe, Avril.
Yep, spawn camp time now. Who are you with the 4K? Fitz will go into the drink. And the round is likely over. We talk about the fact that maybe Shanghai take a while to warm up. The Regita flail from Easyaki just to send Vindame away. No touch for you, sir. 100 to 48. And the Shanghai Dragons take the first round. Not fully comfortably. A little bit of contention there with the 48 from Seoul Dynasty, but otherwise Shanghai look fantastic at the end there. The Blade to take it home. Who are you is still the champ.
I think they managed to find time to warm up before the series this time, Avril. That looked like a pretty warmed up Shanghai Dragons. Not dropping that first round, we move over to City Center as our next destination. Don't expect any compositional changes on this one. You're just seeing the Fitz Symmetra, obviously, for the early TP to try and get some advantage. Lip will match, but then they will go back to the Sojourns, I imagine, to play out this round.
Seems like the tacos were preheated. That's right, I'm bringing that one back from Colosseo. Shanghai Dragons, here's what we prepared earlier. As we head over to City Center now again. Previous matches on not just Oasis, but on control maps in general, dictate that Seoul typically do take one round somewhere. Shanghai Dragons, they want to get the 2-0 this time around. They have
Prophet
full jump pad control, and with that, they walk forward, Prophet down.
That was that coordination from the Shanghai Dragons again. As Who Are You and Lip applying so much pressure to Prophet, just takes them out of the fight immediately. Gives them the first capture, gives them the advantage and the ult charge to play with when you see Seoul Dynasty come back to try and do a retake.
This might be the last time we're seeing Prophet play Brig as well in an Overwatch League series for the year. I doubt there'll be another real meta where Prophet is required to play the support, so he'll make this one last. Got active on the kill feed in our previous series and the previous round as well. We need a lot more of that. Stalker does lead on the Blade. That's the one area of success for Seoul so far over the course of 2 rounds. Stalker has had that over Huayu, Easyaki low, so Stalker.
Izayaki keeps getting away with murder, quite literally here, because he was able to get away from the dash through from Stalker. I think he was like sub 10 HP, 20, something low like that. Still stays up, keeps the fight competitive for Dragons. Who Are You in the face of Prophet? Gives Crate some space, goes back to the point. Prophet's out of this fight right now. It's effectively a 5v4. Armor pack's been thrown back in, so he can get back into the fight.
80.
Getting closer to that Blade. Also got Vindame on the beat. A tempo could be big here. Lee J gone, but his Prophet goes down first. 5v4 advantage. Smurf takes out Who Are You. Stalker with the headshot on the Lip. Beat committed by Lee J gone. Vindame as well. They're throwing ultimates into this one. Seoul have to pull this one out, and they've got a man advantage to do it, but it's still messy and not clean. Izayaki, the unkillable, finally gets dropped, and Void should surely follow. 63%. Expensive fight for Seoul Dynasty, but they will get the flip.
And they didn't use the Blade either, so that was very important for the Seoul Dynasty, because if the fight extends even longer, the Dragons have the respawners coming on in. I think they will force that Blade. Look at the percentage point, 65 now on board for Dragons. They lead by quite a considerable margin. The Seoul Dynasty desperate to win that fight. Thankfully, they will be able to get the important members down at Lip and Who Are You. That, by the way, was Lip's first death of the entire map so far, including Garters. Lip hasn't died yet, except for that one death that we just saw. Who are you now about to get the blade there as well? 3 versus 4, I believe. Legion on pop speed. That's slightly better for Seoul now because well, actually it's not because they also use speed. So I guess both teams using sound barriers. Now the Dragon Blades should be free to burn.
Going to be looking towards these rallies. Some kind of mitigation. Play from Who Are You? Proper pots of rally. Immediate shutdown on Izayaki. That's 2 for Fitz. He's been playing in the shadow of Lip. He's about to cast one of his own. If he can just secure that final kill, he's done enough already, but that's the cherry on top. Dominant fight from Fitz, and the Seoul Dynasty retain control.
It's exactly the type of performance you need to see out of Fitz to get the better on Lip, and also Who Are You in the series today. 4K, 3 from the rails on the overclock. Seoul Dynasty catching up, less than 10% away now from equalizing on percentage points for the cap itself. Stalker Blade still available. Izayaki with the only router, the only support ultimate on board for the Shanghai Dragons. How long does he hold this one for? Is it going to be a pre-rally? And if so, he'll need to burn it about now.
Up on high, good platform to set up this blade from. Who Are You doesn't have the power to match. We're looking towards Lip's overclock. He's got it online.
Oh,
Profits removed! Stalker attempting to shut him down. Space clear, but Stalker is in pursuit. There's a line of bodies in front of him, and it gives Lip the breathing room he needs to shut him down. Rally from Izayaki as well, doing work. This is the shutdown for Shanghai Dragons. 90% they should be able to get the flip. And they have Rampages to trade on the next offensive.
And that's the problem for the Seoul Dynasty. You have the Stalker Blade, it should be successful. You go on top of Lip, he's the target, he's got the overclock. You're going to get this Lip player down, get the Sojin away from the Shanghai Dragons. But Lip just elite Stalker, who, by the way, tries to take some pot shots on the Widowmaker. Maybe you get a pick, maybe you don't. 94% for the Seoul Dynasty. The win is so close on this round, but it's still yet so far away. Double Rampages online for both teams. Sound barriers yet to come online. Vindame, 9% away. Super important. 3-man catch by Void.
Goes first. Smurf wants to try and heal up. They still turn around. How do you get 3 members? But the turn still comes in for the Dynasty. They have the advantage in this fight. They've not even had to use their ultimates yet. They're going to get control in overtime. And Avril sprinting back from the point will be the Shanghai Dragons. They have to go with a beat and a Rampage. They're going to take the fight to them, though. They don't want them anywhere near this point.
No, they don't have a tank either. Void's trying to come back in the gym, but I don't know if he can. Legion on dead as well. 3 players alive. Void barely there. The Shanghai Dragons do not look like they'll take this run unless you can find the blade. He's being healed up. He's still alive.
No, he manages to find 1 kill, get away. Void, we need to see the impact we had on Dorado with you, my friend. Anti-heal onto Who Are You? He's the only target, goes down. Dies at 3% to the Blaze. That would have been the difference maker in this fight. Maybe the tool they needed to turn it around. It's still going to be tough for the Shanghai Dragons. But they're keeping up and they keep losing bodies and not getting picks. There's no answer for them. Overclock online for now. Void, you can't defend against that one. Seoul, take us to a 3rd round.
And that's the thing. Seoul will get their blood. They will get their tax money here. They do get 1 round on control, as expected, as we've seen in the past as well. It does happen. The Shanghai Dragons, they got so damn close to maybe closing this one out 2-0. And we saw what happened as well, right? The Void Rampage catching 3. Seoul Dynasty were not to lose in that scenario. And here's the other thing as well. When we talk about which round Shanghai actually lost versus Seoul Dynasty in the meeting they had yesterday in the upper bracket final for Oasis, it was still City Center. Seoul now have taken City Center again, back-to-back, but can they get University? Because this is when things fell apart for Seoul yesterday.
Here's the rollout again. Invading over the mini right now. All these early engagements just massively off the point. Environmental risk here. Vindame and Lee Gon playing up on the high round. Void, very low as well. I think he's gone down with Void. Eventually, as the rest of the team will get back to the point. Look at the forward unit. Lee Gon and Who Are You trying to shut down Fitz. We will manage to get back to the team. Create cohesive units.
They want none of that neutral. They were trying to fight for the high ground on towards the mini-pack. They originally had the better positioning, but take a bit of extra damage. Izayaki has to fall off to the low ground onto the point itself, and Dragons take a bit of a breather. Mega is being taken by Stalker down below, and still no cap to come through, still no frag to come through.
Yeah, this is the most extended neutral fight we've seen from both of the rounds so far. Yeah, I don't know if Shanghai had to do that, but they're playing it safe. They're playing it passively. They're waiting for their moment to strike. Who Are You's low. Needs to get some healing. Can't drop him, otherwise you pretty much call this one off.
You might see an ultimate here. We might be able to get a single fight here when an ultimate comes online before a pick does come on through. And we don't have a timer, so I don't know if this is going to be the Washington Justice versus Shock 2-minute stall. But it's already 20%, and Shanghai need to be the ones to push on full. They have a health advantage, Fit's very low. Is this going to be the kill? Yes, we do see an ultimate before kills come through.
Yeah, Lee Jae-gon's beat, securing it, I think, for the Shanghai Dragons there. Fast accumulation, it sets up Who Are You and Izayaki to just run riot in their front line, take them all out. And tempo beats coming into play there. Elongated fight with 0 picks, and this is what happens, Avril. The ultimate's decided.
Another blade coming online next. Shanghai Dragons don't allow the Seoul Dynasty to get too far away, 29%, just shy of 30. But the rally's online here as well. Respect the tempo beat coming on through. The good news is Seoul, despite losing that one, they'll remove the beat. They will have a free fight in front of them, given that they did have the lead. Here comes the lead now going the way of Shanghai. Double rallies, waiting for DPS ultimate. Blade now out.
Yu's going to pop it a second later. Stalker takes down Izayaki at the end, tries to get a reset and turns the attention round. Proper move. Who Are You comes in for cleanup on the end of it. Fits with the overclock, just catches Who Are You as well. No decisive clapback. And Dynasty got the point in the chaos.
Lip holding there as well. Didn't quite have it in time. We saw Lip at 99% for the longest time while Fitz was going for the overclock. Now it's Lip's turning and playing for teammates. Good shot at the Smurf. Smurf then got deleted there. Vindame saves him with the beat.
Yeah, has to come in there, reinstigate the fight, gets back onto point. Shanghai did get the flip in that time. He's in control. Lee Jae-gon needs to get out of there. So close to going down. Void and Izayaki get cut by Stalker. He's hunting right now. He tastes blood in the water. And Lip has to put the beast down. Flip goes in for Dynasty. This is so back and forth in comparison to what we usually see.
Lip surviving a 1 in there as well. They could have been a staggered death. That would have been time cost for the Shanghai Dragons, but we are about to hit 56 and 56. Both teams trading their places at the top of the podium as far as getting the lead here in this race for our third and final round. They decided to take home map number 1. Very important for momentum.
Just
one-man rampage. Gets his man.
It's enough. It's a shutdown, 2-for-1 trade off the back of it. Still keeping the fight competitive despite that, but ultimately Dynasty have control. When you look at the map percentage, we're getting into the 80s now. Shanghai can't play loosey-goosey with that fight. Come back as a cohesive unit, rally behind the Void Rampage. You got Lee Jae-gon's beat. Should be able to win this fight out on economy alone.
This is where you expect that Prophet will be able to get the rally, which is very much required to at least slow down, prevent the Void Rampage from getting value. We've already seen on City Center, Void Rampage, even hitting 3 might not be enough.
He's
Prophet
gone.
dead on 99!
No rally to come in. Void can just hold on to his ultimate now, I think.
He will.
Doesn't have to use it. He gets the flip. It allows them to defend with the economy instead. That's brilliant from the Dragons.
Wow, I don't know if that was just an incredible read from the Dragons. Maybe it was. They must have known that Prophet held on to rally. It's still available, so they're trying to pressure him down, and well, they get the kill instead, and that's even better than the pressure because Seoul Dynasty, they just have to advocate the points. 4-man.
He fights 4! Prophet's rally comes in just as you'd expect. Lee Jae-gon's beat is there as well. Who Are You get stalkered? Prophet's going to find another as well. This is Dynasty cleaning up. 24-1's about to become 24-2, Avril.
99%, the OT kicks in. Dragons, it's just Lip in there so far. Who else can touch? The answer is no. Izayaki's rally is going to have to get saved for our second map, and Seoul Dynasty have broken the streak. In 6 previous maps, they have not been able to take one over the Dragons. Number 7 is their lucky number.
Was not expecting that start to our series, but back and forth, particularly on University. You said this was the map they needed to do differently from the previous matchups. And they're able to secure it, come out with the win, draw first blood in our first to 4 series. And if Fusion didn't take the map earlier on in the season, they would have just denied the golden stage for the Shanghai Dragons. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it is Shanghai's pick as we head over to a hybrid. In all likelihood, Avril, we've been denied the 4 Overwatch today, which booms my pred a little bit, but it's good to see if you're a Dynasty fan. They won Oasis, took that away from Shanghai Dragons. We now move on to a hybrid pick, which will be Shanghai's choice. We'll update you with that in a moment, but it looks like the Seoul Dynasty are still keeping that momentum and the power they showed in the series against the Fusion, and they're going to need more of it. We're in for the long haul, I feel, here.
What's this? Seoul Dynasty up 1-0 versus Dragons. Stop the count. We can finish the series now. Says every Seoul fan, I'm pretty sure. As look, this is definitely not what we were expecting. Or maybe we did. I think that was bound. We were due for a Seoul Dynasty map win at some stage. And look, 4-0s aside, maybe if we could get a 4-0, it would have to be Seoul getting a clean sweep versus Dragons. And that would be, I mean, a shoe-eating moment where I just can't see it happening, but crazier things can and will happen. Let's see how things go now in future maps. I'd said a little bit earlier, a map choice that I would like to see the Seoul Dynasty pick up will be Paraiso. They just had a great Paraiso versus the Philadelphia Fusion. However, they're going to change it up for us a little bit here. We're going to go to, they being the Shanghai Dragons, not going to allow the Seoul Dynasty to go there. Dragons are going to choose Midtown. So denying any sort of Hollywood, Paraiso, any sort of positioning where Fitz might get a good look at the Ash. They want to take that off the table entirely. Don't want to deal with any sort of shenanigans at all. Midtown was previously played by these two maps in our regular season Week 18 game. That was 2-1 for the Shanghai Dragons. So Shanghai Dragons prevented Seoul Dynasty from even capping B. They themselves capped out B.
It will be Seoul Dynasty to go on the offense first, and I think everyone at home is hoping that our graphics operator doesn't have to switch from the 5-map graphic to the 7-map graphic. I mean, if you're a Dragons fan or a Seoul fan, you're probably hoping that you just turn the table right now and make this a 5-map series. But I think a lot of us also want to see it go the distance if they keep being as competitive as they were on Oasis. Dynasty, said they're on the offense. Shanghai will set up first. No surprises on the compositional pick here.
So let's see how far Seoul get. As a reminder, Seoul did not get past B last time. That's got to be the target. Otherwise, they're going to have to get a very monstrous hold versus the Shanghai Dragons, which they are playing against the Shanghai Dragons. However, that being said, Stalker on that last map on Oasis was lights out, so damn good. Carrying on, as you mentioned, the momentum from earlier. A couple of hot shots from Seoul Dynasty, including a sleep duck from Vindame, just to see if anybody is peeking a little bit too far. A single pick here from Seoul Dynasty could set the stage. Can they rotate past this alleyway into the fire station? That's the next question, because Shanghai Dragons, they're great at intercepting these pushes.
Playing around terrain beautifully right now. They didn't get overwhelmed inside that building. Here's the start of the rotation into the firehouse.
I think one person got through.
At the moment. Yep, 4-1 split.
Yeah,
it's just Stalker. Now
managed to get through.
Follow up. Railgun shot will miss. Stalker going low. Dashes in for a health pack.
Saw Legion got on 1, by the way. He nearly got railed by Fitz.
Yep. Here's the fight. Flash in the center. Trapped in the bus stop. Void needs to move. That's not where you want to be, but it's Stalker and Fitz. Going back to the spawn move first. Smurf now under fire. It's easy pick up for Izayaki and the boys. That's Seoul going back. First deflection. Successful for the Shanghai Dragons. 1 minute burned.
Prophet the only person that survives there, so not a 5-man cleanup, but the Shanghai Dragons will take it all nonetheless. Talk about Stalker getting better blade timings and ult charge than Who Are You on our previous map. Not the case now. Who Are You leads 69-36, and now 70 on board for Who Are You as the Shanghai Dragons really get a hit and ult charge. The only person that is going to have a pretty reasonable lead is Vindame over Lee Jae-gon, so you do need to see that if Who Are You gets this blade. If it's dead, should be a reset or a cleanup.
Hey. You could touch the point, so I don't know if you can keep it at this point. There's lots of staggered members here. This could be lethal if they can get control of the situation. They can definitely go for some kind of stagger. They're going to clear them all out.
Yep.
I think the stagger on Fitz was enough.
Yeah, Shanghai, they've gone from look but do not touch to touch but can't take home at this stage. There's still no ticks to come on through for the Seoul Dynasty. And now the blade is online, so look at the rest of the ultimates here as well. Lip will be next. Fitz is very much trailing. It's still Dragons territory for all of the resources. Less than 2 minutes left.
Seoul Dynasty just going on the underpass all the time, not trolling to try and take the train away at all. Will emerge into the open arena. Double damage ultimates online. Rally and Beat about to be there. Vindame has the sound barrier to answer any aggression that comes in from the Seoul Dynasty.
Ooh, Lee Jae-gon.
He's low. Rally from Mizuyaki. That's the first one popped. Vindane's going to answer back with the beat. No damage ultimates available. Quick little pause there.
All right, well, let's survey what we have on board here. It is a tempo beat from Vindane. Lijigon is still holding for now. He's respecting the fact that Stalker could have Blade. Lip and Huayu still have ultimates available. The way this fight should really go through now is we have Shanghai Dragons. They might even pull back and allow one tick to come through from Seoul. That would probably be the safest play for them to make. Otherwise, they're going to be forced to pop a beat really early. Huayu's going to wait out this sound barrier from Vindane 100%, then pull Blade, and there won't be any further support ultimates or anything to stop Huayu once that happens. Profit's only at 88% now. He's probably going to even be the primary target for Huayu. I think that would be wise for him to go for. And then once Stalker responds with his own blade, Lee Jae-gon's going to use the sound barrier, assuming he didn't counter tempo beat. And if he is to counter tempo beat, he's going to do it as soon as we come back from the break. So the two options for Dragons are is to disengage, give a tick, come back with the blade, or play your own tempo beat, play the blade anyway.
I'm trying to work out from the model whether Lee Jae-gon is trying to beat right now, or looks like it. Like, I'm looking at the pose he's in on the screen, and honestly, that could be him. It's hard to say. He could be leaping off a surface, or he could actually be the start of the beat animation.
Based on the positioning of Shanghai, so just to paint a picture for everybody while we wait in this pause, it's Seoul Dynasty with about 4 players on point. Shanghai Dragons have now swapped positioning. They now look like the attacking team. They're on the opposite side of the fire truck, and they have the sort of subway train cart control, the slight high ground there as well. So Shanghai Dragons kind of disengaging from Vindame's beat is very easy, because Seoul Dynasty don't actually want to chase. They want to stay on point and cap. So for them to chase Dragons, they can't cap, and they're very much going to value the point here. So I think if you are Dragons, this is the right opportunity to just give away a tick. The tick's about to come through now anyway, and then just play for the Blade win condition, because even if you give up the tick here, you probably can win this fight with an ult advantage, bring the timer down just below 1 minute, and that one tick shouldn't make a difference if you get a full hold anyway.
So here's the problem. You're talking about positioning. 4 players on the point. The one player that's not on the point is Stalker. Where they are is right in the face of Lip off screen. Lip is going to be under so much pressure when we come back from this pause.
We're back in.
Lip, like I said, he dropped down incredibly low. Got his support from the rest of the team. Probably got some rally assistance. Stalker is going to go down, though. They were able to punish that aggression.
Who are you going to hold?
Separation from the rest of the team. They don't have to use ultimates here, Avril.
Yep, they probably will just hold ultimates. Well, it depends, because Seoul Dynasty are in a pretty defensible position. They have 5 station, 2 ticks under control here as well. Depending on when Shanghai Dragons decide to go for this cleanup, time is going to get really low here. Stalker's respawning now as well. Rally coming on in. Shanghai now need to make decisions. Is this time for the Blade?
They're going to put it out. Shanghai using the Blade and beat at the same time against Profit's Rally. Vindame doesn't got the option there. It's just a cut through, a decimation of the Dynasty. And they still have the overclock and the rampage for what should be the final offensive of the Seoul Dynasty.
Yep. It could be enough. Stalker's Blade will be pretty dangerous here. You do notice that Lee Jae-gon went for a tempo beat anyway. They had Stalker down, so I don't think any real threat of counter damage once Huayu goes in, but he wanted to keep Huayu alive. He wanted to make sure no one of Shanghai Dragons was going to go down, and that was successful. It does cost you an extra sound barrier. The chance for Seoul Dynasty to still cap, I would have to say, is high. 3 ultimates to 2. But even if Seoul cap, they spend all 4 minutes on A, so can they finish the map after that? Unlikely.
Lip's got the overclock. He can make this fight a 5v4. Smurf has to take cover in the building. Can't hide behind his allies.
Watch Void.
Railgun Charge, you heard it. Want Smurf. Stalker, still on point. They touch. Oh, shut down! No blade for Stalker. Smurf goes in with the rampage. They've already lost 2 members. The anti-healer's not enough. No one's on point. And that's a full hold for the Shanghai Dragons. No way capture coming through.
My goodness, Lip just put Seoul Dynasty right up against the wall. Stalker down first. That was the most important kill. Yet Stalker gone. No more Blade. He's been the linchpin for Seoul Dynasty this entire day, from this lower bracket final versus Fusion to the Oasis that Seoul just won against the Shanghai Dragons. Stalker, no opportunity to pull Blade. Smurf low HP as well. Can't go for the rampage. Doesn't want to die mid-cast. And that's it. Lip shuts it down. Void rampages. Seoul Dynasty, no response. They get 2 ticks. 81.1%. And this is what I'm saying for the Shanghai Dragons as well. Acceptable losses, well within margins of what they can accept to lose, and you'll still win the map, you'll still get the full hold, you'll still get the goal accomplished going 1-1, even if you give away 81.1.
This truly is surmountable for the Shanghai Dragons on their offense. Might just reset the series here, and it's like playing a first to 3 all over again.
And by the way, this is now officially worse territory for the Seoul Dynasty than where they were before, because previously, I'll remind the audience that Seoul at least capped A and got into B. They failed to cap B versus Shanghai Dragons 2 matches ago now in Midtown. This time they won't even get A, so not even a single point, sadly. Shanghai Dragons look to bounce back with a vengeance. This is Shanghai's map pick, to be sure.
Here's the rollout. They can control the green room. Vindame's going to have to vacate. Not hard committing into that area as much as Seoul Dynasty did. They're still playing a little bit underpass for the time being. They still want to get control of Firehouse. Like you said, it's a really defensible position. It's a target they should get if they can't get onto the point naturally. They might be able to do it without though. Look at how they're stationed.
Past. It looks like they're going to skip the fire station, just go straight past the fire truck itself, and what's a lot of damage there.
They get Who Are You out of the sky. Nice railgun combination with the flail whip. Arms are back on the Stalker, so it's still a 4v4. Void will go down as well. I think that's going to decide it. Fitz may drop. They're always trading 1 for 1, but they're not equal trades, I would say. Vindame able to just finish off, and that's going to be a full retreat from the Dragons.
And not enough frags and not in the right order for Dragons to actually take advantage of any sort of respawn differences here. Now it'll be another 5 versus 5 coming in through, so first goal on the checklist for the Seoul Dynasty accomplished. Let's win the opening neutral. Can they now snowball some ultimates further on this defense? They're going to have to go for a fuller hold, and unlike the Dragons, Seoul can't afford to give away ticks, at least not too many.
Well, this
on the Fitz again. That's a disgusting opening shot. 5v4.
Izayaki's in the face of Stalker, forced them back to the team.
Seoul's off the point.
Prophet has rally. He's going to have to use this and reinitiate. They don't have time to play around with this one. Not that much. Smurf goes down, trading lip for it. Tiny Overwatch in the Firehouse. Void finds the second kill. Who Are You? Breaches outside with the rest of the team. Cuts through Stalker. It's not looking good for him. Fitz tries a railgun shot, but they can't get through any of this lineup of Dragons. Vindame's going to try and touch. Here's Who Are You's blade. No one's in range for the overtime. And that's clean from the Dragons as they're able to level out the series.
And what a push as well. We have a full hold into 2 attempts for the Shanghai Dragons, and it's enough. It was so beautiful. That one rail is enough to get the cap, to give Dragons a 5v4. Seoul can only do so much. Despite the Prophet rally, it's not going to be enough HP there. Shanghai Dragons, they get the cap, and they take us to a third map, 1-1 in the series so far. It's not going to be 4-0, not from Shanghai Dragons, and not from the Seoul Dynasty.
Oasis was a little bit of QA testing on the patch. I feel like Midtown is them fully installing the final product. Shang AI is online. And it's a equal series, tied 1 apiece at present. We're looking towards map number 3. It's going to be Seoul Dynasty's pick. And of course, it's going to be an escort, so make sure you join us after the break. Welcome back to the Summer Showdown Finals. Tied series, Shanghai Dragons have a dominant performance on Midtown to reset the series. Tied 1 apiece in this first to 4 clash. It is now Seoul Dynasty's pick, and it's an escort type for them to choose from. I'm looking at the map. I've got an idea of what it's going to be. I'll spoil it for you. We're going to Dorado as our next map choice.
And I don't mind it because I feel like Seoul Dynasty have some feelings about it, given that they were so close to beating the Dragons yesterday. Why not? Why not try and rewrite history, run it back, play it again? This time they actually get to, hold B and win the map. That was what it was. It just comes down to the Shanghai Dragons clutch factor, and the clutch factor just seems to be always ever present for the Shanghai Dragons. Maybe not on Oasis, but on future maps certainly the case. And I got a fun little fact for you here in terms of a stat line from our previous map on Midtown for you, Tread. On the Shanghai Dragons defense for Midtown A, they didn't die a single time. 0 deaths.
That's rough. That's rough for the Dynasty. Yeah, that's a bit of a mental boom. Not finding a single final blow is kind of painful.
And then when they came back for the attack, they obviously lost the initial push, right? That's when they got wiped. Yep. That was the first death for everybody. So everyone's got to see. Nobody was deathless on the Dragons, so at least Seoul don't have to be contending with that. They at least got 1 kill on each member of the Dragons, but they still, unfortunately, were not able to hold on to Midtown at all. So a brilliant map choice for the Shanghai Dragons now requires a brilliant map choice in response. You better hope that if you are Seoul, that Dorado is going to be enough. Certainly, this is going to go back towards Ash territory. And in some ways, I think if you can force Lip on the Ash, who, by the way, is no slouch in the Ash, it is still beneficial for Seoul because you're taking him off the Sojin. I firmly believe that Lip is the better Sojin between the two plays, between Lip and Fitz. But on the Ash, things get a little bit more competitive, and that's what Seoul Dynasty need, a little bit of an edge.
Hopefully the edge is enough for them to get a lead in this series. Then Shanghai Dragons will have the benefit of being able to push, to choose the push map if Dynasty were to be able to come out here with the victory. Of course, it's a bit of a tall order. I think expectations coming into this series was for the Shanghai Dragons to walk away the victor. Some were predicting a 4-0 scoreline. We know that's not going to be the case anymore. Does leave the 4-1 open, which is still dominance if played correctly. I'm going to harpen back to their previous matchup, though you've already touched on it a bit. Avril, Dorado, nearly Seoul Dynasties. I mean, why wouldn't you go to this location? Like you said, you've got the Fitz option being on the Ash. All makes sense when you look at it on paper. But now, Seoul Dynasty have upgraded. Have Dragons looked at that match yesterday and gone, okay, like we kind of fluked our way through that with an incredible clutch on point B. Where are the improvements that we need to make on that map so we don't have to rely on an insane clutch?
So onto Dorado we go. 7 maps potentially to play through here. Shanghai Dragons trying to keep that as lean as possible. Seoul Dynasty want to extend further. Who's going to get the lead now? 2-1. Feel good about this one for the Seoul Dynasty. Shanghai Dragons, though, that last Midtown really does also make me feel some type of way about how good they are and how big the gap is when they are truly online and the Seoul Dynasty are not there to match. Take a look at opening compositions here first and foremost. You do see Fitz coming through on the Ash as expected. Shanghai Dragons will see the response. Does Lip start on the Sojin? Does he start on the Ash? I think previously, yesterday, he did start with the Ash here on A, but he swapped a little bit later on.
Okay, going over to the Farah. Okay, no, he's going to stay on the Ash.
I wouldn't even mind if he actually starts the Widowmaker for just a little bit. Goes for a pot shot on the Widowmaker, then calls it. Other thing to look out for here is that Dragons do not have a Symmetra, so they're not going to go for an early TP play. Just going to walk through the opening gate, clear it. Look for courtyard control. Let's see if they take the courtyard, because that would indicate they're going to go for a high ground play, but currently just chilling on the low ground.
Dynamite ticks. Nice shot there. Finds who are you. Fitz opens up with first blood. Shanghai Dragons scatter into the buildings and try and wait for time.
That's what you need to see. This is why you play Dorado, why you get Fitz on the Ash. Very comfortable on this hero. This is definitely one of his signatures. One area where maybe he can get the better of Lip, who currently does actually lead on ult charge, so Lip is doing the damage, takes a bit of a shot in response. Stalker got to be careful, get Fitz in trouble potentially. Look at Fitz HP.
Oh, that coach gun. That coach gun saved his life, absolutely. The quick movement shuts down. Stalker then go finds who are you. Legigon's removed as well. Dynasty have control of Dorado at present. Fantastic defense from the damage lineup.
And there's one more player, I think, on the side there. Yeah, Void calls it, drops off the map.
Yep.
Not going to feed in the ult charge there. Thought he may have been able to just stay alive and not get caught, but Overwatch prop hunt will be won by the Seoul Dynasty here. Reasonable hold so far, minute 10 expended, and we're not quite in the archway as far as the payload is concerned, so this one's got to go towards ultimates. Lip and Fitz so far leading the charge. We do expect Ash to get quick ultimates. 2 bombs online very soon. Lip gets a bit of Fitz. That's brilliant in terms of first blood.
They need Stalker, also not too healthy right now. Coach going to create space and get them up on the high ground. Multi-use ability.
Oh!
Nice shot there onto Vindane.
So clean.
Beautiful tag. Stalker's going to die to the dot. Smurfs under pressure as well. Clean up from Shanghai Dragons as they get into market.
Yes, I mean, Lip is currently doing 39% of his entire team's damage, right? So this is a 5v5 game, and he's doing 2 players worth of damage on his own currently. So nearly on the bob already. Lee Jae-gon being annoying in the front lines. Extra bit of dynamite tick to just help Lip along. He's even taking the aggressive high ground. Solo player pushing on here. Seoul Dynasty can still go for a final contest. I think Lip is going to have to pull Bob here to win.
Wonder where he places this one. He wants to get a good
just against the wall,
view.
yeah.
Yeah, on the gate. That's it. Lee Jae-gon's gone down, so they have punished the frog. Bob's got good range here to be able to keep the damage on. Fitz goes flying at Lip and takes him out whilst he's ascending through the sky. Stalker has the blade as well, but Ash is playing second fiddle to the performance Fitz just gave us. Does mute the Dragons' response, so they are going to clap back quite easily. There's 3 members still alive on the payload. They'll keep the pressure on and wait for those reinforcements to come in. No, don't blade. He's going to blade. Oh, here it comes. Lee Jae-gon beat, Vindane beat. They'll cut through the Seoul Dynasty. Capture point A. They don't have an answer for this. They will take out the Froggy and move on to point B.
Couple of extra ultimates that need to come through there. Lip now swapping back over towards the Ash. Didn't even lose any ult charge there. I think it was something like 40% Tracer ult charge. Translates to 24% towards the Ash, and now we're moving towards the next bomb. Fitz still holding on to that one. The 2 support ultimates being burned by the Seoul Dynasty. Just the 1 from Shanghai Dragons, but the extra Bob and the Blade. Stalker also pulled the Blade. High ground being taken by Lip first and foremost, as we're double pushing so far on the bottom side. Respecting the dynamite, Shanghai full.
You're at that high ground to the Seoul Dynasty, sending Lee Jae-gon and Who Are You up there. Lip also has a high ground position to help contend from afar. Does mean they can't push up as much as they usually like to with the high ground. It's buying Shanghai extra space to be able to push it under. Dynamite's right on top of Void there, going to give some dot, just a minor pressure onto the healing resources.
When Shanghai Dragons go for the push again, you should see Fitz pull through the Bob. There it is now. They're going to just go for the full 5v5.
They've lost Prophet. And they've got the rally from Izayaki. There's a huge Brig advantage in effect. And they're going to press the advantage. Bob, just in the garden, not going to have the impact they were looking for.
Deflect.
Nice deflect there onto Fitz. It's a huge shutdown. And that payload's on the final corner already. Shanghai Dragons not under the same pressure they were yesterday on Dorado.
And this is where the Rampage should come through next for ultimates. Lip's already got a second Bob, by the way. Before a single Rampage has come through, a second Bob's already available. Gets the push up. That's a reasonable position for the Bob to beat. Both Rampage coming on through. Did Void miss?
No
Void.
way.
Smurf missed.
Smurf missed because Smurf got delayed. He got knocked up and he had a little bit of ascension with the Bob. The Bob just interrupted that. Smurf still went forward, still charged through, but that slight delay, that slight discord didn't make it easy for him, and he ended up whiffing. I think that's like the 3rd one today that Smurf has not been able to find anyone.
Yeah, 2 in the Philly Fusion series, now 1 here as well. This one I think we can say was a bit more, not quite his fault, right? He did get burped, he did get interrupted by the Bob, but still tragic nonetheless. Still does mean that Seoul once again cannot hold that B point. Shanghai Dragons, they will cap it through. We swap sides here. Shanghai are now on the defender side, and Seoul, as the defenders, have payload control from the attacking side. Vindame on half HP.
Keeping an eye on him. Dinking the Prophet, put the shield up. Stalker, now the next target. Beat from Lee Jae-gon. It's the answer for the Who Are You Blade to reinvigorate him. Here's Stalker going back with one of his own. They found Void. Everyone else should start to fall after that one. Stalker can't find a target, but he's done enough as it is. He'll now go on the hunt without the blade for Lip. Takes him out in the sky. Fitz for the final blow.
It's the extra rally. I mean, Prophet did get forced to pop the rally, right? You saw the dink from Lip onto Prophet. Prophet feeling like his life is in danger. Doesn't want to die there. Pulls through the rally. Vindame pops in that extra sound barrier when Who Are You pulls Blade. The double support ultimate's being laid in the extra green HP. Too hard for Who Are You. He even got multi-slashes there. I'm sure Who Are You's damage for that fight was high, but it did not translate to any kills because it's just too much green HP to get through.
Bob on the field. It's Fitz. Lip's going to answer back with one of their own.
Bob and Bob.
Knocks Bob up, goes into the conflict. Lip will then destroy Fitz with the Bob. Still got his up, and it's holding space. It does mean that they can't press forward. Seoul Dynasty can't go into the backlines of Shanghai Dragons. That's now expired. Lip finds Fitz again with a beautiful headshot. This is supposed to be Fip's signature hero. Lip is the one having the impact right now. Prophet's isolated. That's a good takedown. Stalker tries to delay the damage. Only throws himself onto the fire as well. 1 minute 20 left, final corner.
And you know what? Lip he lived in that entire situation as well. Stalker tried to hunt him down, but the peel from the rest of the Dragons, including Lip's own peel on the coach gun, too powerful. And now the Shanghai Dragons on the victory path. They got up a minute and 10 remaining, but they're so close to the finish line now. No ultimates are online for either team. This one is a complete neutral both ways.
Stalker has to return back to the payload to touch it. Can't send himself up there to go and find Lip. Move back. Who are you? Gives
Look at the XP.
Shout in. Stalker's cut. Prophet can't hide. Lip's got all the sight lines he needs to perform. They're going to have to break him down here. They can't do it. Fitz found one. Going to need a whole lot more than that to be able to find anything. And that's the cap coming through. 40 seconds remaining. Shanghai Dragons have leveled up their Dorado between now and yesterday.
Yeah, and it looks like despite Seoul winning Oasis, and that looked like a level up from Seoul themselves, Midtown was a far more one-sided Midtown from Shanghai compared to where we saw that one 2 matches ago. Dorado already looking better than the Dorado that we saw last time as well. Let's take a look at the replay now. This will be the bomb that interrupts the rampage. Boom, like you said, pushes Smurf up that much further. And despite Smurf still going forward, everyone from the Shanghai Dragons had the extra moment. It might have only been 1 second there, Trid, but 1 second is enough to just spread yourselves out, remove yourself from the rampage AoE, and Smurf doesn't hit a damn person.
Like I said, that is the excusable whiff, as you were saying. But now, Shanghai Dragons go on to the defense, Seoul Dynasty on the offense. Now, I think Shanghai Dragons should be able to put up a good defense. Seoul Dynasty, it's their map pick. You're hoping they can get some serious progress. We might be able to do Dorado all over again. Do have a mountain to climb here, though. Shanghai Dragons are looking lethal today. Lip, at the moment, rolling out on the Sojourn, not going to contest on the Ashe for the time being.
And that's because it's mostly Seoul's strategy to play the Ashe, right? I mean, Lip will play the Ashe on the offense, yeah, but typically speaking, when we saw the defense yesterday for the Shanghai Dragons on Dorado, it was Sojourn, you know. Got that very famous clip of Lip and Izuyaki with a 1-2 alley-oop with the rail into the whip shot, and now, as you sort of called it, I think it was a rail and flail. This is going to be the teleport play from Seoul Dynasty onto high ground roof, and should be Seoul Dynasty rotating towards courtyard on the right side. You look at Dragon's positioning, they're ready for it.
They're taking control of the payload. They're just dashing onto the Dragon. They want Stalker. Good reposition back to the rest of his team. They get control of the objective. Vindane into the tiny Overwatch room, and that's what we're going to be rewarded with. Who Are You goes for a huge dash through. Lee Jae gone for the one finding the final blows. The 2-for-2 trade. They're right outside the Dynasty spawn room, though. I know who gets the advantage out of this one. With Who Are You still alive on the hunt for Fitz, he finds one more kill. Going to be a cut down there as they trade out range DPS. Stagnating fight. But Dynasty
I think Who Are You was the only one surviving there, but you did see Izuyaki and Lee Jae on full. It was very close. If those two players, or at least even one, survived, Dragons could have held in the 3v3 scenario, but no support. Seoul Dynasty do have supports. They have support. They have the respawn advantage as well. Too much for Dragons to deal with. Who Are You gets one extra kill to Fitz on his way through, and it's enough. Who Are You low now, has to make sure he doesn't go down. He is very far ahead of Stalker in terms of blade charge. Lip gets the first blood again.
He can't just keep getting away with this, Avril. Can't do this in the finals of the Summer Showdown. Dynamite will burn through. It's enough to help Vindane get the kill on Izuyaki. They trade out Smurf, though. Fitz goes down again. Lee Jae gone on the hunt right now. Stalker and Who Are You are going to trade blows once more. Another muted fight. It's very messy. No one's getting anything clean from this one, Avril. It's so costly on either side, regardless of who has the numbers advantage.
Well, I think that's at least a little bit refreshing compared to what happened on Midtown, right? A single rail headshot into a full team wipe now. At least going to be a little bit more back and forth. Well, he does find the blade. Has to stay alive, 40 or so HP. But the players are back now. There was a very late death on the Stalker that allows the Shanghai Dragons to get all their respawners back through. Bob now coming into play.
Bob just gives Lip an acceleration to the top as beats are being traded. Blade from Who Are You? Finds Prophet. Fitz is gone. 5v3. Bob, you're going to depart as well. Looks upward. Finds Stalker. Wants to get that kill. does not give him any extra charge. He has the blade anyway. He doesn't get a kill. 145 team kill. No one from the Dragons dried in that last engagement, I don't think.
Time is a factor now because we still have to see Seoul finish this map. 40-second time bank here with the Shanghai Dragons. The Seoul yet to get through A. I mean, by this time already, Dragons were on B, pushing on through. So Seoul Dynasty are behind part. They're behind the pacing that they require. They've also spotted out the rotation rather. Seoul Dynasty pushing through the underside. So allow Seoul Dynasty to at least get into position to go through the archway soon, but you know, they are kind of wasting time. We've gone from 140 to about 110, 30 seconds gone just on rotation.
We've gone from 2 engagements to 1 Stalker, put down a half HP, pulls the blade out, so low, this should be a pickup for them. Prophet finds Izayaki, Lip creating some space, goes for the shot, Fitz finds Who Are You? The railgun was not enough, finds Prophet, it's only 1. But that's a decisive fight win for Seoul Dynasty, something they were lacking so far in this round. They will get point A in a time bank extension.
Yeah, we saw it from Lip's POV there as well, really trying to get his best done. He tried to get some shots in. I think he might have even got 1 rail headshot there, but it did not result in a kill. Stalker himself was super tanky, and it was Lip's primary target. And by the way, Lip is now going to be on this Sojourn for B, so this is a change up from yesterday. Yesterday, Lip still played the Sojourn on B now. He's going to swap over. The Stalker's play being successful. Seoul Dynasty are on the move, but less than 3 minutes to get past B, and then they still have to finish the map on C. Fitz lucky to be alive.
That's away by the skin of his teeth. Stalker and Vindame challenging high ground. Fitz not taking that angle that we saw from Lip on the last time. Does give him a little bit more freedom on the high ground.
Dynamite. Unlucky.
Yeah, okay. That's not a whiffed rampage, but it's still a whiffed ability. Uncharacteristic for Lip, I would say. Rampage for Void.
We've all done it.
Smurf can answer back as well. Good dynamite up there. Get some extra tick damage. No one's pushing them off, though. It's going to be Shanghai Dragons that might have to drop at some point.
Yeah, they're going to have to. It'll be Rampage. So remember, there's a bit of a better Rampage situation for Void here because Seoul, they can't really Rampage uphill. So Void can drop in Rampage. Smurf can't really do anything unless Dragons drop down to meet him. So it will depend on when Dragons want to do that. You notice that Who Are You is the one actually touching payload. It's pretty safe for him to do so. With Bob coming through, Shanghai Dragons need to start thinking about their move.
They're under pressure. Here it comes. It just finds Vindame and Stalker. Both get themselves out of the fight. Vindame not fast enough, unfortunately. Smurf comes in with a counter. Fights free. Beat from Lee J Gold to stem the bleeding. Izayaki's got to rally up in about 5 seconds. Void needs to stay alive. Who Are You? Finding 2. Lip follows up onto a 3rd. Good shutdown from the Dragons. Yep. Dynasty will return with a beat and a blade. And
Vindame didn't get to use the sound barrier there as well. I think he was one of the ones caught by the Rampage. They didn't want to take that risk. And Seoul Dynasty, they're going to end up losing that fight. Void gets the better Rampage as expected. Shanghai Dragons waiting for their moment to drop, and the patience being shown is so brilliant to see. I mean, they were not going to be pressured out to make a mistake. There are no unforced errors. And Shanghai Dragons still hold on to 3 important ultimates. That's 2 more than the Seoul Dynasty have, and we're still waiting for the Stalker Blade. 89% now, 90, 10 away. Izayaki's the only person that can actually counter that one through, so it's going to have to be a very important rally. Less than 1 minute now for Seoul to get the cap.
Bob it.
I think the Bob, yeah, overshot. Too far.
Just sprinting past the church.
I mean, Seoul,
maybe next time, Bob.
In a weird way, it still does its job because Seoul, they're kind of trapped in the courtroom now. They can't push forward. I mean, they could choose to push forward past the Bob, but they're just going to wait out the Bob. So, in some weird way, Dragons, they prevent Seoul from pushing. Now the play from Who Are You?
Well, they've brought time for the beat to come out. Trying to disengage from Stalker's play. Gets shut down by Lip before he can find a connection. Who Are You doesn't find anything. But he did draw the attention of the Seoul Dynasty. Prophet as the rally. It's 5v3. Lip's uncontested in the high ground right now. Smurf's going to get brought down by the shield bash. 10 seconds remaining. No one's in a position to touch. Where's the frog?
That'll be it. This is it. Map's over.
5 seconds. Viddame's going to go for it. Push back.
Stalker
Too late.
on the back.
There's no answer here. There you have it. Shanghai Dragons. 2-1 scoreline. They take Dorado. And it wasn't meant to be for the Seoul Dynasty. We're looking towards a push map as our next stop.
Just far too much distance gained by Shanghai Dragons. This time not even going to get caught up on B. No clutch required. They finished the map. 40 seconds to spare. Seoul Dynasty do not get past B. It's them who cannot get this cap on B. It's almost like the opposite of what we saw yesterday. The Shanghai Dragons, 2 maps in a row now, looking very dominant. Midtown was a full hold into 2 attempts. This one was at least a little bit more competitive. We saw a C point. We saw much of the B point. Still not enough for the Seoul Dynasty. They have the next map pick.
We go to a quick break. When we come back, it's push. And we got one step closer to get into that match point. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back to the Summer Showdown Finals. Shanghai Dragons leading the series after taking down Dynasty on Dorado. It is now the Seoul Dynasty's map pick, and they're going to have to choose a push type. I'm looking ahead towards what they've chosen here, Avril. They're going to be locking in Colosseo as the next destination for this match.
And I think that's pretty predictable as well, because when you look across our previous series, right, that was the winning map versus the Philadelphia Fusion, and by quite some margin as well. It was 111 meters to 58. Now, obviously, the Shanghai Dragons are not the Philadelphia Fusion. In fact, they should be much better. They are much better, given that it's already a 2-1 lead. How is this going to look, though, for Dragons? Because we haven't really seen a fourth map. I mean, they played only a single map 4 over the course of the entire qualifier stage, and I mean, what even was the scoreline? Let me have a look. It was a Colosseo as well. They did beat the Philadelphia Fusion. And if I'm not mistaken, just looking at score lines, I don't think it was particularly close. The score line was 138-49. So if you want to kind of like get a bit of an apples-to-apples comparison, we just saw Seoul beat the Philly Fusion on Colosseo, and it didn't seem that close. Shanghai beat the Philly Fusion on Colosseo in an even more commanding way.
Well, if you want to do results-based analysis, it's not a good omen for the Seoul Dynasty. We know the form the Dragons are in right now. They're pretty terrifying. Who are you? Clips in. Vindane clips in. Colosseo is our next location for this showdown. The Dragons climb one place closer to getting to match point and a finals victory in the Summer Showdown.
They haven't been to a single final so far this year. Kickoff clash. They lost to the Seoul Dynasty in a very, very close game. We looked at mid-season madness. Dropped down to the losers bracket. No dice there. Now, finally, the third tournament, our third stage. Summer Showdown, the Shanghai Dragons, 2-1 up in the finals, looking for match point. Very briefly now, I think a lot of commenters would have said 4-0 Shanghai Dragons. That's no longer possible. 4-1 now is the current target unless the Seoul Dynasty can get this map underway, can win this map. As we did actually have a map choice from Seoul Dynasty going towards Dorado that went awry. This is their map choice again. Colosseo, we just saw this trend. We just saw them win here.
Let's keep an eye on how these work. Once again, most of the team playing on the outside of the tunnel. Don't see that a lot, but they will rotate back. Apart from Seoul, actually, they're all outside for the time being, hoping to overwhelm in a 5v1. Usually just send one member out here for a little bit of poke. Now going to rotate round. Sides to switch before the point unlocks.
In the case, we are going to be waiting for our opening rail shot with a side swap, by the way. Shanghai Dragons kind of take the early robot control, and they have a couple meters already on board with Seoul Dynasty forced to walk up.
Vindane boops them back into the fight, keeping it compact. DJ Gon's paying some attention over to Prophet. Railgun online for Lip. Fitz so close to going down. Who are used to be the first victim though? Good follow-up from the Seoul Dynasty to find 3, make that 4. Decisive fight win. Progress is theirs.
5. Bend but not break there for the Seoul Dynasty. So Lip literally rail Fitz down to 1 HP. Fitz should not have survived that. He did. He did not go down. Was not cleaned up by anybody from the Dragon side. And then Seoul Dynasty, they get the frags. They get all 5 and all 5 alive as well to push on forward. They don't need to wait for any respawners. Probably not going to get more than 30 meters here. 30 will be about the limit. Shanghai Dragons might even decide to push him before that. We'll see what the decision for the Dragons is. By the way, Lip and Stalker both on 70%.
Still be in that battle for now. Spray down for each other, realize it's not worth it. Didn't have the bite to actually win that duel on the railgun. Disruptor shot reflected back. Makes things a little bit awkward, but not insurmountable. Flip comes in.
Smurf low.
Who I use load. Void's also feeling the hurt right now as well. We'll go down to Smurf. Again, Shanghai on the back foot in these fights.
Shanghai should push. They're down 1, but they got to go in. And the reason they have to go in is because if they get any trade, Seoul can't really make it in distance. Lip's not going to pull through the overclock. Seoul Dynasty, the 5v4 doesn't count for anything now.
They have to back off. They're respecting the damage too much. 1 left in the chamber. Stalker takes him down. Who are you still available as a damage option for them? The Fitz finds Lee J gone. Another fight win coming in for Seoul Dynasty. They're dealing with the Dragons so well now, Avril. Consecutive fight wins are really creating a lead for them on push.
And without dying as well. Seoul Dynasty is still on 0 deaths. Every single member. 5 alive, pushing on through 50 meters. Gained 4 ultimates as well. It was a overclock for a rally in the previous fight. Shanghai Dragons still waiting for Void and Who Are You. Those are the 2 ultimates missing. Who Are You only 5% away. Threatening the camp now, 4 meters away. Shanghai Dragons do touch.
Need to start getting some progress back. Only 3 minutes gone so far, so it is going to be something they can achieve. Dorf finds 1. Fitz with the overclock. Can't find a connection. He's got 2 melee damage dealers in his face. Void traded for Fitz. Izaaki's rally wasn't enough to save him. The fight will continue on the point. Numbers advantage in favor of the Seoul Dynasty at present. 4 versus 3. Stalker back to the point. Plays with his lineup. High ground. So strong for the Dragons, but they have to drop down to contest. Lee Jae-gon goes in to try and force the issue.
Prophet
Who are used low. Cut through. How does he live there? Finds Prophet without dying himself, but Stalker changes the attention over the lip. Smurf, they want to try and lock him down. Eardrums blown out by Lee Jae-gon. And they finally clear the Dynasty off and are able to move them forward.
Shanghai Dragons finally getting a fight when that's the first time that Seoul have actually been wiped, the first time any of their members have actually died so far on this map alone. 63 meters, but failure to get the cap. That's the most important thing here. Shanghai Dragons do not allow Seoul Dynasty to get a checkpoint. So, everything's still within contention. Great lead for Seoul. This is a very, very nice lead indeed. 4 minutes, and it's what you want.
Rampage and Void. Finds Smurf and Fitz. Carnage after the fact, layering the damage on. This Lee Jae-gon to find Fitz. They lose his Zayaki. Smurf goes down as well. Payload's been pushed back. Dragons have control of the fight at the moment. They want to try and seal the deal here. Prophet's gone, Stalker gone, Vindame in the spawn room as well. They're not going to be able to match the progress yet. They're going to need another fight to make that happen.
Okay, a couple fights maybe. Again, first checkpoint here, super important. Lip nearly on the overclock. Lee Jae-gon looking towards the sound barrier. I don't know if he can tempo this one just yet. Depends on if their read on Stalker's blade is accurate or not. Will be a very contentious fight nonetheless. Prophet to force his own rally to come on through regardless.
Playing around the high ground, and there's that overclock you were talking about. Rally from Prophet, that's the go button. Overclock triggered. Takes one shot. Beat from Lee Jae-gon. Smurf goes down. Doesn't need the headshots. The bodies are enough. But he uses one for Stalker. Uses one for Vindame! Oh, Lip! It's sweet music to our ears. That's the fight win they need, and they're going to take control of the map.
He knows exactly where I like to get kissed. Straight on the lips right there. 4K coming in through. Overclock getting it done. And now we're threatening the cap. The cap has been found. Just now. There it is. The Shanghai Dragons very much in the lead. So important that they get that cap. The checkpoint achieved. Forward hold. Forward spawn. See how much further they can get now. Seoul Dynasty yet to actually contest. And we continue pushing. 80 meters, might even be 90 by the time the Seoul go in. They need a blade get. Who are you? Get shut down. No more blade.
Blade shot down! Fitz wants to answer back. He's seen Lip in the highlight reel. He wants one of his own. The Dragons are far more respectful to allow that to happen. Blade comes in from Stalker. You've got the rally from his Zayaki, but he's the primary target. Void goes down as well. This is it. They're crumbling. Lip finds one on the exit for the taxation.
That's cheeky.
Yeah, it gets pulled back to make sure they get the kill. Yep, but here's the pushback. There is quite a lot of distance to go, though, so need more than that. They got ults in the back, though, so Dynasty have the tools to be able to go.
A robot's feet stomping on the ground so hard, you saw Smurf's chair just rocking in the background. 88 meters, though. Seoul Dynasty have the resources to catch up, but they need to win, I would say, 2 fights in a row here, at least. And cleanly as well if they can. Here comes Fitz with the overclock, looking for some damage. Jigon took a shot.
Yeah, so Fitz. Fitz taking damage, a lot of it. Void finds 2. Beat from Vindame. Smurf, when an anti-heal goes, he might want to answer back with one of his own. Might not even need it. They found his Zayaki. One back on the Stalker. Lee Jae-gon's gone down as well. Find Who Are You. Decisive fight win. They can keep the Rampage and the rally for the next fight. And try and get the consecutive ones. Void just being a nuisance, but will ultimately go down.
Okay, it is a bit of a delayed kill there, so, I mean, the time is becoming a factor, but at the same time, it will be a delay to get Void back. And let's take a look at the replay now from Fitz's POV. Boom, shuts down Who Are You. Disgustingly good shot at me. Listen, Lip gets the 4Ks, but in that particular fight, you don't need 4 from Fitz. Just the 1 required there, and Seoul can win a fight. Here comes up again, though. It's overclock time once more. And he won an entire fight on his own last time. If Lip pulls through with another overclock, Seoul Dynasty get done.
Oh my god, look at him just charge into the back line. Take the alternative route. Beacons out from Lee Jae-gon. There's the Rampage. Stalker's low. Haven't converted the kills, but Stalker will go down. Dragons weather those 2 ultimates and slow down the fight.
4 meters.
Got some options available.
Dragons cannot allow Seoul to cap here. Very important that Dragons stop the push now. They have the player advantage. They lose Lee Jae-gon.
The fight slows down once more. Waiting for the cooldowns, waiting for the healing.
Lee Jae-gon's respawning. They stole the payload. They stole the bot.
Oh my god, how they got away with that one? They were in full pursuit to try and grab it. Izayaki will finally be shut down. This does buy them extra time, though. Even if they lose the fight here, they'll have chance to reinforce and deny it.
You have to be careful though, because Dragons still winning the respawn. If Seoul win this fight cleanly, they can still get this cap because the robot's pushing very quickly now. Shanghai Dragons don't have Void in live. They're going to have to touch without Void. Otherwise, they give up the cap.
They lost the leader gone now. They'll get the cap to the checkpoint, but they've not lost the map progress overall, I believe. The checkpoint with the spawn advantage is very powerful.
A minute 15 left. I think this has to be the push. If Seoul Dynasty do not win off this push and gain the lead, I think they're going to lose this map. There's just not a lot of time left. This has got to be the push. This is their best opportunity now. Fitz again!
He does it!
Just can't play the game.
Twice in a row from Fitz. Who are you has not been able to put the blade. You wanted to win the fight. Fitz heard you, Avril. Fitz knows the win condition, dodges the headshot, doesn't go for the shot. He's done enough. They can push this to victory. Flip. Shanghai Dragons need to run in. The line's right there. No one can contest. Shanghai Dragons have been put on the back foot with 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, this is going to be a monstrous push from Shanghai Dragons at 100 meters online for Seoul Dynasty in just a half second now. Fitz has absolutely put the team on his back here, and Shanghai Dragons are feeling the pain. Can Shanghai even do anything in the last 30 seconds? They have to win this fight and many more. Fitz goes down.
Izayaki's taken out as well, equalized. They shut down Lip in the back. They've got no long-range damage. He has to return to the fight, though. It's looking pretty dire as the Seoul Dynasty are able to find more of the Dragons. Who are you? Needs to stay alive.
Still
here. They need every number they can to touch and trigger the overtime. Every second they leave it, it just gets more distance for them to push back if they want to win this map.
The Dragon's low. Dead. Stalker gets him. That's another 5v4. That's the beat gone. That was the only ultimate event.
Rampage
It's down to Lip now.
Oh, the anti-heal on the front line. Lip has to pull out the overclock, but he's under pressure. They find Profit. Nice carnage on top of them. Locks him in the corner. Lip will find the kills. Shanghai Dragons take control, but look how far they have to push this payload if they want to get the map.
And it still costs them an ultimate, so the Shanghai Dragons are lacking resources now. So despite winning, they can't build up enough of an ult bank, so they have to win, I would say, 3 fights here. Considering that there's going to be another fight in the neutral as the payload comes on through, we're going to get a fight in the concourse here. There's a bunch of forward respawners, so Shanghai Dragons, unfortunately, couldn't even deny the respawn wave. And if Dragons win this fight, they still have to push something like 30-odd meters.
Boy, can't go down here. Beat comes out from Lee Gone. Rampage finds Fitz and Vindane. 5v3.
It's expensive.
If they take him out, they're clearing him.
It's 2 ultimates.
No ults available in Seoul Dynasty, though, until probably the next fight after this one. They're going to have to do consecutives to win.
Seoul still have 2 fights. Seoul still have enough fights remaining that they can build an ult bank. The comeback is on now. This will be one of the greatest Colosseo comebacks you've ever seen if the Shanghai Dragons can complete the heist again. How clutch are the Shanghai Dragons? We saw them on Dorado clutching it through, and now the opportunity is open yet again on Colosseo. 17 meters, one final push, we're in the OT.
Who are you has to find this blade, Avril. He cannot get shut down by Fitz again.
They're
looking for it. Rally. Blade's pulled out. He goes for Smurf. Fitz isn't there to stop him this time. He's still alive at the moment. Uses the beat to reinvigorate the fight. No one's gone down despite Who Are You having the blade. Ultimate's burned. Profit gets the rally. There's the overlap for Dynasty. Void down low. Needs to heal. They're in the fight. They're keeping him alive for the time being. They found him. Stalker's taking him out. 5v4. Dynasty up against the wall. Still standing strong. Can't find him. Lip behind the cover. Who's touching right now? He takes the shot. Izayaki and Who Are You are gone. Seoul Dynasty weren't allowed. They were not going to let that happen to them. Seoul Dynasty hold strong on their map pick, equalize the series at 2 apiece. But boy, Avril, the Dragons came close to having an unbelievable comeback at the end right there.
I would like to decree that the series is officially on. 2 maps apiece.
Ooh.
This is the furthest that the Shanghai Dragons have been pushed this entire tournament stage. Last 2 matches between Shanghai and Seoul, 3-0 sweeps. The only map lost by Shanghai, 1 versus Fusion. Now 2 maps lost in a single series, and we've still got 3 maps left to play. We still have not even found our match point yet. That is a minimum of 6 maps in this grand finals. This is how a finals is meant to be played.
Surprising everyone, the Dynasty are coming out strong. No 4 Overwatch to be found today. We're about to take a break. When we come back, we will have a control map waiting for you. It's Dragon's pick for the 2nd time this series. Well, Avril, we've crossed the red line and we're now in the new world. Our log poses are no longer set for the islands. We're going to have to chart a new course. We have no idea where we're going with this one. We never thought the series would go this far. We stand at 2 apiece. Shanghai Dragons versus the Seoul Dynasty. It is Shanghai Dragons pick as we head over to map number 5, a control map, to see who can go to match points.
I just think it's so uncanny, Trid, that, you know, in kickoff clash finals, Philly versus Seoul Dynasty, I'm like, boy, this is going to be a close one. This is going to be a banger. That was a 4-0, and now we get to Summer Showdown. I'm like, probably going to be a 4-0, and this one is truly a banger. We have waited so long. I think 3 of the last matches between these two teams have ended in 3-0s. And I've been hyping up this matchup, this rivalry for so long, and I feel like we've had some plentiful of good matches, especially in Kickoff Clash, right? That we had multiple map 5s. Now we are finally getting another map 5. If this was a standard first to 3, this would be an incredible. This would be a series for the ages. It still will be, I think, going into the final 3 maps, because it has to be 6 maps minimum. But Trid, for El Clasico number 25, it really is delivering now. This rivalry is really delivering now.
I mean, we called it a bunch in Colosseo. I don't think we have the result we're seeing right now on the screen if Fitz didn't have an incredible clutch potential against Who Are You. Not once, but twice in a row, immediately shutting down his blades and not allowing him to play the game of Overwatch. I think we might have seen a different result there, so more credit to Fitz, because we did say they were kind of trailing. The damage lineup kind of struggles a little bit head-to-head against the Shanghai Dragons. They're really making a case that that is not true at all.
And that's what we need to see out of Fitz, because, you know, part of the storyline for this rivalry is that Lip has had Fitz's number almost their entire careers in the Overwatch League. Like, we really haven't seen Fitz get the better of Lip, and now Fitz and Lip fighting much closer neck and neck, and Fitz is certainly being able to shut down key important members like Who Are You. Like, we talk about him like the best Genji in the world, and I really do think he still is, but when Fitz shuts them down twice like that, the Shanghai Dragons can do very little in response, and now we go to the map that will finally decide who gets match point. It is Busan. This is also uncharted territory. The last 2 matchups, neither of these teams went to a Busan. We had Oasis, we had Lee Jung. A bit slow.
Yeah, manages to jump just at the right time to get out the sightlines of Lip. Keep himself alive in this fight. Doesn't want to create a 5v4 this early on before the point even unlocks. Playing around the health packs is advantageous for Dynasty. This Dragons has a beeline. Profit down to a headshot. Railgun removes them from the field. Void then finds the carnage on Vindame. Stalker gets one back for Prosperity. He will lose his life. First cap going over to the Dragons.
A little bit of a delayed death by Stalker there as well. Not too sure if Deflect was really the right call, but very small margins here. Probably won't end up making a difference. Stalker and Who Are You neck and neck for the blade. 45 to 43. Who Are You leading by just the 2% here. Lip and Fitz as well. Only 3% separating those two. It's the supports that are strangely lagging behind here, minus Iziaku, who's probably going to get the rally first. That could be a tempo rally as well. Void on half HP.
Still sustained.
Oh, the deflect!
Beautiful to send it back to Lip. Prophet then gets his Izayaki. Void's going to be the next target. Who Are You gets taken out as well. He should do. How does he... What? Okay, that's why he's heralded as one of the best Genjis in the world. Very evasive. But it doesn't change the outcome. There's going to be a flip here for the Dynasty. They'll take control of downtown.
That's the young challenger in Stalker, right? Played the match in our last series, the lower bracket finals versus the Philadelphia Fusion, and now ahead of Who Are You in the blade will find it. Gets a deflect kill versus Lip to start off the fight. 10% and counting for Soul's actual cap percentage. Tempo beat from Lee Jae. Stalker will wait this out now for the blade after.
Yeah, Vindame's going to have an answer as well if Who Are You finally gets his online. Both the rallies are going to expire before that happens, I feel. Here's Stalker's blade. Who Are You can answer if he wants to, but he's holding on to it for a second longer. Izayaki's already gone. There's no answer here as Stalker finds 2. Turns his attention to Lee Jae gone. It's Smurf to pick up the final blow. And that's Dragons falling to the wayside. Who Are You holding on to the blade. For now, Lip will have the overclock when they return as well.
Well, he's waiting out the Vindame sound barrier, right? That was an early deterrent. Vindame didn't want to take any chances. Wanted to give Stalker the extra HP to play through for his own blade, knowing it was going to be uncounted. At least they got the extra rally out of Iziaki. Now Vindame was not going to have the sound barrier versus Who Are You. Who Are You pulls immediately. Can this be successful? No.
CC locked up. He went straight into the wall of meat. There is the Junker Queen and Brigitte. No answer there. Carnage takes him out. Void's an easy pickup. Dynasty have control of Busan. They have control of downtown.
This looks
They're
good.
cleaning up the Dragons, and we're getting into the final sections of this round, Avril.
Yeah. And look, Seoul Dynasty, they've been good on control today. They actually took their first map on control away from the Shanghai Dragons. That's one of their 2 map wins so far in this series, and currently they lead by a reasonable margin, 81% to 35 on the cap itself. Both Rampages about to come online. Lip still has the overclock available. That should come through for this particular fight. I expect the Dragons are going to burn double ultimates. How many does Smurf get in the Rampage? Does Smurf even go for now? 4v5.
Vindame's down. This is what the Dragons need. They're at 99%. By the time they get this flip, they're going to be playing from overtime all the way up. Rampage cuts through, finds free, immediate answer to convert Lip. Izayaki and Lee gone, surely they're going to follow shortly after. Remover following Sojourn. This is great recovery from the Dragons. Smurf and Fitz have already lost their lives. Prophet, isolated,
Stalker, what is this?
Down. He's turning it out onto Izayaki. I think he's going to try and put the team on his back, but I don't think this was it, Chief. Lost too many members to make an impact, and the Dragons are going to get the flip here, turn it all back, and start their assault against the 99.
And Stalker tried to be the hero. They were the hero play, but who are you as the protagonist? Don't forget, Shanghai Dragons will easily get the cleanup there. They survived against the Smurf Rampage. Void will get his own Rampage through. Stalker, like we were talking about, 2 versus how many? 2v4 was it? 2v5? Stalker pulls a blade, uncharacteristically tries to save the day, and that is just going to be a wasted ultimate.
Look at the tempo which Dynasty get onto the point. Rally from Izayaki, Smurf down low, Stalker, next target, he's down. There's Smurf as well. 1 ult, 1 fight, 66% in climbing. They have beat and played for the next offensive. This is so winnable for Dragons.
Fitz is going to have to fall off the map, gets booped off, so the kill credit even to Lee Jig on that is critical. It's just a tragic way for Fitz to go down and a lot of time burn. We're already into last fight territory. That 1 fight for Dragons pulls us above 85% with a super late death onto Fitz. Vindane will get the beat, but Lee Jagon's already got it, and we talk about the blade from Stalker. Well, guess what? Who Are You has a blade, and Stalker is nowhere near.
Who Are You's under pressure, though. He can't pull the blade out when he's that low. Gets the raw. Here's the blade. He's in the face of the Junker Queen and Brigitte once again. Beats traded.
Oh, C9.
Hello.
Tragic.
Oh, dear. Real
Tragic
C9. Actual C9. Legitimate C9.
Ready for battle.
Oh dear, Seoul Dynasty. You're so focused on the fight happening in front of you, you didn't pay attention to the objective. You saw Stalker go for the dash right at the end there, just a second too late to trigger the overtime. 100% over to the Shanghai Dragons. That would have been hard to take anyway, based on how the fight was going, I feel. But to lose it like that, oh, that's a mental breaker.
I think that was pretty winnable for Seoul. Who Are You was not getting the kills on the blade. Both the sound barriers coming on through, and Who Are You was just flashing green HP. Seoul surviving that one brings it back to a 5 versus 5 neutral. I think that was very winnable for Seoul, but no touch, no contest, no point, no round. That could be, we could get to the end of series and look back at that and think, okay, well, Seoul, what if they won that round, but they didn't? And now Fitz going down, 5v4 for Dragons. Dragons going to get first cap.
Vindame, they're not interested in the Frog. They might return their attention to Smurf. They know he's going to come back round anyway. Prophet shield bashing to get back to safety. Railgun shot not going to connect. They can't find the extra kills on the out, but they will get first cap.
Clean as you like it. When Lip's hitting shots, he's getting the opening frags. It's going to go poorly for the Seoul Dynasty. No real responses there. So how is this going to look now for the rest of the round? Lee Jagon looking for a boop. Won't find it.
Look at this. Who Are You playing so far away from the team? We're coming from the back line. Void's down low. Prophet getting focused down. Who Are You? Just a Stalker, ironically so, on the back line, taking out the support. As the Arkies remove on Vindane, Stalker then deals with them. Trading 2 for 2. Still got Void alive for now, but Vindane gets the melee kill. An aggressive Lucio is what we love to see.
Oh, Lip
Mega denied. Stalker able to slice through and steal that one away, guarantees the kill. Flip coming in for the Dynasty.
That's really unfortunate as well, because if Lip actually survives that, then they have numbers. Shanghai Dragons will have 4 up versus 4. Stalker and Lip still making their way back. Tempo rally can't be responded to by Seoul. Shanghai hold the cap. Look at that, still 50%.
Dynasty should have got away with that. That should have been theirs to claim. They're going to drop the beat for this one. Lee Jagon has an answer for it. But what will answer
Blades
the blades that are about to come online? Here's Lips, Railgun. Overclocking the Vindane. 2 shots, 1 kill. Turns into profit. Finding him on the slide. Sends the Dynasty back to the spawn room. And Dragons have control as we get into the final sections of this round and what could be this map.
Oh, Prophet, you gotta be careful. Lip still has Rail Charge. He's looking for another opening pick all the way in Seoul Dynasty spawn. If he gets it, that'll be final fight territory. In fact, it's already final fight territory. Seoul can't afford to lose anybody here. He's just hunting. Do you dare peek?
They're going
through the underpass now. Seoul Dynasty gets straight to point. Rally in hand. Who are you waiting to blade?
Stalker also has his. Cuts through. He's on Void straight away. Blade from Who Are You doesn't find anyone fast enough. Aziaki will get fits.
Cap, flip.
Stalker's dealt damage, gets one. Good flip, they needed that one. Any C9s won't cost them that much. Stalker cuts through Aziaki, Dragon's about to follow him. Stalker doing the work, trying to redeem himself for that blade on downtown. They got to fight up against 99%. Thankfully they kept the overclock. Thankfully they kept the rampage. They have the tools to start the long climb up to 100.
Yep, it'll be the extra overclock that Fitz didn't use earlier while Lip did. Void still trying to catch up on the Rampage. By the time the Rampages are online, Lip gets a kill on the Stalker. That is so brutal. I was going to say the ultimates on the support line will come up, but maybe it won't matter. Shanghai Dragons have the player advantage. Fitz is desperately trying to match.
Rally. Rampage finds free. Good answer. Void's about to get theirs online. Smurf's gone.
Lip again!
Someone stop this man. He's getting away with murder.
Cap!
They've lost it. Overtime ticks in. Stalker in his face. Cut down by Who Are You? Vindane comes in to try and challenge, trigger the overtime. Fitz is low. Who Are You can take him out in a second. No one's going to be able to touch and survive. Dragons do it. They claim the round. This is a Dragon special to bring out the Doomfist Smurf. Can't get away with it. Profit comes back. Dragons claim the map. And they go to match point. As we go to the 6th one to potentially seal the deal.
And now you got to look back on the C9 on downtown, and it's
Downtown.
like, wow, what could have been? We could have gone Sanctuary, we could have turned the map around, Seoul could have still clutched on through. Mechabase, you'll give that one to the Dragons, fairly earned. But you look over towards downtown, and they're just so regretful. The Stalker Blade, unfortunate timing there. Why would you even go for it? The C9, no touch. Dragons hitting to 100%. It is just tragedy on this particular map for the Seoul Dynasty. Unfortunately, they have no one to blame but themselves, and now the Dragons take pole position, 3-2 in the series. It does not feel good for Seoul, but I still believe in the map 7 possibility. We still have further chances available.
We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it's a hybrid map. Match point Shanghai Dragons on Dynasty's pick. This is the last time we might get to do this, Avril, in the Eastern region, because it's the last time we might see Jote in our match point. I thought we'd hold a little candlelight vigil for this meta. I would say we hardly knew ye, but I think the problem was we knew ye a little too much. Have you got any final words for the meta before we send them off?
Thank God. Goodbye. No, it's you know what? I came to maybe I got a little bit Stockholm syndrome in there. I came to love it a little bit. There are still some exciting moments. I mean, we got some exciting moments in this final alone. I mean, we've had back and forth gameplay, guaranteed 6 maps here. Really, what more could you wish for? And you know, if anything, despite how things have been across Junker Queen and this particular meta, this has been the best finals that we've had in the Eastern region, because Kickoff Clash did not deliver this well. And I think now, between Shanghai and Seoul, this is the finals we've been waiting for. These are the 2 best teams in the region, going through almost maximum distance. You couldn't wish for more.
It's a fantastic way, and I'm sure the fans are loving it at home. Seoul Dynasty need to win this map, though. They want to stay alive in the series. Force out map number 7, which would be a hybrid type. Of course, that would be Dragons pick if we go that far. What we can tell you, though, Avril, Escort is up next. Map number 6, Circuit Royale by Seoul Dynasty's choice. A map they are no stranger to.
We did just see this map being played as well in our lower bracket final. Seoul Dynasty got one over the Philadelphia Fusion. Previously, Seoul had not been able to beat Philly on this map. And this was Philly's best map. And now we have a 4-3 victory there. Seoul Dynasty have looked so damn good. And Seoul Dynasty, they need this badly to get back into their own match point contention. Take us to a 7th. We'll see how it goes.
For the rollouts, Dynasty on the defense first. No surprise on the composition. These aren't teams that have added much variation outside of the Ash. Shouldn't be expecting many surprises here. I wonder if there's a lip TP that we could use to break the spawn hold, though. Are many teams trying that strategy to break through when teams go close? Because we know Dynasty had a high likelihood of doing it against the Fusion and a high success rate against doing them. Have Shanghai spotted that and gone, okay, we're just going to TP beyond you. We're not going to play your game.
I mean, that's one option, right? You can TP behind, but at the same time, you can just sort of brute force your way out of the spawn as well. The TP can be tricky because you actually see Seoul set up. They have one person checking every single position. And the TP is going to come through. Stalker did check the TP, but he backed out straight away. Didn't want to be part of that one, and now the Bastion from spawn will also come through. Legitimate, real Bastion in the Overwatch League Summer Showdown Finals.
I mean, it works. It's enough deterrence. You've got the safety to be able to play around the spawn. You're just railing damage into the lineup. And it breaks the close hole, but they now got the first corner to get around.
Yep. Oh! Lip took a shot there. Fits with the warning. Message sent
be a little bit
and
louder.
received.
Yeah, I think Lip's probably put it straight into the spam inbox, though. Not really too bothered by it at the moment. Unfazed.
Oh,
Profit goes down. Lands a shot to Lige gone. Smurf's going to be cleared out. They lose Who Are You? Doesn't matter. He's right around the corner. Fitz goes forward. He goes aggressive. Gets his Iyaki while he's in the sky. It's a consolation prize.
Yeah.
The Dragons will push the Paywood forward.
Well, the Dragons will still be able to have all 5 in time as Fitz goes down at about the same time. Iziaki's already coming back from spawn. Lip, by the way, started on the Bastion. Got some ult charge to the Bastion, swaps onto the Sojin a little bit later compared to where Fitz started with Sojin. Already has more ult charge than Fitz. We saw that rail headshot, by the way, onto Smurf that put Smurf into the dirt. And if that didn't happen, Smurf would have had a lot more HP to play through. Really hard for Seoul Dynasty to exist in that sort of environment. And Lip again, he's going to get the opening. Lip has been unbelievable this final.
Stalker was put in such a difficult position there. He had to use the dash just to survive. He got booped off the map by Lige Gon. The only way he survives is by using that cooldown. He lines up straight and perfect for Lip to take out. Lip doesn't miss! He doesn't miss! Smurf has been removed, point A captured, and they are locking them on a split spawn. Fitz can just stay there. He's locked in the tiny Overwatch room. Gets taken out. And Shanghai Dragons on fire right now, Avril.
Yeah, Fitz has been a naughty boy. He's been sent to the timeout room. It's going to be a late death in the Shanghai Dragons. This is another situation where we're like, are they pushing B or C? Because they are so far up currently. Lip already has an ultimate. Lige Gon has beaten well ahead of Vindane, by the way, and Lip just because of the kill. This man can't stop.
One shot, one kill. Railguns coming in from Lip. Look at them, they're just playing around point C. They're nowhere near the point. It's just being walked in. Blade comes out from Stalker. Look at the disengage. He can't go forward. Beat comes out
My
from Major
goodness.
Gordon, that was expended. Who Are You has Blade. Lip has an overclock. He's been lethal doing these natty. Now he's about to pump the juice.
The deflect's about to go. The deflect actually came on through. Lip nearly killed himself there, but we're ready for the rails once more. Who's going to be the target here? You have to be so careful. Who Are You on the Blade? Hunting for a kill.
And Dynasty don't have the luxury of the time. Fitz finds Lee J gone. A sigh of relief from the Seoul Dynasty as they're able to breathe a little bit. Fitz following up onto the second support. Shanghai Dragons not having any healing produced as Void will be taken down. At the end of the day, this is how the map's laid out, Avril. That's the fight you have to win, because that's the one on the cusp of the objective being taken.
Absolutely. And with Who Are You not able to get too much done there, Iziaki pulled through the rally, and Seoul Dynasty will survive the Shanghai Dragons offense there with a couple meters to spare. Now as the payload moves backwards, that meterage does increase ever so slightly. We're about to head into Rampage territory once again. Smurf needs a good one. He has had some really unfortunate rampages so far over the course of both of our series, lower bracket and also the final here. Void has had better success in that region, and those will be the only two ultimates available.
Railgun charge holding.
Fitz keeps it live. So is Lip. 100 charging each. One in the chamber. Slide. Won't find it. Disrupt the shot into the fight.
Two-man hit.
Raw comes in. Looks at Stalker. Wants to move to the rest of his team. Smurf and Fitz are going to be removed here. Voids. Rampage coming in faster. Coming in clutch. Prophet gets one back. Lip takes out Vindame. This is a fight win for the Dragons though. Stalker can't do much here. They'll walk it in. Point C. Unlocked and ready for the taking.
And I just respect that Lip is so patient on the overclock, right? Not the overclock, but what he is also, but the railgun in particular. He has no rush to fire those off into the abyss. Waiting for the right targets, the right opportunities. And he's about to get this overclock in short order, hunting on the sides for any ult charge that he can find. Void carried that last fight. Rampage finds enough. Smurf still holds. Has a Rampage now for the C defense. 3 minutes 20 on board for the Shanghai Dragons. Still plenty of ground to push through before we get to the end of the map.
Shanghai Dragons are up in the rafters right now. They have the high ground advantage. Drops down to push the payload.
Stalker Blade as well. No support,
Could be a good
ultimates on
option for
Dragons.
them.
Both these ults should clear.
Tag Smurf. It's big. Sustain needed, but they're going to use that as the go button to walk forward. Rally comes out from Prophet. Lip's about to get the overclock online. He's taken out. Smurf has the Rampage ready to go. They're not going to need it. This is a fight win. Be economic here, Dynasty. You don't need to throw anything into the fire. Hold on to that blade. I swear to God, Stalker, remove the Q key. Don't do it.
He's got no reason to. He's going to go off the map here. Lijigon's kind of wasting his own time, so he won't give the kill over to Stalker. But he is going to delay his own death there. So we'll see if that time is going to be a factor as Shanghai Dragons down to 2:25 now. About a minute gone since we last checked in a very economical fight. Only the rally being put in by Prophet. Here comes Stalker now. Low HP. Stalker might just die. He does.
Straight into the carnage. There was an axe swing waiting for him as he got set up. Then the Rampage comes through. Lijigon's beat's going to try and deter that from Smurf. Overclock available for Lip. He doesn't need it. Pumped one into Fitz. Looks towards Vindame. The rest of his team's going to clean this one up. Outside the spawn room. Got a bit to go. Home stretch.
Final push.
2 minutes left. Vindame's beat against 3 Dragons ultimates.
And Void will get this Rampage up online as well. So the fight will go the distance. And this one beat, this one is a load-bearing sound barrier from Vindame. And if it doesn't work, the whole house will fall. Seoul Dynasty also have Fitz on the overclock as well. Fitz has been pretty important in this matchup so far. He can still get an opening pick that really changes things. So there's one play to save today for Seoul Dynasty. I am looking at Fitz.
He's done it a couple of times this series, particularly on Colosseo. Needs to be given the breathing room. Use the overclock. Good sightlines to abuse.
Shanghai waiting.
Dragons have the luxury of time. They have time. They don't need to. One in the chamber.
Oh, the knife.
Tags Lip, but it's not a kill. Rally to reinitiate. Vindame still has that beat. Still alive, but Who Are You's on cleanup. Pulls the blade, runs back to the team. Sound barrier used aggressively. And Who Are You's happy to take that challenge. The Rampage from Void comes in. No one can stop it. Stalker's alive. Fitz can grapple hook himself into another death if he wants to. But the Shanghai Dragons complete with 47 seconds left in the time bank.
And that's the sort of 1-2 punch play from Lip and Who Are You, right? Lip doesn't have to get the final blow. Tags Fitz with the rail shot, puts him onto 1 HP, and Who Are You will get the dunk. And that's enough for the Shanghai Dragons to get a player lead. Void with a 3-man rampage, and guess what? That's still 100% of the Seoul Dynasty members alive. 3 out of 3. No one can do a damn thing on the defense. And the Shanghai Dragons, with 47 seconds left on board, get themselves a cap. And I got a fun fact for you, Tread. We talked about this man a lot already. Let me drive home another statistic that will really blow your mind. Over the course of that entire offense for the Shanghai Dragons, capping all 3 points with 47 seconds left to spare, Lip has 0 deaths.
Unbelievable. Check his PC, and his mouse, and his brand of underwear. I want to know how this man plays Overwatch. I want to know how he gets away with being this darn good at the game. We'll get more evidence as Shanghai Dragons move on to the defense.
His brand of Overwatch is Bugatti. He just wears the entire vehicle around his groin. Yep. The whole car is his underwear.
Dragons defense, they're going to go for a close hold. Are you surprised? I wonder if the Seoul Dynasty will try and go for the Bastion tactics to break through. They're hovering the Symmetra, might go for the TP instead. We'll see what the options are. Go back to the Sojourn. They're going to try and do it natty.
Are you happy to see me, or is that an 8-liter W16 engine? I don't know. Let's find out. It is a vehicle map. It is a racing map. Circuit Royale out on board.
Fitz is down.
Yep, he just doesn't stop. He doesn't stop. That's what happens. We've got 8 gears.
Well, just shut down Prophet. As the Arky's also off the field. Void takes Stalker. The hold's still effective. They're back in the spawn room. They've done enough to keep it going. Fast spawns mean that they should be able to fight back quite easily. Void low. Smurf just as low. There's the cut through from Who to get back to safety. This is on the cusp of just being removed right now. There you go. Full hold broken. They will start getting the payload in motion.
Okay, important now. Seoul Dynasty only lost not even quite 1 minute there, so that's pretty important. Looking at Railgun ult charge for the overclock as well. Lip on 54, Fitz on 32. Here's another fun fact for you. The average time for an ultimate earn for Lip is 1:53. The average ult time for Fitz to earn the same overclock, 3 minutes 10.
Lapping
it's about a minute and 10,
lapping.
15 gap there. Again, that's the Bugatti Veyron in his pants doing the work.
Spitz finding that shot onto Lee gone. It's kind of huge, actually. Dynasty should be able to get point A off the back of that. Lee gone. They find another pick, that'll seal the deal.
He's got the respawn. He's a Lucio and he's got the respawn. There is another fight here still, so Fitz has done a really good job to deter the Shanghai Dragons. But with Lee gone back in now, this is where the real fight begins. Watch the blades coming through. Who Are You and Stalker both very close. Stalker leads by a fair margin. Lee gone and Vindane nearly on beats.
Void under pressure. Blade comes out from Who Are You. Stalker pulls it. Beats in answer. Who Are You's on the Junker Queen. He takes out Smurf. Void goes down to Smurf in that engagement as well. Doesn't look like Stalker found any kills. Might have exerted a lot of pressure onto the Dragons though. Still even, 4 apiece. No tanks online. Goes for the overclock shot instead. Won't find it. Lip trying to find Prophet. Puts up the shield. Legion takes out Stalker. Fitz uses their overclock now. They've caught up just in time. He immediately gets sent back round the corner because because Lip had 1 in the chamber to send him back.
130.
Denies the ultimate. Who Are You? Who Are You got it. 130 away from claiming the finals victory.
That's the thing, right? Dragons have match point. They're looking for the full hold now. Seoul Dynasty, they have to finish the map. It just feels like the path to victory to go to map 7 is so far away for the Seoul Dynasty. They need ultimates, they need something. Smurf and Void about to get the rampages online, but it's Iziaki that has to rally. No other supports have any ultimates, no other DPS have any ultimates. They had Lee gone down via Fitz's railgun before to actually get a 5v4, but they couldn't win a fight off that because Shanghai still had the respawns. Now, Fitz is going to have to pull that through again. He needs another pick. He's got the rail. Doesn't get the kill.
Step out the shadow, find the pick, make it winnable. Void finds Prophet with the carnage. Smurf's down low as well. They've got time for another fight, Apple, but they need to make this fast.
Oh, it's getting so tight. Void of the Rampage, Smurf on 89. We are not seeing any Prophet or Vindame ultimates coming online soon enough, and Shanghai Dragons are going to push even further forward. Who Are You wants this blade. He wants it badly. Stalker, he's so far away compared to Who Are You. And speaking of wanting, the Shanghai Dragons have been waiting for this victory for so long. They want this championship. 15 seconds.
Fitz Get the charge, Fitz. You can make this a 4v5 if your aim is true. Don't let Lip give you a kiss on the mouth.
Smurf's there. Lijigon and Vindane close to each other as well.
Lined
Remember,
up.
look at the players. Here comes Smurf. Coming
Finds
through. He
two.
catches only 2. Is it
Boy
enough?
can answer back though. He's going to go for it. It's Fuji. He finds 4 instead. Goes for the clutch back. Everyone's low. Dynasty have been deleted. The Dragons will wait no more. They continue to stand as kings of this meta. They will take Circuit Royale and claim themselves a stage final.
That's going to be it. As the last vestiges of the Seoul Dynasty fall, all challenge to the throne have been abated, and the House of the Dragons reigns supreme. The Shanghai Dragons are your 2022 Summer Showdown champions.
Another day in the office for the Dragons. It appears they're all up on their seats, giving each other rounds of hugs, celebrating this victory. You said, Avril, they've waited so long for it. They finally claim it in the final stage tournament of the year.
350
Dynasty, they were so close.
days. 350 days, Trid, since the Shanghai Dragons won the 2021 playoffs. It's been that long. And they haven't even been to a final since then. Missed out on Kickoff Clash. Missed out on Mid-Season Madness. A slow start to the year. They were bogged down by visas and quarantines and entry into Shanghai. They had internet issues. They couldn't get scrims going. They were late to preseason. Kickoff Clash still was a reasonable stage for the Mid-Season Madness. They were entirely missing. Who Are You comes back in for the Genji meta of all Genji metas in Jotes for Stage 3 in Summer Showdown. And finally, 350 days later from beating the Atlanta Reign, we have another championship online for the Shanghai Dragons, another title under their belt.
The Shanghai Dragons, they've played phenomenally. Like you said, you've given some praise over to Who Are You coming into the Genji meta, but for us, there was only one player of the match. It's Lip. It had to be Lip. Taking control of this series on so many occasions, creating so many 4v5s with the overclock, 4Ks in the fights. He's got an aim like nothing else, making a stake to be a candidate for MVP. Sojourn has been a fantastic hero for him to really show us his chops.
And that's the thing about Lip as well. The improvement was actually slow. He wasn't amazing on Sojourn to start with. He didn't really get to play it earlier on. They played the Soldier meta in Kickoff Clash, Mid-Season Madness, started to catch up, but it is a Summer Showdown that Lip proved that he is still top of the line, top shelf talent, elite tier MVP. He was literally Grand Finals MVP last year, and in everyone's minds, was also the runner-up for the MVP race behind Leave. Now we're going to give him the Finals MVP for Summer Showdown, the first title for Shanghai Dragons since the 2021 Playoffs Finals. And Lip, in my mind, currently, for my money's worth, is the best Sojourn because the value he brings to the table, does he have the shiniest stats? Doesn't have the greatest of the accuracy stats that we've seen. I don't know, compared to the damage and the overclock kills, etc. I don't know if he's number one there. I think we actually saw from the Billy broadcast when they brought up the Sojourn stats for Summer Showdown only, Lip was actually number one in a lot of categories, but when you talk about impact, this is the eye test, Shred, that I'm going to talk about here. This is something that you can't write down statistically. How many first bloods does Lip get? How many opening frags, how many just impact frags does he get to shut down key specific members in the time that he gets those to enable 5v4s to give his team the ability to win these fights? And even if he doesn't get the kill, even if it's not his name on the kill feed, Who Are You has the alley-oop, he gets the dunk off the layup from Lip to find that kill. So Lip's railgun value is still there even if it's not him getting the kill. That's why Lip is, in my mind, the best.
And again, it's not just Prophet as well. We saw on Dorado, he coordinates with Izayaki as well for a fast flail. Unbelievable coordination with his team. You've sung his praises. Couldn't have done it better myself, Avril. Lip takes player of the match for the finals. Shanghai Dragons claim their first stage finals as well. And that puts a close to the tournament. The final stage, if you will. We're looking ahead towards playoffs next. And it raises some questions. We know there are changes that are going to come into the meta. Jotes, supposedly, no longer going to be a thing as we look towards grand finals. Shanghai Dragons found success with this composition. The Dragons fans at home have got to be sat there longing and going, okay, whatever comes next, we need to keep the same power that we have right now, stay consistent in the power rankings, and make a good run for grand finals next round the corner.
And really all it comes down to is the fact that you have to peak at the right times. It doesn't matter that you got a slow start early on. It doesn't matter that some of these teams had a poor mid-season madness that will weigh on their minds heavily, I'm sure. That's something they want to get over, and the first step to getting over it is to do well in the Summer Showdown, win if you can. And by the way, Shanghai Dragons undefeated. They finally did drop maps. They dropped a total of 3 maps. Trid, 2 today, 1 versus Philly back in the regular season. Still got there. How many is it now? 28 maps. They still won. How many is it now? 6-0 in the qualifier, 3-0 here.
9-0.
What more do you want? You know, that's 9-0 total. They haven't lost a single match at all. They are without a doubt the kings of the Eastern region. And as we move forward to the Countdown Cup and future metas, I look forward to seeing how far the Dragons can go into playoffs. Can they get to another championship stage for a final? Can they go back-to-back just like the Shock? The right time to peak is right now, and that's where Dragons are at.
And they need to put the question to bed once and for all. Who's stronger, East or West? Right now, all the arguments are saying the West is stronger after mid-season madness. I think they want to come and clap back when it gets to the grand finals. Having Trid, this has been Avril. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to disappear for now, but you can come back later live from Toronto to see the finals of the Summer Showdown for the Western region.
Boston, as soon as they're low, the reaction time on Sparkle is insane. The blade generation is gonna be cracked. He's killed 4. Is Sparkle getting the ace?
Oh! That's a big one. But although he's leading the charge and he has a blade here, so although brings the building down, reinforcements are going to be on the way. Trying to dodge. What a hit! What a kill along the spire. That is absolutely ridiculous.
Blade for proper, nice deflect.
Look at him go!
Like 5 kills, just like that in a blink of an eye, quick team kill. As Mirror is tossing in the front line, a 4-man anti. Vancouver Titans are gonna wipe them off the map.
Comes full! Oh my! That is ungodly!
Whoa.
Another one! Absolutely demolished!
Ladies and gentlemen, the Overwatch League Summer Showdown continues right now. Welcome back to Watchpoint. Chris Puckett alongside my tuxedoed amigos. We have the great Custa, Johnny Reinforced Larson.
I'm too great.
And we're all here.
We're all great.
To party once again. The final day. And Custa, we're ready to crown some champions.
Oh yeah, we just crowned one in the East. That was exciting. We'll talk about that in just a second. But in the West, I'm just sleeping nervous. I slept nervous. I was tossing and turning the whole time for this maple syrup bottle that is just looking at me. It's staring into my soul.
For anyone who missed the first 3 days, you missed a lot. But the big takeaways, we've got a bottle of syrup on the line. If Dallas wins, Johnny's not drinking it. This guy is. If Shock wins, Johnny's chugging the log cabin. A lot to get into, so let's start right now as we jump in with the East here, fellas, because for anyone who couldn't stay up late last night, they missed a heck of a series. 2 of them, in fact. We had the East Showdown between Seoul and Philadelphia. And this was the 3rd time we saw these teams battle in just 8 days. Problem for me here, guys, we're getting the same result each time. It was Seoul winning this matchup and moving on to the grand finals. It's like we just keep seeing this over and over again. Was there anything different about this matchup, though?
No, not really. No. I wish I could tell you. Oh my God, the Philadelphia Fusion. The Philadelphia Fusion actually did come out strong in this first map. They were playing the right tempo. They were getting the right ultimate cycling, and honestly, Seoul Dynasty came out of the gates a little slow. But after this first map, the powerhouse of the Seoul Dynasty players really came to show, and I think Stalker had a really good match in this series, but really, I think the Philadelphia Fusion sort of got in their own head a little bit, especially with their support ultimates. I think they really struggled to understand how they were playing around it. They kept trying to go for these tempo beat type of plays, and what happened is they weren't getting the value from them, and that was opening the door for the ultimates of the Seoul Dynasty to be able to kick it down, especially with that Stalker blade. So Philadelphia Fusion fans, as much as it was a good result, they came 3rd considering where they came from in the regular, the qualifiers for this stage. It didn't feel like the Philadelphia Fusion fans should be that disappointed. They were good. Seoul Dynasty were the favorites heading into this.
You told us Philly was the dangerous team in the bracket, but the favorites were clearly Shanghai and Seoul Dynasty. I felt like this was a big win for the Dynasty because now you're coming off this 3-1 with some confidence in your rematch against Shanghai. Johnny, when you were looking at the Dynasty, though, I want to give a shout out to the Lucio, always setting up Stalker, a player you highlighted 2 days ago as one of the better Genjis in the East.
Absolutely. Stalker has had one heck of a tournament. I mean, this is a rookie who came into the league this year alongside Fitz and Profit. That's one of the most stacked damage duos in the entire league. But Stalker, he's made a name for himself. Not only playing the Sojourn earlier in the year, this time around it was the Genji, and it was one of the most pivotal heroes in the entire composition. His aggression, his ability to find value from these Dragon Blades, he's really making a name for himself, and he's now a mainstay in the Overwatch League. He's guaranteed to stay around for a long, long time. That's how good he's been this entire stage. So very impressed with Stalker's performance on the Seoul Dynasty.
And shout out to my man Big Vin on the Lucio, the Boops to finish the series as they were able to take push. Dynasty coming in with the number 2 seed, and they are able to power through that lower bracket. On to the Overwatch East Region Summer Showdown Grand Finals, though, fellas. This was the rematch we were promised, right? We came into the Winners Bracket Finals. It was Seoul. It was Shanghai. it was a fast 3-0. This time around, though, the rematch, Johnny, it's a best of 7, and we went the distance here.
Almost went the distance here. Shanghai Dragons, they only dropped 3 maps in total this entire stage. Wow. That's how good it is. And Seoul, 2 of those were in this very finals matchup. So you have to give credit to the Seoul Dynasty. Taking 2 maps in the finals against a very dominant Shanghai Dragons team, that's a feat in and of itself.
And Custa, they came in and they won this first game. That's what I thought was one of the most important parts. You get 3-0'd by Shanghai in the winner's bracket. Now you're starting to the finals with a control win.
Yeah, and they just came out warm. You could tell that they were ready. On the back of this profit brig that Johnny's been yelling about this whole time, there is absolute validity here. They were playing so up tempo, they were playing very fast, and they were able to catch the Dragons a little bit flat-footed, but the Dragons started to bounce back as it went on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Seoul Dynasty, they came out guns a-blazing, and Seoul played some of the best Overwatch they have, but then Midtown, our second map in the series, a full hold from the Shanghai Dragons. You can give praise to the Seoul Dynasty all you want, them coming up, looking alive, stalking in his performances, but Shanghai Dragons, they're just the better team, like overall. Honestly though, Seoul Dynasty, they prefer to sit back, find their moments. Shanghai Dragons, they're always in your face, they have superior positioning, they poke you down, they force commanding shout out of Smurf repeatedly, and Lip's ability to find picks on this Sojourn. They go up 2-1 in the series. We head over to Colosseo. Now, this was one of the best Colosseo maps I have ever seen. It was so close. Seoul Dynasty here in the lead, 63 meters. Well, I'll tell you what, we go into overtime, and Seoul, they get over 100 meters before Shanghai Dragons, they try to get it back in their own time. Wow. Fitz here, shutting down Who Are You twice consecutively, and his Dragon Blades.
Show it again!
Just ridiculous stuff from Fitz on the Seoul Dynasty. So we even out the series. We're 2-2 heading into Busan. And Seoul here, they're looking good, but they C9 in a very crucial round here in our 5th map. And after that, honestly, it was all Shanghai Dragons. Right? Seoul Dynasty, they looked boomed. Shanghai Dragons just coasting through Circuit Royale here, and they ended up winning the finals, full holding the Seoul Dynasty here on Circuit Royale. So Shanghai Dragons, one of the most dominant runs in honestly like league history throughout the stage, only dropping 3 maps, and I gotta say it. Look, Shanghai Dragons, they are the best team in the league right now. One of the best the best damage duo in the entire league. Ooh. And their ability to play this meta, I was massively impressed. Shanghai Dragons, the rightful winners of our Eastern region.
Hey, look how fired up they are, Cust, at the bottom of the screen. These guys are going crazy.
Guys,
when they win this
calm
stage.
down a bit. We got a double fist pump there from Lee J. Going, okay, guys, let's just pump the brakes. And you can tell this is a championship caliber team. They don't care about winning this stage. They have their eyes on the prize.
A little happy.
They're a little happy, but they're not like some teams that, you've seen the Gladiators, how much they popped off when they won those 2 stages. The Shanghai Dragons, they're looking at the end of the season. And if you're the teams in the West, you beat the East in the mid-season tournament. But the Shanghai Dragons, they look like they're back in a big way, and I'm really excited to see the next meta that we're going to enter into, because if Shanghai Dragons look comfortable in that meta, I think they are one of the favorites heading into the future of the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm just kind of bummed that humans do need to sleep and recharge, because the Dragons are popping off at night, and I'm only seeing the highlights in the morning. Gentlemen, though, we got to talk a little bit about the players, because Johnny, you've been hyping up Who Are You, his Genji play. We talked about the supports. We talked about Void on the tank. But when you're looking at the Dragons, there was one name and one man standing taller than the rest. Mr. Lip, the 6'8" warlord, is our player spotlight.
I mean, me and Costa, we have agreed throughout the weekend. This is the best hit scan player in the league, and Lip was a massive contributor to this finals win of the Shanghai Dragons. His accuracy with this railgun is honestly insane. Like, he's able to one-shot Fitz across the entire map. Look at this stuff. It's unbelievable, the stuff that Lip is able to do on this Sojourn, and it helped the Shanghai Dragons across that finish line. They have the best Genji in the league on Who Are You, and they have the best hit scan in the league on Lip. This damage duo is unstoppable.
Yeah. Number 1 in the league, that's saying a lot, cuz we're talking East and West.
Well, here's the thing, Parker. We've said this a lot throughout this season and said it about different players. But here's the thing. I actually agree with Johnny. He is undisputed the number 1 in the league right now, because we saw Shy in the mid-season madness hit this ridiculous high. But the thing that makes Lip great is he does it consistently at the highest level, putting out these performances all the time. This was his stats from the finals just today. And, you know, 9.3 final boys to only 3.8 deaths. He is just doing so much for this roster. And ever since he joined them, he has just been at a completely different level than anyone expected him to be. He was the runner-up in 2021 for the MVP, according to most people. And if Shanghai Dragons were better this season as a whole and they didn't start throwing the kickoff clash, he would be right up there once again.
Shanghai Dragons coming alive at the right time in this event. They're going to be our Stage 3 champions, the Summer Showdown champions, and they're looking pretty prime for the future. Let's take a look here, guys, at our bigger bracket and kind of a larger picture of the Shanghai Dragon squad, because you mentioned it. A slow start, but they cruise through this tournament. 3 map losses total. That's ridiculous.
It's just a completely upgraded Dragons team. As I said, they struggled earlier in the kickoff clash due to not having enough practice heading into it, but we always knew the caliber of players were there. The talent was there, as Matt loves to say, and they've hit back into this first level, and now they're already high seeded. They have been winning matches in the regular season, so it's not like they have to play for that seeding. They're going to be right there, and I actually think that they are favored over Seoul Dynasty, and I prefer them moving forward.
Ooh, okay, taking a look at the standings, they're currently ahead of Seoul. Are they the team to beat to close out the year here, Johnny? This is how we're shaping up in the East.
We don't know where we're going next with our meta, but looking at the roster overall, I mean, you have so many fantastic players on this team. Void as your tank player, you have Faith on the bench. And if you look at the standings, they're 1 regular season match win over the Seoul Dynasty. Those league points are added up, of course, and Shanghai Dragons are number 1. But you can also see the middle of the pack there, Hangzhou and Philly. They're tied in league points for that 3rd and final playoff spot. Going into our final stage here of the 2022 season, every match is going to matter.
Well, Custon just told me before the show, look out for the Valiant. They're on the come-up bucket. It's never too late.
The
for
Valiant,
my favorite team of all time.
It's not 2019 anymore, bucket.
Gentlemen, the East is in the books, but the West bracket is ready to go with 2 more matches to play. But before we get to that, we wanted to give a dap to the defeated, some appreciation to the eliminated. We're handing out consolation prizes when we return. Welcome back to Watchpoint. It's plugging alongside the ambiguously denim duo. We got Custo, we got Reinforce, and 3 teams remain here in the Western Summer Showdown tournament. They're all looking to capture that ultimate prize, gentlemen, of being crowned our Summer Showdown champions, taking home the big money and also the tournament points. But 5 teams have already been sent home. The good news is, they're not all leaving empty-handed. Some of them are about to catch a silver lining as we huff and puff some hopium in our consolation prizes.
Participation awards.
Yes! Consolation time in the East. It seemed it was going to come down to Seoul versus Shanghai since the beginning of that stage. But there is a team who made some waves in the qualifier that could set themselves up to salvage a season. Tell me a little bit about the Guangzhou Charge, and I don't want Custa to tell me about them today. It's your turn, Johnny.
Okay, Johnny,
You've talked enough about Jimmy, all right?
Okay.
No more Jimmy talk.
Your turn.
There are other players on this franchise, and I want to highlight them, all right? Because they're pretty damn good themselves. Guangzhou Charge going into the stage, of course, they have struggled so much.
We'll talk about Jimmy after the Jimmy highlights, Johnny.
I told you to get... No, I'm kidding. Jimmy, of course, he's been guns a-blazing so far this stage. And look, they had Aprita coming into this stage, who coming into this year was like, oh, Aprita's going to be one of the best hit-scan rookies. So Jimmy's ability to straight up replace Aprita's spot in the lineup is a testament to how well Jimmy has performed. But besides Jimmy, there are other great players on this team. For example, Cernias, formerly known as Ivalta, was part of the Chengdu Hunters last year when they qualified for the playoffs. Krong, I mean, this guy is a state champion in 2020, mind you, and it's been a long time coming for him to really get things going here again. Choice1, one of my favorite rookies going into last year, where he really excelled at the Genji in contenders. And now, this is the first Genji meta we've had where Choice1 has had the ability to really showcase what he's all about. So, Guangzhou Charge, this team is finally coming together. As you can see, the first couple of stages, they started this season 1-11! And it was not until the Summer Showdown where they qualified 4-2, which is a really good record. And competing with LA Valiant in the lower part of our Eastern standings, the Guangzhou Charge are now setting themselves up for that final playing spot in the Eastern region.
And as we take a look at some of the standings here, the Charge very much still in the running. They hold that 6th spot. Are they safe there, Custa?
Oh, the LA Valiant is the definition of a dark horse team. They could be very good and they could go 6-0 in the next stage. It's very unlikely. If you're the Charge, it's just about getting a couple of match wins. Stay above that red line because as you can see, 4 to 6, they're all going to be playing for one spot. You need to be there if you want to be in the running.
I love these bubble teams, and the Charge are going to be looking to ride that momentum into the final stage this season over in the East. But I want to show some love to a West squad. They go by the name of the Florida Mayhem. They wear pink, and the Mayhem were causing chaos. With the 8th seed, they came in. They didn't play the normal flexes. They got a little bit weird here in the Summer Showdown. And now at the end of it, you have to think the Mayhem are a stronger team leaving Toronto than they were when they flew in.
Yeah, and I think that they started to believe in themselves and buy into the system a little bit. At the start of the stage, they were playing a lot of wacky things. They weren't really sort of content with trying to take the upfront meta. And I think as time went on, they just started to believe in themselves a little bit. Pulling Hydron in over Exi on that hit scan on the Sojin. Hydron said, when we play as a unit, when we're more trying to play as a cohesive group rather than just sit back and shoot, he likes to be the one to play that style, and he really stepped up in this tournament. And I talked about it a little bit yesterday. Checkmate has been having live game after live game as he has continued to impress us on that flex DPS role. People were surprised when the Mayhem decided to retain him, but he is just proving time and time again that he deserves to be in this league.
Do people who don't watch Plat Chat know what live game is?
No. If you don't know what it is,
it's a Brennism. Yeah. Check out Plat Chat.
Oh, I thought you were playing for your life.
Free plug here, guys.
What's going on?
Free plug. Johnny, we got to talk a little bit about the guy who, he played Zenyatta in the qualifiers. This weekend we see a lot less Zen and a whole lot more Lucio. How has Sermajed been transferring to this new hero?
I mean, he's improved massively, and yes, the hero damage and the healing done is slightly higher than in the qualifiers. The big stat here, though, is the amount of deaths he has per 10 minutes. He has massively improved the way he's able to stay alive for this team, and no surprise, if you stay alive longer, you're able to heal your teammates more, and you're able to provide more sound barriers. No, but really though, Sermajed, he was not supposed to play Lucio in this match at all. In Florida Mayhem, they have Anamo on the roster, who's been in the league for so many years now. So Sermajed coming in and replacing Anamo in that Lucio role and improving massively, that was a big boon for the Florida Mayhem that allowed them to go from number 8 seed going into the tournament to gaining that top 4 spot. So Sermajed, I gotta give you all the props. He's improved really well.
I don't know if it was his play in-game or the fact that he was actually joining them on stage, but definitely a stronger team once Sermajed was there with the whole squad on the stage. Florida making some big moves in this tournament, and they earned themselves a bonus league point. These league points, pretty serious business here, Costa, because they need them if they want to make a run going into the Countdown Cup.
Yeah, and every point matters. These teams, especially at the bottom end, we're looking at them time and time again. Other teams like that as well. Vancouver Titans, another team that need these league points, and another team that I want to give a consolation prize to as well.
Vancouver Titans earn your consolation prize. Did not see this one coming.
The train!
Yeah, the train is here somewhere. No, I think it's fallen off. August 14th, this train has gone a long way ever since August 14th. They ended up 3-3 with a 50% win rate in this stage. And that doesn't seem that impressive, but if you look at the kickoff clash, you look at the mid-season madness, they've come a really long way. And I want to give massive props to the team and the roster for making the right changes.
Okay.
Last season, they almost went winless throughout it, and they didn't make changes. They were just sort of hoping it would turn around. This season is different. They added Mira back in May, and then in June, they dropped Psycho, they dropped Flubby, and Pew recognizing that what they were doing was not working. And then with the addition of Deepay, he's brought a lot of cohesiveness to this roster, and a lot of people question him when he did make this shockwave drop, saying, he is one of the most talented players on your roster.
Yeah.
He didn't agree with that. He signed King, a rookie player not many people were planning on looking at, and King has performed very well in this tournament throughout this entire stage, and the Vancouver Titans on the up and up.
You ready for the hot seat? Oh, I do it to people. What was a bigger change, swapping out your players in the starting lineup or swapping out your coaches?
I think the coaches has been the biggest influence, because it's not just how the players of mechanical skill. He had Mira, a player that didn't really know how to fit him in. He put him on that Junker Queen role. Deepay recognized the strengths of him as a player and has done a great job of just pulling this unit back to a winnable scenario and bringing belief back into this team.
Well, we got to take a look at our yearly standings now for Vancouver because, yeah, as you mentioned it, stage 1 and 2, 0-6 is not so pretty. Now you got 3 wins, and that's surprisingly good enough for 11th place on this graphic. Tell me about the future of Vancouver here, Costa.
And that's the thing. This is before the league point has been added for this stage because we have not finished this stage just yet. So Vancouver is actually going to be at 4 league points, only 2 behind the Boston Uprising, a team that just lost their head coach as well. So they are running them down. But then you also look at 5 to 8. They're all trying to get into those lock-in playoff spots. Sorry. There's 2 spots for 4 teams. Everything to play for. Every match matters.
And as you can see on that left side, we still have our number 1, our number 3, and our number 6 seeds still in the tournament, gunning for that top spot in the bonus league points. That is still to come with Toronto taking the stage in just a moment. The fans are happy inside, and you're about to get even happier because I'm hooking you up with some fresh skins. Happy Genji is now on sale. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to pull out a blade with no shirt on, simply rock the Happy Genji for 200 league tokens. The Summer Showdown legendary skin is sure to put a smile on everybody's face.
Look at me. I want to look like that. Then I can feed on Genji with my shirt off.
Those muscles remind us.
I'm doing it tonight, guys. All right, we got to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're breaking down everything that remains in the West, kicking off with San Francisco Shock in Toronto after the break. Welcome back to Watchpoint. It's the final day of the Summer Showdown, live from Toronto. Chris Puckett alongside the denim duo of Custa and Reinforced. Gentlemen,
So
2 matches remain, and it's the Shock who have to battle from the lower bracket after losing to the Dallas Fuel. Meanwhile, we got Toronto. Yeah, that Toronto Defiant with their career highest placement, gunning for their first ever finals appearance.
All right, come on. You know, San Francisco Shock, look at me, okay? You lost to Dallas yesterday, and I went through a heart attack. It was stressful. I cannot chug this maple syrup, okay? I have to do this twice. Let's get this clean 3-0 right out of the way.
Okay, so who is going to be the key to keeping the diabetes out of your body? How do you avoid this syrup today, Custa?
Okay, Kaluj, I need this, okay? I understand yesterday you had a hard match. You know, you are a great player. I've talked about him improving in this tournament. Look, in day 1 and 2, he's putting up great numbers. But yesterday against the Dallas Fuel, they isolated him. They punished him for being in that front line. He needs to find a way to adapt, not just for this Toronto match, but going into the match against Dallas. Dallas have his number. He needs to go back to the drawing board and find a way to sort of help his team get the win.
You know, we were saying earlier that Dallas railgunned the Shock here with the 3-0, Johnny. But when we look at the Shock, they did have one player who was consistently throwing up numbers. We talked about him about 42 times on this weekend. I think we should do it a 43rd time.
Oh, yeah.
Proper, yeah?
Here we go. You know, make your notes here. Here's the usual proper point. We always talk about proper, of course. You know, I really do think that sometimes the San Francisco Shock, they're a social experiment seeing how much one single player can carry a team. Because Proper, he just lights out repeatedly. And look, I'm not flaming the rest of the team here, but come on, Proper. Proper is doing his job. Just look at the stats on Genji, on Legion Tower yesterday against the Dallas Fuel. 20 final blows in one map, only 6 deaths. That's about 3 final blows per one. So this is the only Shock player with more than 8 final blows on that map as well. So you know, look at this guy. He's doing his job, Costa.
It's not even just that. You think, oh, that's great on Lijiang Tower. Then we went over to Hollywood, another map that they lost, and he went 26 final blows with only 8 deaths. Only Shock player with more than 9 final blows. Proper is doing his job. We always talk about how he's the integral player, but the other players on the team need to step up as well.
Question, is it the Shock doing what someone on Reddit said last night and giving Proper too much of the team's resources and maybe not helping out the other 3 or other 4?
I think that's a completely valid argument of maybe, I just highlighted Kalush, maybe they're putting too many brig packs into Proper to help him pop off and not giving enough support to Kalush. Absolutely, they need to go back to the drawing board and not just go, Proper, go kill 5, here's all of our resources.
That's one of my favorite excuses.
Yeah.
Hey, give me the resources, guys. Come on now. I need some armor packs. Feed me.
I didn't get the heals. It's not my fault. All right, it's always the tank's fault. Sorry, Kalush. We got to talk a little bit about the other side of this because the Shock, yes, you're coming in angry. You got 3-0'd by Dallas Fuel. Toronto, they're ecstatic to be here on a championship Sunday, and I want to know, what gives you more of an edge here, Custa? Playing angry or playing with the crowd and positive energy?
Playing with the positive energy. Having that roar every time you do anything just electrifies you. It sends you to that next level, and they played off of that yesterday. Need to do it again today.
The guy fired up at the end of their wins was Twilight John. The veteran is showing up in a big way for this Canadian lineup. What are your expectations today?
I'm expecting great things from Twilight. Look, people don't give Toronto Defiant credit. They're like, well, they've never really done anything. Twilight is an Overwatch League champion. So what are we doing here? Twilight can definitely come into this lobby. If you look at his team history, he was part of the legendary Vancouver Titans lineup in 2019, and then he went over to the San Francisco Shock, won a league title with that San Francisco Shock team. So joining the Toronto Defiant going into this year. Maybe there's a bit of a revenge matchup there for Twilight. He's looking forward to beat his old team. He is a world star caliber flex support player, so I'm expecting great things from Twilight in this matchup, especially going up against Finn Costa.
I know you love the Brigitte, Johnny, so I wanted to get some Brigitte highlights for you. I also have some numbers here because today it's Twilight versus Finn, a little rivalry going down.
Yeah, and Finn is a player that we've been very hot and cold on. He's a very talented player, but heading over to that Brig role, his numbers don't cut the mustard. He is just a little bit too much deaths. He's not really offering as much in the damage department, and you can see Twilight has the edge. For Finn, if you're taking that personally, you're taking Twilight's role right here. You got to step up to prove that you deserve this spot.
So if there is a weakness in the Shocks game, the numbers will tell you it comes to that Brigitte role and maybe the tanks. Just, setting the table up here for a long series, ladies and gentlemen. We got to wrap things up here pretty soon on Watchpoint, but a lot more games to play, and we need to get the official predictions before we get into it. So first match of the day, you know where I'm going, baby. It's all Toronto Defiant. Let's go!
I love it.
That is ridiculous. What is there any hard-hitting analysis, or is it just they're bringing it home for the boys up north?
Did you see how good-looking Twilight was last night at the end of that win? There was not an ounce of sweat on the man. He looked powdered and ready to go for another 24 hours. The veteran leads the youngsters to a title in Toronto. It happens right now. This is Watchpoint. Enjoy the Summer Showdown.
Proper! Come on!
Boston, as soon as they're low, the reaction time on Sparkle is insane. The blade generation is gonna be cracked. He's killed 4. Is Sparkle getting the ace?
Oh! That's a big one. But although he's leading the charge and he has a blade here, so although brings the building down, reinforcements are going to be on the way. Try to dodge. What a hit! What a kill along the spire. That is absolutely ridiculous.
Blade for proper, nice deflect. Look at him go! Like 5 kills, just like that in a blink of an eye, quick team kill. As Mirror is tossing in the front line, a 4-man anti. Vancouver Titans are gonna wipe them off the map.
Comes full. Oh my! That is ungodly. Another one, absolutely demolished.
What's up, Dorado? Make some noise! We are coming to you live from Mattamy Athletic Center for the final day of Summer Showdown, and we are in store for an epic finale. We started this weekend with 8 teams, but now only 3 remain. The number 1 seed Dallas Fuel have been on fire all stage, coming off a 3-0 sweep against the San Francisco Shock, and they now wait to see who they will face off against later tonight. Which brings us to our first match of the day, the San Francisco Shock versus Toronto Defiant. Will the Shock conquer Canada and take down the hometown heroes? Or will Defiant rise together, and defend Toronto? All those questions will be answered right now, which means, are you guys ready to get this show started or what? Toronto, I'm gonna be honest, I know you guys could do better than that. One more time, I said, are you ready? Thank you guys very much. Let's send things over to our casters. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Jaws and Necro.
Thank you very much, Danny. A big warm welcome. Championship Sunday has finally arrived. Toronto looking to complete that lower bracket run. Only one more win stands in their way of making it to the next game, and the Dallas Fuel are waiting for them. But they have to conquer the Shock first, which is no mean feat most of the time. Can the San Francisco Shock redeem themselves against the Dallas Fuel a little later on? Well, like Danny said, those questions will have answers in just a moment.
Toronto Defiant have had an incredible lower bracket run so far. They have beaten 2 incredibly strong opponents. They do have that one more in the way. And Shock yesterday, their match versus the Fuel, while it was a 3-0, it was still pretty close. And we've seen how San Francisco Shock have this ability to bounce back. But is a second loss versus the Fuel? I mean, they snapped their winning streak. Where's their mental right now? The crowd is behind Toronto Defiant. So that could be the buff that the Defiant need to take down this behemoth of a team.
The crowd certainly thinks so, that is for sure. Look, the Shock had a pretty easy run, okay? Their schedule looked pretty easy coming into this. Was it a surprise that the Dallas Fuel took them down? And will Toronto Defiant do the same thing? I mean, Shock got beaten 3-0 yesterday. Like,
That's
come on
true.
now.
That's true.
Toronto Defiant did have some slugfest of games. Like, they almost lost it at the final hurdle, but like...
Hang on, though.
Okay,
Hang on.
okay.
It was fan service.
Okay,
that was
true.
all fan service right there. Toronto
Some
Defiant.
extra games, some extra
yeah,
games.
get some extra maps in there just to make sure that the fans are having a good time here in the arena.
Yeah, okay, I can believe that. They want to put on a show, that's for sure. I mean, look, the Toronto Defiant, yeah, they got the home, like the home advantage, right? The home crowd buff. But at the San Francisco Shock, you can't really underestimate them.
No.
They're still the Shock, for crying out loud. Like Collusion proper, we saw from the highlights earlier on, even if the rest of the Shock are maybe pushed by the wayside a little bit by the Dallas Fuel, proper's still coming up with some crazy clips and some crazy carry performances too. Can, although, match him in the Genji 1v1? That is going to be the big question, I think, on our lips.
Yep.
I think we better bring them on stage, though. You know him, you love him. It's the San Francisco Shock. All right, maybe not as much love there for the San Francisco Shock. Of course, Kalush fam still in the audience, so it's all good.
Chat still likes them.
True.
It's true. And they got both sides of the equation here for sure. But it is a little bit tough as the away team, I guess the home team in this case, but the away team, the visiting team, when you've got such an incredible crowd in the arena, you know? You've got to make sure that you've got that mental there. And I feel like Shock, they're the type of team that actually kind of revel in those moments. They do relish that energy that is kind of against them, and they will fight back.
Yeah, it's about stepping up to the Toronto Defiant. Look, Proper's kind of crazy, right? But can you take down the back line of the Toronto Defiant? Shoring and Twilight looking pretty clean too. They had a hell of a performance yesterday. I mean, all those hitting people with the Ajaxes, like, that guy's blades are insane. Like, Proper maybe MVP level, but although wants to challenge him there, I think we better bring him out, though. The crowd wants to see him. Please welcome the Toronto Defiant. There's one more opponent standing in their way. Give it up for the Toronto Defiant. They take down the Shock. They advance to the finals here at the Summer Showdown. It's going to be tough. The crowd's got their back, though, and a lot of people have too at home, I can imagine. I think they're definitely a team that's had an unbelievable rebound from seasons previous. We've got so many superstar players on the roster, and a lot of players too that have come up, like Choron, for example. His main support player has been Sublime, came from O2 Blast, where a lot of crazy players have come from recently. Proper example, for a good example. But I mean, you've got veterans, you've got rookies, and this is the moment they've really all been waiting for. They came in as the 4th seed. They now go against the 2nd in the Shock, and maybe even the 1st, the Dallas Fuel, later on.
I remember seeing some talk on social media from some of the quotes from these players that they love the fan energy. It's been giving them so much confidence going into these matches. And so you know they're going to be hearing it today. They're going to be seeing the cheers in the crowd for every big play that they make. And they've had some big ones, Jack. Looking at the lower finals yesterday that we've been able to see just their run so far is that you know, Twilight getting that huge pick onto Merit, that big surprise versus the Houston Outlaws. But then Hisu and Aldo having some of the best matches of their life. And of course, you can't forget Hotva too, that has had some huge rampages just right down the middle of teams.
Who couldn't be a fan of Hotva? Wouldn't be me, that is for sure.
You have a Hotva fact for us?
I should have prepared one, really. Maybe I'll give one to Mitch for the finals.
There you go, yeah.
All right, the players are taken to the stage. They're getting set up. They're already warmed up, that is for sure. And it's going to get pretty hot in here too. Crowd's giving them the energy already. Look, the San Francisco Shock, Kilo and Proper, have been just powerhouses for the Shock over the course of the season. Proper and Aldo and Hisu versus Kilo. Two very different playstyles too in the way Kilo plays. Hisu plays a little bit more passive passive Hisu. Wants to play the Ashe, sit all the way at the back, but his ability to peel for himself is just extraordinary, which allows Chorong and Twilight to just go, well, why would you go to the back line? It's all good. Like, Chorong's fragging ability on the Lucio is just incredible.
Yeah, Chorong has had an incredibly aggressive style of Lucio, being able to get up and personal in the faces of their opponents. And so you'll see that his damage stats are actually very high for Lucios that we have seen in this stage of the tournament. But, you know, it's going to be a tough one when you've also got Violet on the other side.
Map number 1. We're jumping into the game right now. We don't want to wait any longer. It is Nepal, Toronto Defiant versus the San Francisco Shock. It's first to 3 for a place in the finals later on today.
Got Nepal coming up as our first match of the series. And this is actually the first time that we're going to see Nepal in our series in the West. We actually just saw it this morning in the APAC Summer Showdown, but it's all time to see what's going to happen. This was San Francisco Shock's pick, so maybe they've got some spice that they have been working on to be able to play this match, because as it stands, both of these teams have actually only played Nepal once in this stage as it has re-entered into the map pool. San Francisco Shock actually taking a loss with Toronto Defiant, getting a win on this map, but still not a large sample size to really go off of. And especially when we know that San Francisco Shock really like to go for this symmetric teleporter strat with Kilo and then have him switch back over to some type of hit scan. We're gonna have to see them meet in the middle.
All right, round 1, map 1. Let's get it. Yep, Hisu and Kilo, very different picks. Got to watch out though, like you said, Rose. Chorong's ability to get aggressive is something that maybe Kilo or any of the San Francisco Shock should fear. Taking a aggressive angle here if you're the Toronto Defiant is good. Hisu gets so much more space on the Ashe. The dynamites on this map are pretty devastating because there's not many places you can kind of hold that are behind cover. The point is so open. As you see, it's unlocked. And although it's the 1-2 contest. Oh no! Finn just hits Hotba with a whip shot to start off the fight. Looked like Finn was just hiding around the corner then, waiting for Hotba to make a move, and they do just that, and Chorong also falls. Toronto Defiant end up losing their tank and their Lucio player as the Shock cap first.
Toronto Defiant playing a little bit split up there, but especially when you've got Hisu that can play as an individual unit, you can really allow him to play a little bit more in solitude. As you look at how the Shock are going to approach this point, you will start to see them split up, and that's really where Toronto Defiant can take advantage as they start isolating targets as well. But Hisu has to be careful because that deflect on the side of Proper could send a lot of these shots back to him when they hit true, but not that one.
Can't heal that. Can't heal that either. Although in Hisu finding a couple of kills, there it is. That's what the crowd want to see, Toronto. Little team kill there on the Shock and a point flip for Toronto Defiant.
Shock did walk away with 30%, but Defiant are going to be able to match that pretty easily. And look how much value Hisu has been getting so far with those dynamites. No matter how the Shock decide to approach this point, they are going to be running into some type of dynamite, some type of big damage, when although also just kind of looking to deflect. Hoppa's already there. Chorong has already taken one down.
Kilo dead. Shock a little bit in shambles as Hisu finds the skull of Violet. The San Francisco Shock pushed all the way back to spawn.
Hisu right now doubling the damage output and then some of his opposite in Kilo. Same with Although, double the damage currently. You can see it in the ult charge rows. Bob and Blade up for Defiant.
Exactly, but it's not only just that too, they've got the sustainability. Chorong and Twilight are gonna have those support ultimates online too. Hoppa, once again, Defiant, they're trying to set up for the same type of play that they made before. Are Shock gonna fall?
Bit of a split push there from the San Francisco Shock. It's met with a Blade of Although. Although Shock do end up using that beat, as now Defiant want to push a little bit quicker as they use that rally. The San Francisco Shock don't really have a ton of time. It's 70% on the board, as Although is trying to find an angle where he can get behind the San Francisco Shock. A good amount of dynamite damages. Hisu holds on to that Bob. He lets it loose. Bob's charging straight to the backline of San Francisco Shock as Chorong finds a boot kill onto Kilo. They surge forward with that beat, and the Shock don't know what hit him. The Toronto Defiant now putting Shock in final fight territory. A rampage, a desperation one at that from Kaluge. It hits 3, but Toronto is standing Defiant on this first round. And even spawn camping now. They know the Shock have to touch.
Yeah, and they don't really have those sustainability ults anymore. The Rampage!
Rampage from Hopper, sending Shock reeling all the way back to spawn, and no one can touch. Toronto Defiant taking round number 1.
Look at that, even the spawn door is closing on the Shock right there. No one else could be able to come out of that one. But Defiant with a nice, clean round number 1. I love the examples that you can see too of Chorong's aggressiveness, where he is going to be wall riding, trying to get behind the shield of Finn and getting those headshots from behind him. Can't really move the shield up to be able to protect you that way. But we've got to take a look at this replay, because look at how far Chorong is up in the skybox and gets a massive boop onto Kilo, just completely removing that damage from the side of the Shock.
Highlighted him earlier. He's a standout main support in this meta. You've got to know when to be aggressive, when to be defensive, help Twilight out. But Chorong, with almost a perfect mix of both, is something that Violet's been doing pretty well on the Lucio too, mind you. Give Shock a little props there. All right. Next round. Very different starts from both Defiant and the Shock. They do end up on opposite sides of the map rather than clashing head to head.
Well, that Symmetric Teleporter was able to get the Shock to the point first, but the rotation that Defiant took to go to the high ground, they're going to be able to save a lot of those important cooldowns for this first fight.
Kilo going pretty low already. Takes a headshot from Hisu again. Hisu winning this 1v1 handily. The San Francisco Shock just wiped. An unbelievably quick team kill from Defiant. That's exactly how round 1 started out. They're going to continue this.
I mean, now they get to play a little bit more aggressive too. Look at the sight lines that Hisu is able to get onto the Shock. Shock's gonna have to take this route through the building to try to negate some of the damage that will be coming their way, but the rotation from the Defiant means that they're going to have this space to work with, so they can just shoot at the Shock.
Oh, nice little knife there from Hopper. A little bit of chunk damage, didn't pull anybody in. As the San Francisco Shock trying to make their second push. Although he's been farming this Blade, something crazy. He's on 80% already. Popper's pretty low, in fact, in the back. He's got a dash and no reflect. He does dash back to the rest of his team as Finn is there to save him with a whip shot and a pack. Although also pretty low, still farming that Blade. He is 50% ahead of Proper right now in terms of Blade charge, and Chorong has the beat online. 2 ultimates for the Toronto Defiant, just against the singular for the San Francisco Shock. There's both beats coming out, as Although just hangs onto that Blade. Hisu didn't receive any of that beat, but it might not need it. Although pops the Blade, dashes straight towards Finn as Hopper finishes him off. Although gets a reset and goes straight for Kaluge. He's so low. But all the meanwhile, this is actually turning out to be a trade. Hisu and Hopper are dead. Shock might be able to come back into this one with Kilo finding a couple of kills off onto the side. Although, and Hopper tried to make a play, but although he's still holding down the fort, the early rally from Twilight is going to keep them on the point in control as the San Francisco Shock struggle to make any space.
All of those plays were flashy, but I've got to give that credit to Twilight right there. And this is what the Defiant are known for. You can look back to their matches in the Summer Showdown. They love playing when their backs are against the wall with members down and still winning those team fights.
There's the rally from Finn. The Bob's going to come out, try and chunk some of that overhealth away. Had Disruptor shots doing a fair bit of damage to the Toronto Defiant, but They should be good as they now move forward, try and make an opening. Proper's going pretty low. He's got some damage down, but no kills just yet. You see, although they're standing in front of his teammate trying to get the deflection, so Proper can't get any damage done. Overtime is here as the Toronto Defiant try and just hold on to this point. A rampage from Hopper in a 4v5. An equally good rampage though from Kaluge. It hits although Hopper and Chorong as they are bleeding to death, but Kilo's been taken out. Toronto Defiant still standing firm on the point, but the Shock do manage to find the flip. They were just inching closer, chunking out Hopper is going to be the name of the game right now. But Finn actually ends up going down. Toronto Defiant are keeping themselves in this fight. The Shock are going to do the same thing by using that beat.
Oh, so scrappy. Violet goes down. Where was the beat?
No beat. Violet's beat just disappearing. Hisu takes care of two, although Cake can go proper. 99% for the Toronto Defiants. They keep themselves in this fight somehow, some way. And they take the first map from the Shock. Toronto Defiant. What an unbelievable start. So quick, so decisive. The Shock only controlled the point for mere moments. And Toronto always willing to fight those 4-on-5s, 3-on-5s.
Nepal
What a fantastic start.
Was Shock's choice, but it looked like it was a bit of a mistake. Toronto, of course, with that win earlier on in the Summer Showdown qualifiers, really came with the experience today to be able to play this out.
They're one map up, Toronto. Only a couple more to go. San Francisco Shock, we'll see how they want to come back. It's their map choice after this.
getting the win is everything.
It's going to be a banger of a series.
One of these teams is going to be taking the first loss. Ashe for Ashe, Genji for Genji, Brigham Lucio for Brigham Lucio, and of course, Junker Queen for Junker Queen. But the Rampage comes in, it catches almost every single member of the team. That wasn't a recontest, that was a massacre. FT God drops the B and it gets cancelled. The boop. And then it's a shooting gallery for Shockwave, being able to try and find that bar. Nanoburst now comes, doesn't even need bar.
Mercy midair, what can't this man do? Xrath is going off right now, but he gets slept again from Xrath. Once again, Moxie. Definitely a star and a player in contenders. Shockwave finds Dala. Shockwave finds Sana, so that's already 2 on the Graffin as well. 3, make it 4. Why not, Shockwave? Show how good you are, buddy. And Yazan can't find him. Then no, he gets killed by Psycho. That's popping a blade. Yoko is going to go down to the jagged blade of Twalls. Face Twisted Minds weren't ready for, but they still pop the rally. I think they're going to win this fight. But Yoko! And of course, he hits us with the emote as well.
We're here live in Toronto for the losers finals. Toronto Defiant and the San Francisco Shock. Winner here goes on to the finals later on today to face the Dallas Fuel. What a quick first map that was, Rose. Nepal 2-0 for the Toronto Defiant.
And it wasn't close. That wasn't close at all. Toronto, are you ready for this? Toronto crushed the Shock. 28 kills to 9 final blows on Nepal and almost 8.6 damage difference over them too. Huge testament to how fast Toronto Defiant were playing. Really weren't giving San Francisco Shock a chance to set up either, because you could see the aggression, how close to spawn they really were pushing for these fights.
Yeah, 8,500 damage difference is
ridiculous.
Unbelievable. Yeah, he's just finding a lot of value, same with Although right now. Shocks can still come back though, don't forget. This is their map choice. So we are going to Hollywood. To be fair, which is a good map for Ashe. We'll see if San Francisco Shock want to kind of stray that way, or they're happy with just Kilo on the Sojourn. We've seen what Twilight can do on this map. We saw it in the highlights earlier on today. Him just camping in the like the security cam room on first, and then flanking the entire team and killing the Ashe. That's not normally, really. Let's be real with ourselves here. You don't normally see Briggs just flanking, getting solo kills like that. I don't think it will happen to the Shock. I mean, let's be real with ourselves. Violet and Twilight go in that head-to-head. Like, Violet's going to be at the back rather fast, just booping Twilight away. No funny business here. You can't. Any slip-up can cost you a whole bunch, especially on a hybrid map too. We've seen a couple of first holds throughout the qualifiers. Hollywood, I think, is rather a fickle one.
We've seen both of these teams, though, take a little bit of an interesting approach when it comes to what you're going to do on that hit scan. It looks like San Francisco Shock feel very comfortable on hybrid defense, actually going with the Sojourn pick here. And yeah, look at that stat card at the bottom.
That is crazy. The Shock have never lost to Defiant. 8-0 in matches against Toronto of all time. So this could be Toronto's first ever win as a franchise against the San Francisco Shock.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of this is going to depend on how Toronto Defiant decide to play along these longer sight lines that Kilo is going to be able to get. Kilo, especially when the Defiant are playing as aggressive as they are, will have time to build up those railgun shots. But when Toronto Defiant are looking to play this aggressive game, they're going to be rushing out of the doors with that speed boost from Chorong, that commanding shout from Hoppa, and Hisu, of course, looking to make quick work of the back line with Aldo. San Francisco Shock already running for the hills a little bit, having to back up and give some space over to the Defiant.
Yeah, they've actually given up Cafe control completely. Hoppa's on the point, securing hopefully that 33%. San Francisco Shock yet to make a move. Okay, they doing it, pushing on to not give away a free tick. Although ends up going down. Imagine that was a kill near Cafe. Prob was just teasing him a little bit. He was on the low ground for a brief moment. But a very quick disengage from the Defiant, not wasting too much time.
Yeah, and they can't, because it's already going to take a lot of time to be able to actually get to the first objective and try to capture it. And so when you notice that you only have 3 minutes left, the time is against you, but you've got to go fast.
That's exactly what Toronto Defiant are doing right now. Like an F1 car. Zipping through these streets. Toronto Defiant just throw out a big dynamite. don't find any initial kills, so another re-entry just from the front of the point now. Oh, Kilo takes a body shot and then a headshot from Hisu, takes him out of the equation. And Violet's pretty low behind that dumpster over there. Maybe belongs in it. Looks like Hisu wants to give it to him. That Dynamite doing a ton of work from Hisu already. And he built up his ult so quickly. He is 66% towards that Bob. And if Toronto Defiant, they get the cap here, they're able to push out quickly. If they take the high ground, Hisu's going to have free reign over the Shock. But Shock, look, they're playing all the way close. They're actually just trying to push the payload from Cafe.
Well, I mean, they might even get the sound barrier online to keep it up, but Proper is going to get really low here.
Yeah, I don't think he was expecting all those to be there. Sub 40 HP. He's trying to stop Hisu from rejoining the rest of his team. Hisu's isolated right now as the San Francisco Shock use the beat to try and again capitalize on the split members of Toronto. And they do so with ease. Violet claiming 2 kills. Toronto have barely got that car through the doors. But hyper aggression from the San Francisco Shock will win them that fight.
I mean, Shock can push up to the spawn room doors now. It might force Hisu to use the Bob a little bit earlier than he wants to, just to be able to get out of spawn. But once you use the Bob, you can use that as a zoning. Oh, actually, they're just going to wrap around the Shock.
A little flip. Little flip of sides, maybe. Double rally. Hopper trying to set up. Bob's coming through. Proper dead. Hopper with a huge carnage. That rampage might not even be needed, to be fair. Colosseo is super low, and Twilight knocks him for 6. And the rest of Shock are going to follow. There's the win for the Defiant. Now they can take that high ground, Rose. They only use the Bob and the rally. 3 ultimates. They got Blade and Rampage up right now.
And they got both of the support ultimates out of the Shock already. You saw the sound barrier used by Violet for Shock to get aggressive, and Finn responding to the Bob with the rally. So neither of those are going to be able to save them from all those Blade. They're already taking the high ground. Proper's going to go
the
first.
Blade. Look at the defense coming out from Twilight. He's just running towards Proper. He does not care that you have a Blade. Finn very much should care. All those got one though. The Toronto Defiants, with that support ult advantage, like you were saying, Rose, are just pushing Violet all the way back to their second spawn.
This is going to be huge too, because with Hoppa having the Rampage online first, you can hold very aggressive on these stairs, and Shock, that's their easiest route of ingress to be able to get back to the point, to be able to contest it. Taking this dynamite damage too. Look at where Hoppa is. Watch out.
Look at the meters. 3 meters to go. The Rampage hits 2. Hisu ends up going down first, but if they can clean out Violet and Kalush, the Toronto Defiant might be in a good spot. No more ultimates from Toronto, however, so they might not be able to finish this fight. And the Shock are more than happy with this. The payload's going to inch back, but Toronto is still playing far up.
They are, and they should probably take an eco push here. I mean, Twilight is pretty close to the rally, but that's not going to be enough to save them from the rampage that Kaluj has built up to. Violet as well with that sound barrier does have that sustainability advantage, but when Defiant can play so close, they can get both of those ultimates out and then go in with the DPS ults they're going to build up here.
All right. Hisu playing Sheriff right now on top of that jail. As Kalush is hugging this corner. Carnage comes out, there's the rally from Toronto Defiant. Kalush now backing up after using that shout. B comes in, his chance to go. Hisu still shooting him in the back, and no one from the San Francisco Shock right now can get to Hisu. But the Toronto Defiant once again kind of isolate themselves around these corners, and the Shock are able to clean up.
But look at that, you got 2 high-value ultimates out of the Shock. You will have to contest with Proper's Dragon Blade and Finn's rally, but oh, look at this. Ooh. All right, a big stagger here. Trong is playing Lucio, so he will be able to taxi everybody back from the Defiant. Hisu does have the Bob, but it's Bob versus the rally right now. Maybe Proper gets that Dragon Blade too, but Toronto Defiant are starting to run out of a little bit of time here. It's gonna be the last minute of this second objective, and they're contesting for high ground.
Yeah, Shock have done a really good job of burning that time back down. Payload is still pretty close. It's one fight territory, realistically, for the Toronto Defiant if they find a nice wipe. Finn with the rally, Proper with the Blade versus the Bob, and potentially the Blade from Aldo. Ultimate advantage right now in favor of the Shock. With 40 seconds to go, if they can stall out for a little bit longer, make this final fight. Bob's already out. Kind of laying waste to Shock, but they end up backing off into the bar. But look at the payload. The Toronto Defiant make use of that space and put themselves on it. What a pull from Kalush. The knife hits Hisu and he pulls him straight into him. But although he's taken down Kalush, they actually make a play into the bar. Proper pulls the blade. There's no support ultimates available from the Defiant now as they used their beat earlier on in that fight, and Proper dispatches with both the backliners of the Toronto Defiant. With 10 seconds to go, the San Francisco Shock holding just before this second point.
Might not even be anybody from Defiant to be able to get there, so this could be where the cart stops. Finn also holding the door, but there it is. That is where the cart will stop for round number 1.
Pretty decent push. Crowd's still behind them. Still like the little Kaluge heads. They look so funny. See little Kaluge heads every now and then popping up in the crowd.
I like it.
All right. The Shock know exactly how far they need to get. Toronto Defiant have set the pace car. Winton really do that. He jump, he zap, he ult, he nap.
Not going to see the Winton in this matchup. Probably.
Not.
I know, yeah. We might see the Twilight Ana, though. That would be pretty clutch, that's for sure. But Toronto Defiant do get to go on the defense now. We've seen how oppressive the Ashe can be when it comes to playing on the cafe ledge, maybe over on the other building on the high ground, just to be able to get those long sight lines. And he's just been able to get some big first picks as well. But can Proper go in there, maybe bait out a huge shot, go in with the deflect, send it right back. You know where that card is and where they've got to get it to. So Shock, they're definitely going to be looking at getting over that benchmark, and hey, that means we get more maps too.
True, that is very true. Sometimes it's important to have that goal in mind, and if you defend first, you know exactly where you really need to play and how far you need to play for. And in a way, you can judge your ultimate economy and how you want to end up pushing through the second point if you know it's just before that.
Twilight's
Twilights
by security.
Oh, look at him go. No, he's fine.
Okay. Aw.
I mean, fool me once, right?
If he did it again.
Oh, although takes a bit of damage. Gets a free cookie there from Twilight. You can slide over this roof still. That's still a possibility. Proper's going pretty low. Still has deflect, but look at this. They're pushing from the San Francisco Shock. They've managed to isolate Hopper. Hopper's fighting his way out. And in fact, Twilight and Choron with a perfect peel. Hopper does not die to those. And the Shock now have lost their tank. So Defiant can just basically run them down. A nice little boop onto Violet. He's trapped in the doorway. He does manage to get out in time, but these stagger kills could be quite big, Rose. Oh, Kilo, yeah. No way near Finn and Violet. He ended up getting booped away. There's so much displacement in this meta. As Hisu finds another exit kill onto Violet.
Well, it's very smart how Toronto Defiant played that too. Hoppa basically played as bait to be able to go into that corridor where all of that backstage is, and then Toronto Defiant wrapped around to be able to isolate that pick onto Kaluge. And then the stackers as well. Look at this, 2.5 minutes. Toronto Defiant going in fast.
Have a little speed boost, commanding shout and amp. He's still getting a fair bit of damage done with the dynamite. He's leading the server right now in terms of damage. Just over 7k. That high ground's pretty nice to play from, but it's a very easy dagger spot. So you can throw Gracie up there. Good disengage from Hisu, but it's not enough. Proper chases him down, a quick shuriken headshot, and now Twilight alone. He is going to be able to bash away, but not after Proper can follow it up with a reset on his own dash. Although does find Finn, and in fact, look at this, Toronto Defiant still fighting. A two-man beat, the blade has been pulled, although he's low, use the deflect, trying to find a target, gets a big slash, but it's not enough damage. Him and Choron were the only people left on that point to try and finish off the Shock, but it wasn't to be. The Shock, they have a couple of ults, Toronto Defiant unable to touch, and they'll get that payload going.
Big thing here for Defiant is that they did get out that sound barrier from Violet. But also, when you look at the fact that Proper has the blade, Trong does not have the sound barrier anymore to be able to contest with that, but it is 4 minutes on the clock, so Toronto Defiant do know what they have to play for here and where that benchmark has been set. Hisu can also just send the Bob into the backline of the Shock and maybe force out the rally there so that Hoppa can go in with that Rampage.
You've really got to get that Bob in a good position where he can shoot on the back line, but there's so many cubbies and little hiding holes you can run into. Especially with the Lucio, it is pretty easy with the speed, so yeah. While Bob is a pretty damn good ability and a pretty handsome gentleman, it's sometimes hard to get value on this point in the map. Even to be fair, if you get a knock up on the support as well, that's a death sentence more often than not. Speaking of Bob, nice little boop from Finn, but actually, Bob's in a nice little position. Finn ends up finishing him off, but a 3-man rampage from Hopper, who's going pretty low. He is swinging away as Kilu takes a body shot from Hisu. But trading your tank for a DPS, I think Shock are going to be happy with that one, as you can see them right now pushing forwards.
They're going to be backing up as well because Defiant can't get anybody here. They actually have to force the rally now.
Yeah, Proper's going in for that blade. Oh, he finds one reset, a second one, although there's no deflect left. Rob with a 3k Dragon Blade. Toronto Defiant on their last legs. Twilight's rally completely negated. Another Defiant have to come back in with no ults. They go against a Rampage and a beat.
They can't split. They're gonna have to split up here, or else Kalusha's gonna be able to get everything. Look how they're gonna try to split through the back and the front.
They should be able to touch, but they actually get moved away, although gets the final touch with the dash. But the beat's been used by the San Francisco Shock. The Toronto Defiant need to be able to survive, but the carnage from Kalush is gonna be too much damage. Not enough healing for Toronto as the San Francisco Shock tie up the series.
Crowd doesn't seem happy about that one, but that does tie up the series. So Shock fans might be feeling themselves a little bit here, as that was Shock's map choice. And despite the fact that that is a great map for Ash, San Francisco Shock were able to overcome that difference and get that map win. But now the cards go back over to the Defiant. They get a chance to choose the next one.
They do indeed. Blistering pace on the first map. Toronto, not quite the same for Hollywood as San Francisco take it on their map pick. Toronto Defiant's turn to choose. Going to a escort map. We'll see you in a sec.
lightning doesn't strike twice, has never met the San Francisco Shock. Just a depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied.
Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
This is going to be a wild ride.
Somehow Violet's going to come to the rescue, get a double kill. Kalou says, how about that one, Chief? See you later.
Kilo, dude, his aim is so crispy.
Finn doesn't miss those. Holy cow.
Sam straights the backline, insta-killing. Oh, Mikey!
San Francisco, the greatest team in Overwatch.
We're more than halfway through the season, and it's time to keep collecting those OWL tokens for the upcoming Team Mix Legendary skins. Yeah, you know those skins that we've been releasing through the season? Yeah, well, you get some Team Mix ones from the winners of the tournaments. It's pretty exciting stuff. Sign up for the OWL newsletter as well on the website for some extra tokens. Offer expires pretty soon, so yeah, make sure you go and do that. But back to the game at hand. Toronto Defiant and the San Francisco Shock, both one apiece right now after that Hollywood game was taken by the Shock. Toronto get their choice for the map. We are going to Dorado, Rose, as our next one.
Dorado seems like a very smart pick as well for the Toronto Defiant because the Ashe can get really nice value playing off of the high ground. But not only that, remember how we mentioned that San Francisco Shock and Toronto Defiant have played already this season? While the Shock may have won 3-1, the one map Toronto were able to take off of them was Dorado. So maybe this is where they're able to get another win here today. And it's also one of their best maps too. They played it 8 times, sitting at 5-3 record. And so the Toronto Defiant definitely feel comfortable going on to Dorado.
Gives Hisu a nice little sightline too.
Exactly.
For the Ashe. Yeah, you can imagine a lot of the maps are going to be centered around how well Hisu can play that. I like that they have been mixing it up a little bit with the Sojourn too, but man, the Shock refusing to go down without a fight. It is crazy to think that the Shock were almost undefeated coming into the qualifiers, of course, beaten by the Dallas Fuel for their first loss in a long time.
Right, it was a 17-match win streak that they snapped. Which was, and it was even more than that too if you look at how they played at the tail end of the regular season for 2021 as well. So, no, the Shock, they're tried, they're tested. Are they true when you look at how they're able to tie up the series as well?
It's all about that momentum. As soon as you get that on stage, you build up that confidence. They're definitely used to it at this point. And remember how the Shock performed in Kickoff Clash, just not living up to people's expectations whatsoever. They were undefeated at that point coming into the tournament, and then they just kind of got dominated. And you're like, wow, really? On LAN, Shock? And after these performances from Proper and Kilo at the beginning of the year, very surprising stuff.
It was surprising, but I think when you look at how young San Francisco Shock's roster is, and maybe you know, how a lot of them are rookies coming into this season, they haven't really had that Overwatch League LAN experience before. But they're hungry for it. I mean, you've heard how they have adjusted and adapted since then, their mental reset, looking at how they want to approach this particular tournament. So they're definitely hungry to prove that they can go a little bit further than that 4th place finish on LAN. Ooh. But unless Toronto Defiant have something to say about it, take a look at this. Actually, Toronto, on the defense, they're gonna go ahead and use the Ashe, but whoa.
Yeah, although he's still in the spawn. Okay.
Whoa.
Proper does know he's there. Proper now has to play Gatekeeper, but although Base has infinite health, he can just back off and get a HP from the spawn room. Nice little dynamite. Kilo already used that coach gun. And this is exactly what Toronto Defiant wanted to force out. That coach gun is such a key ability for the Ashe to keeping herself safe. And the rest of her team too. Got to be careful though. Boops could be deadly on this portion of the map. I don't think I've ever seen a fight here. And Toronto Defiant are not going to make it last long at all.
It was really big because Chorong was able to actually get out of spawn really quickly, go over to the high ground of these buildings, and then use a wraparound onto the Shock to actually force them in a position where they had to play that close to spawn. San Francisco Shock did get a nice close hold, so they will be able to have an easy time coming back into this one to contest. But Aldo walked away with almost double the damage as Proper in that first fight, so that Dragon Blade could be coming online very quickly. Proper actually takes a huge headshot there.
Another headshot. Oh! This guy only headshots people. Nothing else. Violet takes a double headshot from Hisu. The San Francisco Shock health bars looking rather slim. Oh yes, that's Toronto Defiant. They're going to claim point A. 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Dominant first push.
Notice as well that the Defiant are doing a lot of focus fire onto Kilo and Proper on San Francisco Shock. Whether it's sending Chorong after Proper, or just kind of Hisu keeping Kilo in check. Kilo has been on the Ash for this map to play it on the defense, just to be able to contest with Hisu and also take advantage of the defense. But Hisu's gonna have the Bob. 4 ultimates online here for the Defiant. They just have to take this high ground presence away from the Shock.
Ooh. See Chorong there trying to get that boop. You know, Finn, look at him. You can see that shield tilting upwards. Yeah, Chorong, rather cheeky. But it does stop actually Shock playing right next to that edge and getting some free damage down, to be fair. So it's not all for naught. Okay, although looking like he wants to communicate a blade here. He do be chatting quite quickly. 5 ultimates online for the Defiant, pretty much.
He's
they
thinking.
Importantly, Shock here have 2 support ultimates. They see Although moving into the bank now onto the high ground, and this is Shock's time to go. The Bob is used, the blade from Although has been pulled. Oh, Proper, he can get away for the time being, but he can't get away from Kilo. Kilo shot him in the back of the head. Although tried to make a executive play there, just take care of Proper, who has the blade online. They do end up trading a couple of DPS. Kilo for Although. But still high ground control from Toronto Defiant. A lot of ultimates used. It was an expensive fight to not get too much distance.
Shock only had to use the sound barrier too. But look at Twilight going in with a rampage,
Yeah,
setting
ready
the
match
pace.
with the blade. A huge rampage coming out from Hopper. Hits Proper, destroying his blade. The San Francisco Shock can still rely on that rally though. Finn has been using it for quite some time as the overhealth was building, but the damage coming out from Hisu might be a little bit too much. A return rampage from Colosseo does hit 3 members of the Toronto Defiant, but they're able to heal up. Over-aggression from the Shock is rewarded with a kill onto Twilight and Chorong. Hisu can't win this 1v1, maybe takes another person with him as Hopper is still in this fight. With Although dying and no support for the Toronto Defiant, don't look like they're gonna cap B. Nope, stop just in time. Oh, give it to him, Colosseo.
Look at that.
Crowd unhappy that one, I can tell you that right now, if you can't hear that at home.
Yeah, that's just Colosseo trying to give it to Hoppa right now. I don't think Hoppa's going to take that too kindly, though, on the comeback here as Defiant make another approach. It's 2 minutes remaining here to be able to capture point B, and it's a bit of an even fight right now. Remember, you noted how expensive one of those fights was to be able to make it to the midpoint of the map until Shock stopped them. But because of where the card is, Toronto Defiant can actually take this wraparound to just play around the cart.
Hisu doesn't really have as much protection as Kilo does now. Oh, Violet ends up taking a whip shot. Twilight again comes up big. His whip shot's unbelievably accurate. And now Proper's in trouble. Has to use the deflect and the dash to get away. And remember, Toronto Defiant are on the attack, by the way. It may look like they're on the defense. Twilight comes up with another kill. Kilo forced all the way back. A non-factor in this fight is that Ash from the Shock. As the Toronto Defiant push forward, they're going to cap C, or B even.
Yeah, it might be a C cap as well. I mean, look at that. Chorong, Twilight now having double support ultimates ready. And that last pick onto Violet does deny Shock from being able to come in and get this aggressive hold. Look at Although too. Trying to get some poke damage, get this blade online, and then maybe take a flank to be able to go in after Shock's backline. It really is a race against Finn and Violet getting those support ultimates.
Yeah, they are pretty close. The rally will definitely be online, although we'll have to do something rather freakish to get that blade before Violet gets his beat. Violet as well. There's also been a Lucio that builds beats so quickly in first fights. He's sometimes the person with the ultimate up first, which is insane when you really think about it. One of the slower ultimate building abilities in the game. Oh, well, you can't build or use ult if you're dead. They do end up trading as the rally is popped from the Shock. They want to keep themselves in this fight, and they're going to. They can almost guarantee it with that killer to Chorong, but with Twilight alive and a rally coming out, Toronto Defiant know they have to battle only against that Lucio healing from the Shock, but the spawn points are pretty close. 2 minutes to go as the Toronto Defiant push onto high ground.
Look, Charong is actually going to be taxiing Hisu back to this fight as well as Defiant take control of the high ground. Coming back into this one with 3 ultimates, they're looking to try to get that sound barrier out of Violet.
There's the shout and the blade pulled. Oh, 1,000 HP although. Oh, it seems pretty easy to get kills now. Proper's isolated himself. He's 1 HP. 1 Shuriken will do it. Although turns his attention to the rest of his team as the San Francisco Shock almost get bowled over by Hopper. That Rampage is pretty decent and here come the kills. Although gets 1 and Hisu with another. Violet getting back to Proper to heal him up and also escort him out. But again, they've split up. The trio team from the Toronto Defiant, although Charong and Twilight are just handily dealing with Proper's flanks.
It's all about that support. Toronto Defiant is putting so many resources into Aldo to make sure that he stays up and going into the back line, but Kaluj, look how low he's getting so far. Hoppa really wants to contest with this one, but knows he has to back up to make sure that they stay alive because it's less than a minute remaining, and Toronto want to push this all the way to the end.
It was rather similar to Hollywood Rose, what we were on a second ago. And Carnage only hitting 1. Rampage comes out. Kaluj only hits Hopper though. Can the San Francisco Shock target him? They can. The bleed finishes him off. 30 seconds to go right now as the Toronto Defiant find the opening pick they need onto Proper. Violet also follows. Twilight keeping his team alive with that rally. The Toronto Defiant's tank is spawning in just a moment and will make it back to the point in a couple of seconds at most. 18 seconds to go as Kaluj is focused down. Toronto a couple of meters before they get that point.
Look at that, and Hoppa came back on the Doomfist too, just to be able to get back faster. Finn is going to chase them away a little bit with the rally, but they're going to wait for that overhealth to expire before going back in again. Defiant want to get this sound barrier online.
All right, point contested. Hopper was in there to get that touch. That defensive fist has already been used, and Kilo takes care of him. That seismic slam hit the roof, so he didn't get the aerial velocity he needed to get back to the rest of his team. 4v5. Oh, Defiant! I think the beat just got interrupted by the punch. Kalush comes up big with a Doomfist punch onto Charong. Sound barrier interrupted. The San Francisco shot in good spot to stop the Defiant just before that 3rd point. I have to get a replay of that one real fast, but I'm 99% sure Kalush interrupted Charong's beat with a punch.
The clutch factor, though, that Shock have with the Doomfist. I mean, every time you see Kaluj have to make that kind of panic switch to get back to the Doomfist, more often than not, it does result in a team fight win. But Defiant did make it almost to the end of the map. And so 77.44 meters, that's it. That's it. That's all they need to be able to defend from to be able to take this map.
Look, Hollywood was Shock's map choice. This is Defiant. You'd expect them to do pretty well on the defense, especially with Hisu on the Ash. Like I mentioned, at that starting point, this guy's only hitting headshots. His aim has always been extremely good. It's felt like only a matter of time before he reached peak potential, peak performance again. Crowd's still very much behind Toronto right now.
Got to look at the Hisu Kilo head-to-head, though, on the Ash. You know, Shock, they've been playing mostly the Sojourn, but Kilo will go over to the Ash in certain circumstances, and Dorado so far has been one of those. Shock did play the Ash on the defense. Kilo's going to use it again on the offense. Let's see how much he can get done. Right now, Hisu is going to be leading in eliminations, 19-3. And then also Kilo kind of having half that as 7. So Hisu seems like he's kind of winning out that stat war right now, but it's about the team play.
Yeah, Shock taking a very different approach too. They don't go for this wraparound with the teleporter. Oh, that's a big dynamite. Although once again, playing in the backline of the San Francisco Shock or any team he faces against. Very confident in his team to back him up if he really needs it. Hopper ends up getting booped out of the way. Taken care of. Oh, what a quick push from the Shock. This is important too. Dorado first, we've seen a lot of crazy things on Dorado first, to be fair, like a lot of full holds.
Yeah, but
quite a punishing point.
You kind of expect that you'll at least be able to get past the car wash though, right? And so, again, with that closer hold, Defiant can come back into this one to recontest. With the high ground that they can take too. Look at Chorong, Aldo. Twilight trying to lead the charge here too. Kilo's on an off angle, but Aldo has sniffed that out.
Yeah.
You can get some nice damage down if you're able to poke around that second doorway, but yeah. Although with a heads-up play, couple of shots, Kilo gets knifed in. Gracie pulling him back, but he's got the coach gun. One of the best abilities really for Ash to disengage from Gracie. Gotta wait for you to actually get pulled in before you end up pushing yourself away. There is the beat, very early one from Violet to try and cap this point. Hopper has to be on there to touch, although takes down Violet, but the beat and the rally, the shock, have just got so many support ultimas. Finally, Toronto Defiant end up using theirs, but Finn takes care of Twilight before that overhealth can be built up. It's Bob on Bob. But Kilo standing all the way in the back just wasn't hindered. He used the space that Violet created for the shock, using that beat, marching forward with the speed boost to then get 3 shots on the front line of Toronto.
Exactly, and you know, it looked really dicey for Shock as well. Violet actually got isolated away, Hoppa pulling them into the rest of the Defiant as they wrapped back around behind that first point. But Hoppa eventually had to go in alone because they were leaving the cart uncontested. But Toronto do get to take the high ground here, but what is going on over on the other side? Finn and Kilo kind of like walking along this ledge. Okay, Finn falls off a little bit, so they can't really go for that flank completely. But Proper is going to be trying to get set up here for this blade. And it seems like Hoppa has been the primary target for the Shock as well, trying to take out that front line.
Yeah, removing the ability to commanding shout the rest of your team is pretty big. Speed boost, extra HP, right? You can see how much attention Proper is paying to him. Blade's being pulled by, although. Oh, they're in a small room. Look at this. A lot of damage done. Again, this is all Chorong, and although just pushing as a pair, using that speed boost with the blade, you can even amp heals in the middle of using the amp speed to give you some additional sustainability while using that. The San Francisco Shock, they take the small loss there, but they will go again. They've got a blade of their own.
And the blade, there's not really a great answer from Defiant unless you're going to go in just kind of bare bones with the Twilight Shield Bash, Chorong being able to kite away from that damage, but also Hoppa and Kaluj, they both have the Rampage online right now.
Oh wow, Hoppa just jumped down behind him, hit a 3-man Rampage. Kilo's the whole heap of hurt, you can see, although instantly jumping on top of him. They know that's a lot of damage now missing from the San Francisco Shock. And now the high ground is Toronto's once again. 2 minutes and 30 seconds is going to remain for the Shock.
Hoppa as well, just with those Rampages, is going to be doing a bit more damage than Kaluj right now. But Kaluj, we've seen how good those Rampages can be. Maybe 5-man, 4-man Rampage. But Defiant, they're up on the high ground. It's going to be more difficult for Kaluj to be able to approach and get that done unless the Defiant drop down.
Finn actually got pulled in with Gracie. Although ignores that completely, just kills Kilo. Once again, Chorong, and although always in the backline, Blade's been pulled by Proper, goes full on anime mode in the midair, kills Hisu as he was coach gunning away. The Toronto Defiant lose their main source of damage now, as although it is staying alive, but not for long. He is cut to smithereens. The San Francisco Shock are gonna unlock the last stretch of this map. This was Toronto Defiant's map choice as they chase Twilight all the way back to their third spawn. 3 minutes to go. That golden box of victory just around that corner.
Shock almost got Chorong too as he was running away with like a quarter of HP left. But they get to come back out as a full team of 5. The double support ultimates feel really good as well. Especially when Shock, they might go in with this rally just to engage, make sure they have that overhealth. Bob on Bob again, though. They might have another showdown on the map.
I mean, Bob's pretty good at this point.
He's lining up for it, too.
He is, yeah. Get a knock up. You can maybe follow it up with a dash from although if it hits DPS or a support. Big ultimate fight coming up, though. There's the Bob. Dynamite over the top. Good luck supports. You can see Bob holding down the fort, but San Francisco Shock used that shout and the speed boost to get out of the way.
Just waiting for that Bob to expire. And then Kilo can go in with a Bob of their own. Look at the angle that Kilo's going to be able to get on it. Rally, though, first.
Yep, Rally used first. There's the matching one. The beat from the Toronto Defiant. They got a whole lot more health. The Bob is going to start airing it out in just a moment. Although pulls with the blade with the help of Chorong in the back. He's got a lot of speed, but not a lot of health. He does dip round the corner there, but meets a Bob. And in fact, Colosseo was just having a little gentleman's duel with Hopper on the side and ends up winning it out. Although Blade didn't get all of anything, it's now the late peak from the San Francisco Shock might just do it. Although he's got nothing left. The Toronto Defiant forced all the way back to their spawn, and the San Francisco Shock now one map away from getting that rematch against the Dallas Fuel. On Toronto Defiant's map choice, Colosseo standing up. It's what you love to see.
Yeah,
How are Toronto Defiant Rose going to come back into this?
It's going to be another map choice for them, so hopefully they're going to be able to take Shock to a map that's going to give them an advantage. Colosseo has been really good for Toronto Defiant this stage, especially when you're able to play that Ashe on those flanks, but you know, Kilo definitely bringing out that Ashe pick too, and that's 2 maps in a row now where San Francisco Shock have been able to get the jump on the Ashe advantage.
All right, San Francisco Shock, they got to deal with another map pick from Toronto Defiant. We'll see where we want to go after this break. Don't go.
multi-talented.
Keep the rest of Shock alive. See Violet now getting taken out by the dash here. Pelican though tried his best, but it's not gonna be enough. Finn is feeling himself. Look at him pop off.
They're going to find Backbone. Oh, and no block maybe either. A beautiful nade from Finn. Immortality forced. It goes down. So does Landon. And the San Francisco Shock, just like that, they find Backbone once again in a situation he doesn't want to be in. Oh, give it to him. You see that little smirk on his face too?
Your player of the match is, of course, Finn. Sleep after sleep. Bio grenade after bio grenade.
San Francisco Shock set themselves up to be the villains here on the stage versus the Toronto Defiant, the hometown heroes. Toronto's map choice now as we go to push. Rose, we are going to Colosseo as our fourth and potential final map. Shock won that rematch, right, against the Fuel, who knocked them down to the lower bracket finals yesterday. Toronto Defiant want to keep that win streak going. They want to exit the lower bracket, get to the finals, take down the Fuel in front of their home crowd.
We were in a similar situation yesterday for the Toronto Defiant versus the Florida Mayhem, where Toronto did win the first map, and then Florida took the two after that. But we are going to where the comeback started for the Defiant. It is Colosseo. They've won 2 of these maps in a row here at the Summer Showdown. So this is the place where they can come back into the series and get that 2 versus 2. Toronto, we're gonna need you to hype them up a little bit because you were the reason they made it to that 4th map and that 5th map. So give them your energy now, because this is gonna be a 10-minute banger.
All right. Toronto just getting their heads in the game. It's a very different atmosphere, of course, playing on stage, but you know, using that energy and the power from the crowd. Every single time they get kills, you hear them erupt. When they win maps, it's even louder. When they win series, it's the loudest. They need 2 more maps here. It's not quite the reverse sweep, of course, as Toronto did find map number 1. But like you said, Rose, Colosseo, this is where it started before. Can they do it again? San Francisco Shock know this map all too well. I think a lot of teams do at this point. There's a lot of famous moments.
Hear the boomsticks. That's exactly what you want. I mean, it's like rumbling the arena right now. But it's another tale of the 2 DPS players on both teams. You know Aldo and Prop are going to be coming out of the gates with the Genji. And you know, yesterday versus the Dallas Fuel, San Francisco Shock had some really nice Genji stats from Proper. Just the team as a whole needed to be able to come together a little bit more. But Toronto Defiant coming back out with their signature Ashe pick on Hisu, looking to get those long sight lines. But it's going to be a jockeying for position here in the middle, waiting for that first pick to come through.
It's a lot easier to do it on the Surgeon with the right clicks. Of course, you already know that. Shock were in that 2-minute plus stalemate. What a legendary map that was.
2.5 minutes. Just absolutely nothing happening right now. But they're looking for it. Aldo's going to get a little low here as Kilo and Proper put on the pressure from the sidelines, but Finn is there to back them up too. As you can also see Aldo peeking over the wall, just getting that poke damage with Hisu. Because if it goes on long enough, it really could come down to getting ultimates online first. If you want to try to win that race a little bit.
Because even Hisu kind of like peeking around the wall there. Because if all those there just spamming shurikens, you get a dynamite, you get a quick body shot, that could be the end of you. Oh, although we've seen Proper use their dash to get away. Dynamite does a fair bit of damage in these small corridors. So you could imagine Hisu's going to build up the Bob a little bit quicker than Kilo with his railgun. Oh, he hits him in the head. Kilo gets taken down by the whip shot. What another amazing shift by Twilight. The accuracy with the whip shot is kind of nutty. Ooh, Proper with a couple of shurikens. Maybe even some reflection damage to send Hisu packing. Same with Although. Defiant overstepping their mark. Twilight may have opened this one up with the help of Hisu, but Kalush's putting them to bed.
All right, Defiant gonna walk away with a little bit of percentage right now as Kalush just cleans things up on the push bot. And so Shock will be able to match the meterage of Defiant and start to take the lead. Proper already with the Genji Blade too, just outpacing Aldo right now, double to 1. As Defiant need to get back into this one, it's going to be on the back of Hisu, and Aldo once again trying to get this opening pick to really allow Hoppa, Chorong, and Twilight to get in there and get their hands dirty. Look at how they're wrapping around as well. They want to try to take these flanks. Try to get behind Kalush. Kalush is half.
Are Toronto Defiant aware that Proper has the blade? Well, they're definitely aware now. He's used the coach gun to get away. But look at Proper's health bar is so low. The dynamite to force him back once again. But 3 members of the Defiant were so preoccupied with that blade, they forgo the front line as Kalush takes over this game. There's the Carnage kill onto Hisu as Toronto Defiant forced all the way back into their spawn.
Kalush heard the boos earlier, now he's angry. Toronto Defiant need all of those cheers right now. Hisu at least gets to be able to come back with a Bob. Defiant right now actually have a full slate of ultimates, and they're gonna try to deny Shock the checkpoint here as Finn pops the rally first.
Yep, double rally on a corner that's become quite famous with Sojourn plays. Although started off pretty nicely with a headshot on Tor though, almost gets moved off the map there, but power slides away. Bod is in control of Toronto Defiant right now. Is that Bob kind of just holding the fort? It's still being pushed. However, with the Bob, it was unable to get capped as the Bob disappears. It looks like Toronto Defiant want to invest more in this fight. Chorong finds the boot kill onto Proper, as although holds onto the blade. Finn didn't stand a chance. And neither does Kilo, he's just diving onto the bot, trying to just make sure they can get a little bit of extra meterage if possible. But Toronto now getting the bot moving in their direction.
Pretty expensive fight from both sides. You saw the double rallies come out. Violet's still working up to another sound barrier. He has been building these relatively quickly, but it's not going to be online for when Aldo wants to go for the blade. The overclock, though, from Kilo can keep Toronto Defiant from moving past the middle point, but Aldo is already trying to get into a position, looking for that opening to go in behind the team to get that blade. He's going up to the high ground right now with Chorong.
He's trying to get, yeah, he's trying to, but it looked like Prop was able to hold it down a little bit. Double rampage, a 2-man for Kalusia, 3-man for, oh, the blade. Somehow, although gets away with it. He takes care of Popper. The Toronto Defiance, rampage doing infinitely more than Shock's. Kalush set himself up on a nice angle, but the follow-up just wasn't there.
Kalush actually got boofed up by Twilight too. That flail able to push Kalush farther away from the teams who is isolated and not able to hold down that front line. But Shock are back. They're gonna take a little bit of control now, but that's because Defiant needs to be respectful of the damage that Shock can really put into this one. And Twilight also trying to build it to the rally, so they've got some type of sustainability to go in and contest with Violet's sound barrier.
5 minutes down, 5 to go. Shock in the lead by about 30 meters or so. Yeah, just back to another little bit of a stalemate. Violet with the beat, Chorong halfway there. Like, the ultimates right now, especially on the support side of things, a little bit off kilter. Gotta be careful though, Proper's only 10% towards that blade, as the bot just continually pushing in favor of the Shock right now. You can see the pressures kind of mounting. Toronto Defiant, all their health bars falling exceptionally low. This poke damage coming out from Shock right now, a little bit too immense.
Do they know that Proper's blade is online? If Twilight is going to be proactive about this, you'll see the rally get popped so that they have that overhealth available for when Proper decides to go in and get aggressive. Little by little though, Defiant are starting to take control of it, but there's the rally.
Yep, there's the rally. Proper probably wants to wait now until that overhealth fades away, but we'll see what they want to do as the Shock also use a rally of their own. Hopper goes pretty low as Proper pulls the blade. Chorong's already dead. Not even attempting getting a beat now for the Toronto Defiant. Proper holding up that deflect to stop a lot of that damage. Getting onto him and the rest of his team as he spots, although resets onto Hopper. What a fantastic series of events there from Proper. Toronto Defiant, Lucio, Chorong went down super early in that fight. Means they couldn't get beat online to turn that one. And Shock looking to get in that checkpoint.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and grab that checkpoint for the Shock. Not only that, for Chorong too. Going down, you don't have the same disengage tools when that Lucio speed boost isn't available. As Shock around this corner though, they don't have anything to be able to push this over the edge except for that raw damage. And they're also playing around this corner where things get a little bit risky. Proper, getting low.
Proper's taking some risks there. squaring up to Hopper. That Dynamite's pretty big, but no, look at the nimble footwork of Kilo there, getting out of the way of Hopper. Hopper just running at the Shock though, just unrelenting in his pursuit to take down those DPS. The Shock still have that checkpoint, and with 3 minutes to go, Toronto Defiant need to win a couple of back-to-back fights now, Rose, to gain that lead.
Well, Hoppa has the Rampage up, and if you actually take a look at how he's been doing with those blades, it's 30% accuracy right now, which has been giving him a lot of bleed, and also a lot of that adrenaline rush to make sure that he is staying healthy and being kept alive. On the straightaway as well, Hoppa can find a really nice advantage to go in with the Rampage, but it's going to be the blade first.
They beeline straight for the supports. The Rampage comes out from Hoppa, it's pretty big. But is it big enough? Twilight and Hopper end up falling over. Coloseo's Rampage is just decimating the Toronto Defiant. As a quick and decisive team kill, let's Shock the lead once again. There's 2 ultimates, even 3 with Proper's Blade coming up. Defiant need to clutch this one out, but they've got so little gas in the tank.
But they clutched it out yesterday versus the Florida Mayhem. That really did start the comeback, and it was at this 2-minute mark where Toronto Defiant just kept winning these team fights.
Wow, Hisu just grounds Kilo there into a pulp. The bomb and the Dynamite is absolutely massive. The Shock are just burning alive. The overhealth from Finn's rally is keeping them competitive in this one though. But look how long Finn's staying up. I mean, the Bob's good enough. Bob Dynamite combo is a pretty insane amount of damage. Oh, face full of pellets there. Proper falls. But again, the Shock, I think they're more than happy losing these fights on these corners because Toronto Defiant still need to win multiple to put themselves in the lead.
I know, but Twilight can go ahead and use the rally here. You're going to have to win out on Proper's Blade. Here's the overclock.
Proper does go pretty low, as now Keeler's hunting for heads to adorn his mantelpiece. Can't quite find all too much with that railgun. He does find a body shot on though, but instantly activates the deflect, so he doesn't end up going down. Blade for Popper available as the 1-minute mark approaches. The beat from the San Francisco Shock, and the blade is pulled. Proper jumps to the back. The Toronto Defiant are just cut up. They can't move. Proper just taking over the front line. Twilight, last member left standing, can't do it. It's a team kill for the Shock. There's 45 seconds to go as the Toronto Defiant try and come back.
They've got the sound barrier, although can at least keep alive, get that Dragon Blade online when the sound barrier is given over to him, but nobody can lose here. Shock are 1 team fight away from winning this series for that rematch against Dallas Fuel, but can Defiant come back?
They want to go to the finals and they want to go right now. Defiant are trying to put up a fight with that beat. The San Francisco Shock take that in stride though as they end up backing off, and Toronto's beat doesn't really net them all of anything apart from positioning. And now Kilo is the target of the Toronto Defiant, but the San Francisco Shock just standing in their way. No longer a Toronto Defiant as the Shock activate that rally. Overtime is approaching, and Colosseo earning himself an ult. And in front of a home crowd, the Shock truly become the villains as they take down the hometown heroes and secure a rematch against the Fuel in the finals.
I know that it's disappointing. You can hear the boos in the arena. But Toronto Defiant, they have still done an incredible job this tournament securing that 3rd place. And it was all thanks to the fans that really helped to push them over the edge for an incredible lower bracket run. Give them your love, Toronto. It's your team right here.
A truly impressive run through that lower bracket. They went down on day number 1. And they made it all the way to the final day, to Championship Sunday. And they take a map off the Shock, and what a map it was. Nepal was just a sweep for the Toronto Defiant, but it's still the San Francisco Shock. Just a dominant team for so long, across so many seasons, across so many rosters.
Yeah, absolutely. And Shock, you know, like, they want to get back to the grand finals. It was a 3-0 against the Dallas Fuel yesterday. Dallas Fuel also snapped their win streak. But now Shock are warmed up. Toronto's a tough opponent right there. So Shock, you know that they've got the skills, they've got the tools to go up into the grand finals later today.
I think we best chuck it down to Danny over on the stage though. Looks like he's got one of the key players from the San Francisco Shock standing by his side. Take it away, Danny.
Johnson Necker, thank you very much. Yes, I do have the key player from San Francisco Shock, and that is none other than Proper. With me on the floor for the post-match interview. Great job today. I mean, 3-1 victory for the San Francisco Shock, and you guys are going to the finals. How'd you guys get it done today against the Toronto Defiant? 자, 3대1 승리로 오늘 경기를 끝내게 됐고요. 이제 다음은 결승전만 남았습니다. 오늘 토론토와의 경기 어떻게 해서 승리를 하시게 되셨나요?
뭐 토론토는 그냥 가볍게 이기고 댈러스만 생각하고 있었습니다.
Toronto, I knew that it was going to be an easy win, so I didn't put too much thought into it. We were just really focused on Dallas, so I had all my energy saved up for that match. But I mean, given that you said that you didn't put that much thought into it, but Toronto definitely put up a good fight because they did beat you guys on the first map. So how did you guys lose the first map? 방금 별 생각을 안 하셨다고 프로포 선수가 얘기를 하셨는데 그것 치고는 좀 토론토가 잘하지 않았다는 생각을 합니다. 첫 번째 세트를 가져갔기 때문에 첫 번째 세트에서 좀 어떤 일이 있었고 어떻게 해서 지시게 되셨나요?
첫 번째 맵은 그냥 여기가 토론토 홈스탠드니까 그냥 1점 그냥 가볍게 주고 보러 오셨으니까 이제 또 길게 봐야 되잖아요. 네, 그래서 일부러 그냥 진 거예요.
Proper says that, given the fact that we are in Toronto and there are a lot of fans here cheering on Toronto, I just felt like we had to give them a map, because they're in the venue. So we actually gave Toronto a map and then we got the win. All right, let's move on. Final question. You guys are now going into the finals against Dallas Fuel, a team that have beaten you guys twice, and you guys are going up against them again. So what can San Francisco Shock do differently to get the win tonight? 자, 마지막으로 오늘 달라스와의 경기 벌써 한 2번 하셨죠? 이제 3번째인데 이번에는 좀 어떻게 해야 센쇼기 달라스를 이기고 토너먼트 우승을 할 수 있을까요?
어제 달라스 경기에서 저희가 좀 방심한 게 좀 많은 것 같아가지고 이번에 할 대회는 집중해가지고 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다.
I think the match against Dallas Fuel yesterday, we weren't cautious enough. I think that was the biggest problem that we had. So definitely for today's match, for the finals, for Summer Showdown, we are going to definitely give our 100%, focus up, and we're going to definitely beat the Dallas Fuel. All right, Proper, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much. Everybody, give it up for Proper one more time. That is all I have down here. Jaws and Necra, back to you.
Thank you very much, Danny. Wow, fighting words from Proper, you love to see it. I like a little bit of smack talk up on the stage. I'm going to be real. I like Proper kind of, stand up saying,
proud of the crowd.
I have to take them down in front of their own crowd, At the end of the day, Toronto made a fantastic run, but now the San Francisco Shock do get to face the Fuel in yet another showdown. They've been beaten twice by the Fuel at this point. Are they going to be able to rebound?
I don't know. I guess there's only one way to find out. That's going to be seeing what happens in the grand finals, right? But yeah, what gentleman for the gentleman sweep. Okay,
a little bit
Proper.
of a gentleman sweep there, giving them a single map, like Proper was saying. Let's have a look at the player of the match, though, for this series. I think a few people in the audience will be happy with this one. It's going to be Colosseo. Of course it is. I mean, his Junker Queen has just been so good. It did look against the Dallas Fuel the other day, and yeah, maybe, Proper kind of speaking the truth there, right? Maybe they weren't as cautious as they needed to be, but Colosseo's rampages did match Hoppers and then some, especially on this last map. Felt like they really just found their groove at the end of it.
And Colosseo got better and better as the series went on, especially being a bit more aggressive to take that aggression away from the Toronto Defiant. I mean, look at that. That was a 4K right there, almost a full team wipe there from Colosseo alone to be able to get that ace. But, I mean, just over the course of the series, I think it's really key to see how Colosseo has also gotten better over the stage too with the Junker Queen. It was a little bit slower of a start for this player to be able to kind of get into the groove of the meta, but deaths have gone down pretty significantly for 10.
It's that family buff right there.
Yeah, I think it's the family buff.
Family buff from Colosseo. There's still a ton of Shock fans in the audience. You saw them holding up the little signs. Look,
Kilo pounds.
Yeah, there are a lot of good signs out here today. That's for sure. Of course, we are going to take a little break. We are go into the finals a little bit later. The Shock need to rest for just a moment. The Dallas Fuel is going to be their opponent. Will they remain the villains? Are the Toronto fans going to shift their allegiance towards the Dallas Fuel? We'll have to wait and find out. We've got a few more bits and pieces in that break too. Maybe a little Overwatch action, by the way. There's a little hint for you. But that's it from us for now. We're going to jump to a quick break. Love you all, and we'll see you in a bit.
Nice.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
The Watchpoint crew, and we are back to break down everything we just saw in our first match. Sadly, I am finally wrong in predictions, fellas. My Toronto Defiant eliminated by Custis San Francisco Shock. Johnny, I'm devastated.
I'm devastated too. They had a good run in the tournament after all. They got third, but it'll be all right.
You got your therapy, Beaver. If you guys don't have yours at home, don't worry. A few staff members will be passing them out at the end of the show. But, Custo, we got to revisit this series because You were sweating bullets in that game number 1. I was like, Custa, you ready to chug this syrup? And he said I might have to.
I was having flashbacks to yesterday when I was watching Dallas take down the Shock, and I was like, I can't go through this again. Not to Toronto.
It's gonna happen again.
No, it's not. I believe in the San Francisco Shock. They've got their reps in, but they looked a lot better in this match, as you said. Came out a little slow in that first map. It felt like Toronto had the edge, but as they were able to slow down, Kaluj was able to get a little bit more comfortable, and it felt like the Shock had a really interesting game plan. And Johnny, you can speak to this a little bit better than I can, but at first, the San Francisco Shock were just getting outpaced, and then as time went on, they're just isolating Hopper in the same way that the Dallas Fuel did that.
Yeah, they're beating up on my boy Hopper.
Yeah. The same thing happened to the San Francisco Shock yesterday. Kalush got targeted on the Jungle Queen, and they were like, hey, guys, this is a pretty good strategy. What if we do it to Hotba on the Toronto Defiant? So they came in today, they laid in all the damage on Hotba, and Hotba's a fantastic player, so it's a pretty good strategy. It worked out for them, I dare say.
And with the Junker Queen out, we saw the Shock able to roll up on a lot of the team fights. I think Hollywood, their hold on the second point was pretty impressive for me. Custa, who was shining from the Shock today? Because before this event even kicked off, you said this was the team to beat in the West.
Yeah, and I think it really started to come together, especially for Proper, on Properwood. I think we need to name it Properwood from now on, just because it works, because it's Hollywood as well. We got props and that kind of stuff. It's multi-leveled, but Proper just seems to always pop off on that map so far in this tournament, and that really kickstarted everything. We headed over to the Dorado, and the Shock just looks so strong on the back of Kilo's Ash. Really starting to come alive from time to time.
The Bob stare down was pretty epic here.
There was the San Francisco Shock won the Bob off, and that's really all that matters in this match.
If you got the bigger Bob, you're gonna win the fight. As we close this one out, Johnny, you kind of nailed it. You said they gotta keep their tank up. The Shock able to do it with Kaluj on the other side. Hoppa again.
Yeah.
And the supports immediately targeted and taken out.
It all kind of fell apart here on Colosseo for the Toronto Defiant. I mean, we've been praising their team as a whole all tournament long for sticking together and playing well, but the ultimate value wasn't there for them, although with a couple of unfortunate plays. But as we compare the two Junker Queens, we can see that Hotba did have so much hero damage per 10 minutes and that Jagabatic accuracy, but Kalush, he had more final blows. He had one more rampage kills per 10 minutes. That is massive. That just goes to show the teamwork of the San Francisco Shock. So San Francisco Shock, they acknowledged that Hotba's a fantastic player. They shot him down, and that makes a big difference in the match.
Custa, it's time to win over a few Canadian fans. If you don't have them already, let's give the team some hopium moving forward. You just finished top 3, your franchise high here at the Summer Showdown.
This is the best performance we've ever seen from the Toronto Defiant. They look to be fulfilling the promise of their roster. When we first saw these guys on paper, we were like, they have a great roster. They have a Twilight, a championship winner, and he has led this backline to success for the first time. And it really comes down to how much further can they keep going with this, how much higher can they go. So all I'm saying now, if you're a Toronto fan, you know what the best thing about getting knocked out by a team is? Cheering on that team to win it all, because then you technically came second. So let's go, Toronto fans. Come over to the Shock bandwagon with me.
We're going to give the Shock a few moments to wash their hands, eat a little bit of lunch, and get ready for that grand finals. But while we're waiting on the match to kick off, we sat down with our buddy Jaws for a little session that we like to call an Overwatch.
Welcome, everybody. This is a very special edition of the Overwatch Trivia Show. As you can see, my getup looking rather suave right now. I grew this myself. We are currently testing not only the analytical knowledge of the desk talent, but also their artistic skills. They have to draw a prompt that I'm unaware of on a whiteboard that we hand delivered to them. I know, crazy. I'm aware of everything normally that's going on. Flashback.
Boss Nut Rising. Wrong. Profit.
Crusher 99.
Crusher 99.
Crusher
99. A Freak of Freaks Blue?
No, it was Rogue. It was me. I beat.
Oh! 63-120.
Not even close.
StarCraft 2?
Nope.
You seem like an O.
Not even close.
1458.
Not even close. 1566.
Is it 120?
2520.
Kariv.
It is not Kariv.
What? Oh, that's rough.
Wow. 2 out of 12?
Each contestant gets 30 seconds to draw their prompt. But the catch is, they can wager their points. If they wager, for example, 2 points, and I get the prompt correct, then they get 4. If I get it wrong, well, they lose all their points.
Isn't that quite sadistic?
After we've tested their artistic knowledge, the community this time around are going to test their analytical knowledge with the bonus community question. Some of the questions were good, some of them were bad, some of them didn't make sense, but that's okay. Let's take a quick look at the scoreboard. Danny, unfortunately, sitting in last place with 5 points. Zoe and Custer are tied for 6 points. Johnny reinforced Larson somehow blitzed through the competition, and there's a total of 12 points. Let's get into this. Rose, welcome. You are standing in place of Zoe currently, who's away looking after the little one. Congratulations, Zoe, once again. Rose, how are you feeling? I know, big shoes to fill.
Nervous. I feel very lucky if I could get one question right today.
Wow, that's what's funny. The viewers know, but you don't. We have delivered you a secret package. If you would like to take it out and reveal the contents.
Ta-da! Oh my god, are we drawing?
We are. This is the special edition episode of Overwatch, the drawing edition. Because you're taking the place of Zoe currently, we're going to give you 5 points to use completely risk-free. So it's not going to hurt Zoe's score. Your time starts now. Okay. A blue Frosty Kingdom. What is that? A boulder that killed the dinosaurs. Maybe? A small head? Wait. Blizzard. No. Ice block. Maze ice block. Round of applause for Rose, everybody.
Oh, thank you.
But we do have a secret bonus community question. What team has the most Charlie Niners in the mid-season madness?
Houston Outlaws.
Correct. For a total of 11, adding on to Zoe's already 6, so 17 total points currently for Team Zoe / Necro.
Yay.
Rose, you should be exceptionally proud of yourself. Thank you so much, by the way, for standing in.
Yeah, thank you.
Jonathan Larson, welcome. You're in the lead. I got a little flack in the comments again about giving Johnny easy questions.
It just looks easy because I'm that good, all right? So, YouTube comments, chill out, all right?
Oh my god, okay, attacking the fans already. Episode 3, Overwatch. Maybe this is Johnny's downfall, we'll see. Maybe we will subtitle this. Overwatch Episode 3 reinforces downfall. We got a special episode today. You received a special gift. Can you guess what the special edition of Overwatch is?
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no.
No.
Oh,
I'm supposed to draw what the
yes,
prompts?
you are. 30 seconds, Johnny. But first, how many points do you wager?
I wager 2.
Johnny, your 30 seconds to create the next Mona Lisa starts now. Okay, circle. I like that. Good start. Very, very basic shape. Circle, downwards arrow. Flying down. Meteor strike. Circle inside of a circle. Okay, rubbing out of lines. Going down. Accretion. It's wrecking ball. It's pile driver. Surely? Johnny, you're an artistic genius.
I can't believe that you got it right.
We're not done. There is a secret question from our community. What K-pop group performed at BlizzCon last year?
Mamamoo.
How is this possible that you get the most ridiculous questions correct? Even ones that the community ask. Okay, maybe a formal investigation is required.
Just a cute Swedish boy that knows all the things.
Cute Swedish boy. That is something I'd never describe you as, Johnny. You're a snake. You're a snake in the grass is what you are. What? A snake in the grass. Snake. To be quite honest with you, I've had enough. It's not happening again.
Welcome back, everybody. Danny Lim here, joined by Sean Miller, head of Overwatch League, and we have 2 very special guests. We have Bird and Lucas from the Overwatch dev team. How are you guys doing?
Doing great.
Awesome. All right. Can you guys give us a quick introduction of what you guys do?
Yeah. So I'm a senior environment artist on the Overwatch team, partially responsible for the new Queen Street map. Yeah, Toronto. Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. So yeah, pretty much when you look at the game, anything that isn't like a character or visual effect or UI element, like all the stuff in the environment, that's kind of what I'm responsible for.
That's incredible. How about you, Bird?
Really awesome. And yeah, so I'm Bird, and I'm the lead character art outsourcing supervisor. I've been responsible for a lot of the skins that you guys have probably played with. And most recently, I was lucky enough to get to build the new character, the first Canadian hero, Sojourn.
Woo! Woo! All right, you guys have done so many great stuff, but we're gonna focus on Sojourn and New Queen Street. So I'm sure there's a lot of questions. Sean, why don't you start us off?
Yeah, thank you guys again so much for coming. So Lucas, I want to throw one at you. What inspired you to create the Toronto map? Like, what were the things that led up to it?
Yeah, so when I joined the team, I found out that Toronto was one of the potential maps that we were going to make. And having lived in Toronto for 5 years, I was really stoked on it. To show up on the team and to be able to bring some of my own personal experience to it, to take a city that I knew very, very well and kind of Overwatchify it was super awesome. So when we have ideas for maps, not all of them come to fruition. So part of what I did was I just got everyone stoked on it. I was just like, hey, what are the cool things we can do? What are the big landmarks, right? And then what are the personal touches that we can add and make it an authentic experience? And that's actually how I met Bird here was, just asking around on the team, who's Canadian or who has spent time in Canada. And there were a lot of us. There were a lot of people who Toronto was very important to them. And we really just wanted to do a good job of representing the city in a way that was really cool, right? Got a lot of those landmarks in, but some of those subtle details as well, while not making it feel too much like a theme park,
Right. I mean, and also talking about the map. So I heard that, the original concept of New Queen Street was sort of drastically different from what it is currently right now. I heard that it was a lot sort of darker and also it was more cyberpunk-esque. So how did that happen? And also, why did you guys decide to pivot away from that?
Yeah, so when working on maps, we kind of go in a lot of different directions early on in the concept phase. And one of those directions was more cyberpunk and dark and, more metals. And, we were looking at it and we just kept thinking, like, is this how we want to represent the city? Is this what we actually want in the game? And we pivoted away mainly because it just didn't really represent the bright, optimistic future of Overwatch in the way that we wanted to.
Right.
Looking around, we really wanted to get more kind of traditional architecture melded in with like some more of the larger glass structures, kind of have more of what Toronto is now, just kind of leveled up in different ways.
I mean, that makes a ton of sense because I think what so many of us love about Overwatch is the bright, hopeful, optimistic future that it portrays. So were there things, though, that you wanted to put in the map that necessarily didn't make it?
Yeah, so one of the big things that we tried about halfway through was at some point there was a giant futuristic glass dome over the center of the map, and that just didn't really work out very well. So, after experimenting with that a lot in both 2D and 3D, we decided to just kind of double down on the elements that we really knew would work and would fit the city. We really wanted to represent, the different cultures and diversity that is within Toronto. And one of the big ways we did that was through all of the different restaurants, right? Like food brings people together. So that was really cool. We got in a bunch of other smaller details. If you're in the subway spawn room, if you listen closely, you'll actually hear the sound of the subway doors closing and that same chime, right? The little things along with the big things, I think my favorite, or one of the favorites, is the curling rink. That just happened. We were like, oh, what would be a cool spawn room? And we just started riffing on that. Got the curling rink in there, the Toronto Raccoons, right? And then I think one of my smallest favorite details is the trash cans, right? Like, it's such a small thing, but
that is true.
They're very representative of different cities. The trash cans, the
across all the maps too. I feel like all the trash cans are so unique.
Yeah, they're really important, and these are the things you think about as an environment artist. You're looking around at the smaller details as well as the very large things. And I'm also really stoked on the prosthetic shop in the map. It really ties into our heroes and that in this future, these prosthetics are available to not just people who need them, but also people who can use them to upgrade their lives in different ways. So I think Bird can talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, Bird, can you give us more insight on how Sojourn ties into the map, talking about prosthetics and everything?
Yeah, so, I mean, Sojourn as a concept had existed for a long time. We've had these sketches, and again, she was Canadian right from the get-go, I mean, you can see like in that original sketch, like she's got the Canadian flag on the side. But it was one of those things where it was almost kind of serendipitous. We knew she had a lot of backstory. We knew that we wanted to go to Toronto. There's a lot of upcoming content. There's a lot of cool stuff that we're going to see in the near future as we learn a lot more about Sojourn. But, to Sojourn herself, she's one of those characters who she's embraced the fact that she can be enhanced. She's very much highly cybernetic, and you can see that in the fact that, the way she's built.
That's awesome, and I think one of the things that we see amongst those prosthetics, their cybernetics, must have been very challenging for you guys to really pull that off to make it real. So, I mean, what was that like? What were other challenges that you dealt with as you brought her to life?
Yeah, as a character, every one of our heroes kind of has its own challenges, and for myself, as I'm working on trying to figure out how to put all these pieces in here. If you look close, you can see, right, she's got jets in her calves, she's got jets in her knees, her elbows. That arm, I can't tell you what a challenge it is to, we want her to look strong and feminine, but she also has to pack a whole lot of gun inside that forearm. And trying to get all that stuff in there, there's a little bit of magic to try to get it all in there. But again, the end result, as you guys have kind of seen over the last couple days, I think is pretty cool.
It definitely is cool. And, I also think Sojourn her ult is one of my favorite things about Sojourn. And I heard that Sojourn's ult sort of changed while in development. It wasn't the overclock that we know right now. So can you tell us a little bit about that process?
Yeah, so it's always really fun, like in the early stages of coming up with heroes and the way they play. Well, one of the things we do is we block these characters out and we build kind of a rough version that the designers can go in and try a bunch of stuff. And at the same time, we got concept coming in and doing these cool drawings, right? So we had these really awesome drawings where she is standing, she's planted in the ground, and she's firing off this huge blast. Right, and we were like, okay, wouldn't that be awesome, to have this huge laser shot, and it's going to go through everything, right? Like that was the fantasy. And what ended up happening was you had somebody who would park it right on the other side of the map, and they would let loose this thing, and you'd be standing on the other side of the map. You can't see anybody, you can't engage with anybody, and you just get blown away. It was not the fun that we had hoped, that we set out to do. And, and it made us kind of take a step back and we said, you know what, we were really trying to fulfill that idea of that rail character, right? That rail style gameplay. And we were and we'd given it a little bit of twist already and the way, it would build up to the rail shot. But then we're like, well, what if, she powers up and then, you let loose and you're like, boom, headshot, 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 and that became really satisfying.
I don't know if you saw a stage ago, Houston Outlaws, there's a player named Merritt with the Sojourn. He got a 3K collateral.
Yep.
I think that was one of the sickest moments.
Absolutely
ridiculous. That was crazy.
I mean, it's so satisfying. But I think the most important question that we have to ask you guys today is it true that Sojourn has a pet corgi?
Yes, that is a fact. I will confirm it right here. She has a pet corgi named Murphy, who has a
corgi lovers. Anybody?
She has a penchant for croissants and maybe enhanced in his own ways.
Enhanced in his own ways.
So yes.
Okay, I have an even more important question. Could we play that corgi is he a playable character?
God. Here we go.
Sometime soon in the future. I mean, we have a hamster in a machine that rolls around.
Look, you can't put me on the spot like that. I won't confirm or deny anything. So I'm gonna say it's highly unlikely. I'm sorry.
Highly unlikely.
Sorry to say.
But it's not. It's not a 0% chance.
So there's always a chance.
There's always a
Always a
chance.
chance.
All right. Before I let you guys know, I do have one more question. So, how does it feel to sort of see all of your creations come to life, and pro players being up on the stage, playing in Toronto map, and using Sojourn, and also seeing all these beautiful people here enjoying, your creation?
It is absolutely surreal. I mean, the past couple of years have been kind of isolating, and game development, even during normal times, you're very close to your chest. You're very closed in, isolated, right? And especially, the last 2 years were crazy, right? So to come here to see the map and the heroes on the big screen, all these people here enjoying it, Toronto fans in Toronto, watching the Toronto team on the Toronto map, like
the Toronto character.
What else
Let's
could you
go.
want, right? It's amazing. And I'm just super happy to be here.
Yeah, and I just want to echo it. That like you say, surreal is probably the best way to put it. Again, we toil away, and you forget the number of people that you impact with these things that you do, and it's been super exciting. Like, again, Sojourn we were so closely involved in this character for so long, and to get to see the light, come out here, get to celebrate that with the Toronto fans, see what the fans or what the players are able to do with these things. Again, things that I will never be able to do in the way they play these characters. Absolutely surreal. So I want to say thank you to you guys. I want to say thank you to the fans. Thank you to everybody here for having us up. So appreciate it.
Thank you.
Guys, let's give it up for Lucas and Bert one more time.
Woo!
Thank you guys so much for everything that you guys do. And of course, Sean, thank you for joining me. That's all we have down here, so let's send things back to Puckett.
Thank you so much, Danny. Awesome talking to the devs as always. And of course, Sean at the helm, live on site with the fans in Toronto. We got to talk about this Canadian hero. She just played on the Canadian map there in Toronto, and now we get to see one of these teams returning. The Shock taking on the Dallas Fuel. We got Kilo versus Big Eddie. Johnny, how's this one breaking down?
This is going to be a very even matchup actually here, because Edison and Azadi struggles on Ash, so maybe favor the Sojourn this time around. Maybe you get like home crowd Sojourn, home country buff.
Yep.
I
don't think that counts if both people
Come on,
can play. It doesn't count if both people can play.
Sojourn in Toronto is better than not in Toronto.
That's true.
Let's talk about this series because it's a rematch of our upper bracket finals, the game that you guys called before this tournament even kicked off. And we're going 7 games right here in the finals.
We have to. We have to. And these guys have been going back and forth since the beginning of time. It feels like they both have very successful franchises over the last couple of years. And, I think it's about time that San Francisco Shock get a win. That's 2 Dallas Fuel back-to-backs. San Francisco Shock have got to break this streak, and they can break this streak, right? We all watched the match yesterday. It was a 3-0 for the Dallas Fuel, but those first 2 maps could have gone either way and really came off of heroic plays from the Dallas Fuel. The Shock can shut that down. They're in with a good chance.
Johnny, do you believe in patterns?
No. I believe in Dallas Fuel simplicity here. No, there's no way that Shock's gonna just win because of a pattern. Like what is this analysis, Costa? Come on now, you're a former player. You can do better than that.
Right now, Johnny.
We have been hyping up these teams all week long. I don't think we need to do it anymore, but we do need to get our official predictions before we move forward because one of you is chugging a bottle of maple syrup at the end of this series. The loser is gifted some fantastic deliciousness from our friends up north. Johnny, how confident are we in this?
I am so confident. Look, I have never been more confident about my prediction in my entire career as an analyst. This is going to be the easiest win of Dallas Fuel's entire franchise history. Costa, you're about to chug some maple syrup. It's going to be amazing. Clip this. I'm so ready to see you just down this bowl of maple syrup.
Someone take a screenshot with Costa smiling and then frowning real quick because he's going to be doing one of those at the end of this series.
Come on, Shock.
We've got Shock. We've got Fuel. It's your West Finals here at the Summer Showdown coming up after the break.
Throw it at him.
The Summer Showdown tournament is rapidly drawing to its conclusion. And here in the Jewel of the North, the best in the West renew their rivalry once more. Welcome back, everybody, to Toronto. We have 2 teams left here in the Summer Showdown. It will be the Dallas Fuel and the San Francisco Shock again going at it, vying for supremacy, $75,000, 3 league points, and the title of Summer Showdown champion. What a day for it, ladies and gentlemen. Championship Sunday, always a little magic. And I'm Mitch Leslie here with Matthew Morello. It's our pleasure to take you through it once more.
And the one word you used there during the open that I'm not too sure about is rivalry, because usually a rivalry is one team beats the other, then the other team beats the other. This has been all Dallas Fuel lately. They have looked really good against the Shock as of late, right? They give the Shock that loss during the tournament. They beat them here once. How does Shock kind of get over that hump, right? Like, because Dallas has had their number.
Yeah, the onus is absolutely on the challenger team here to find something new, something a little special. San Francisco Shock got to chat to them a little bit last night. They're a very superstitious team. When it comes to important matches, they'll eat a certain kind of food. They'll wear a certain t-shirt. It might even be worn backwards. That might be a little bit of a part of that as well. Krusty and this team have been really big on building a culture, and they create these superstitions, these traditions for the rest of the team to believe in. I don't know what the mix of those has been today, but you better believe they'll be drawing on everything they've got. And Matt, they need to do more than just put up a fight here against the Fuel.
And I think the series here for the Shock, I think you look at Kilo, really. Like, if Kilo can play the hit scan at the type of level we've seen from him in the past, right, and we know he can play it. He's been a little bit up and down, you know, compared to some of the others. I think, like Hisu, how we've seen him have big games. Same with Edison. If Kilo can play that level, like, you're going to get good games from Proper and pretty much everybody else. You need him to be firing on all cylinders here in this match to hang with the Dallas Fuel.
That's right, everybody. So it's time to make some noise. Let the earth shake. Make him feel at home. It's your challengers from the Golden State. It is the San Francisco Shock.
Having just played, I kind of find that as a little bit advantageous going into some of these series sometimes. You know, I know, like, coaching teams and playing, like, being able to just kind of get that back-to-back actually feels really good, as opposed to being the team that's kind of sitting around waiting. So I think that could actually benefit the Shock in a series like this, right? You weren't the team sitting around waiting. You've already kind of gotten, like, game mode yet, so to speak, today, where I think that can be beneficial here, especially in map number 1.
Eyes are on Kilo. Eyes are
doubt.
on Finn in this matchup. 2 players that are being compared unfavorably to their opposite numbers in a couple of these top-end matchups. Dallas, not a lot of weaknesses across that team. However, some of those few weaknesses have been exposed at times during this tournament, namely up against the Justice. That was a game where the Justice, again, they get in your face, they make it really hard to play your kind of game. It was a close matchup, more so than we were expecting. So San Francisco know that their opponents are fallible. They can bleed.
But can they actually get it done, like, at tournament time? It's something we've been talking about throughout the season with this team, right? They have 1 loss in the regular season. No tournament wins to show for it. And you thought without the Gladiators, without the rain, like, this is going to be their time, right? They have that stumble to the Dallas Fuel. You're like, all right, they just got to get by Dallas. Here it is. I mean, this is their opportunity to put themselves in the running, because I actually think winning here would be huge for the Shock, because if not, you imagine they're going to have a pretty good Countdown Cup. There's going to be so much pressure on this team going into the season playoffs, right?
Getting a big result now is going to make a huge difference. It's time to take it to another level, but their opponents are looking indomitable. They're looking like the Goliath in this particular matchup. Ladies and gentlemen, burn blue, burn bright for the Dallas Fuel! There's no Gladiators out here to give them hell, Matt.
Yeah. I mean, even we were walking up here and we saw Tasmo in the back, and even he's got this, like, he's like, I know how good they are kind of feel, but he doesn't want to say it yet, because, like, you never know here as we get to a final. But this team in this meta has been so good. I think when you have Hanbin playing the way he is, you know, on the Junker Queen, and then Sparkle, we know what he does on Genji. Edison has looked pretty good on the Ashe. At times we cast that one game where Decay really kind of popped off in the first 2 maps and gave them some trouble, but whether it's on the Sojourn or the Ashe, he's been pretty rock solid. Like, not like unbelievable performances, but playing pretty consistently all throughout.
Hanbin, the orchestrator of arguably the greatest clutch in league history, happened over the course of this tournament. A 2v5 that he is able to turn around this team in their totality, but also in their individuals, have shown us some moments that we could never have expected over the course of this tournament. Yes, not always been squeaky clean, but when it's really counted, Dallas have taken it up a notch. That's something from the Shock that everyone is expecting. We need to see from them if they're going to make this series competitive, Matthew. And we know how San Francisco, how their woes tend to continue, on those control maps. They are like 12 and 12 on control maps, but in map 5s, when it comes to control, they are 11 and 0.
It's tough, though, I think, for a team like the Shock, right, to play against a team like Dallas. You battle through this tournament. You kind of know what the results have been against this team. I think this map 1 is enormous, right? Because if you can win this, you can have everybody on the stage there for the Shock look at each other like, hey, we can do this, right? Like, we've had some close series with them. They've gone back and forth. We take this first one. We start moving in the right direction. The scary part is if the Dallas Fuel take it, you're kind of sitting around on stage like, oh, is this happening again?
Isn't that what I say? Mickey Mouse wins?
Hey, you know what? Yeah, you root for 3 teams in one day. Why not?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, pick your poison. San Francisco, Dallas going head-to-head. It's a 1-to-4 series. Top seed makes the first map selection. San Francisco, dodgy in their first maps, on those control maps, until it gets to map 5, apparently. Bear that in mind here as the Dallas Fuel expect them to come out swinging. Hanbin, probably the best Junker Queen in the world. Hard to say. There's a lot of talent over in the East as well, but so far in the West, he has been head and shoulders above his competition.
And Sparkle is the type of Genji player who can match the output of Proper. When you think of Genji, you think of Sparkle, right? They kind of go hand in hand. I think where Dallas can have the advantage here really big is with Edison. If Edison can kind of play that hit scan role at a top level, I think he can really push this team over the top in this series. And even though we've seen these 2 teams match up before and Dallas has gotten the better of them, I think he can send the Dallas Fuel to even another level, right?
3-0 win for the Fuel in that upper bracket final. Historically in the Overwatch League, grand finals, pretty one-sided in a lot of big games. Often the upper bracket finals where most of the competition is, so perhaps things will be...
You're trying to reverse jinxes here.
Yes, absolutely. Y'all ain't gonna know what hit you. Night Market here, of course, is where we're gonna commence this series. Again, Edison v Kilo is a key matchup. Everybody make some noise out the gates. Here they come! The Dallas Fuel and the San Francisco Shock. It's a 1-to-4 grand final here in Toronto.
And both teams will play the Sojourn here at the start. It's a Symmetra TP for the Dallas Fuel to kick things off as they rotate to the back of the point and play from this position. It's going to force the Shock to be the more aggressive team.
Edison looking for a one-way ticket to Value Town from this position. Wants to try and maintain that railgun. Just a bit of damage will keep that charge, so he'll go to 100 pretty soon. Colosseo takes a licking, forced to back up there. Dashing through came Proper. He's not able to find any purchase so far. Commanding shouts from both sides. Colosseo threatening, knife thrown, trying to pressure Sparkle down in the neutral, but it's Kilo down first. Edison draws first blood here. Chio avoiding the knife plunged into his back there. And the Dallas Fuel start from a position of strength.
And Edison is a player who's had like a really interesting Overwatch League career, right? Comes in like tons of hype and plays pretty well and then kind of gets like lost. Like, I mean, we have so many new players, so many hyped up rookies come in every single year. It's easy to kind of get lost, and finds his way here on the Dallas Fuel, where you were looking at like they've got Gurio on the roster, right? Doha, you're like, where is Edison going to fit in? And in this meta, he has taken over that starting slot, and he has held on to it.
It's just perfect.
Yeah, I mean, putting up sick performances.
Dallas always wanted for a strong hit scan DPS. Ever since the XE project didn't quite work out, he has answered the call. Disrupt the shot thrown here. Edison reluctant to give up any ground at the back of the point, but Chio's been taken down. San Francisco now, they've come alive. Some pressure on Hanbin here, and he's just trying to stall. San Francisco assert themselves and gain control at 42-3.
You know, Edison got 2 picks in that first fight, but really the Shock were able to back the Dallas Fuel into those corners and play off of that. And when you get in that close quarter area and you have Proper coming at you and Kaluge playing that aggressive, and you know, with how good Violet's been, like offensively is Lucio, you think that they can win some of those fights. So the first fight doesn't exactly go their way because the Edison picks, but they get the same type of action. They force it in the corner again. It works out the second time.
Double rallies, keep an eye on those sound barriers here. Shield backs forward by Finn. He's playing aggressively, but Sparkle has the blade. Tries to chase down Violet, but that's a double sound barrier in play now. Here's the overclock from Edison. Field is down. Proper eventually able to cut through that overshield, and who's the next target? Edison's on a platter. Kilo takes care of him now. With 2 players down the rampage from Harbin. Can he save this? 3 players hit with that one. Proper's forced to abscond for a time, and Finn's been removed in his absence. Here come the Fuel. Kilo is down. Chio eventually has to give up his life, and the Shock still have point control now. They're in the lead. Knife onto Kaluge. He's drawn to his death. Harbin gives him the bear hug. He'd sooner forget. And off the point will Violet be pushed now. Dallas back in the hot seat.
Hanbin is so sick on the Junker Queen. Being able to go in there and hit a rampage as Finn takes out Sparkle on the way out. Hold on here. Are you going to be able to fight this if you're the Shock? As, Kilo gets backed into a corner, taken out. But Hanbin hits that rampage, able to get back to the point. The knife onto Kaluge, the Carnage to finish him off. The thing that's so impressive about Hanbin, and what really I think about Kaluge as well, just the ability to avoid that you know, useless damage, right? Where they're just kind of taking damage going in and being able to survive so long on their own.
Kaluge is looking for something here. Kilo, overclock, a lot of damage on Sparkle there, but they're able to keep him topped up. Oh, not bad at all off the rampage, and it's Edison the first to fall as a result. Chio bleeds, he goes low. He's able to get a transfusion and get back into the fight, but Violet sends Fielder careening over the edge. Hanbin is in trouble as well, and this one is back and forth.
So Shock march right on in, take it back from the Dallas Fuel. So they'll get up to about even, I think, in terms of percentage when this next fight kicks off. And the Shock able to build up these support ultimates way faster, right? We already saw 1 round of everybody kind of having them. Now Violet and Finn already back with these ultimates, which is massive because you're going to be able to negate the effects of Sparkle's blade most likely.
Sparkle looking for just some free damage early on. Decent pressure on Kaluge. Blades out, forced to deflect down at 28. Drops on top of the Mega. Not too bad. We have a trade here. Kilo is down. And that's a sound barrier coming out now. Wasn't needed for Sparkle's play, but the Shocker a player down. Hanbin losing out in the front line. It's a good side for San Francisco. They're at 97% and counting and Proper. He's looking to seal the deal. Overtime for Dallas. But they've been dashed aside now. As all Fielder can do, can try and get there. Not close enough. Hey, if the Shock can buck the trend of being weak in map 1, Matt, that's a good start.
And I think it's a little bit of you know, being able to play a series earlier in the day, right? It's a more grueling, longer day for the team that comes out of losers, but to be able to get, I know, up to game speed, right? Getting the flow of action at the start, I think it's massive. As I thought having those support ults there at the end was huge because, right, Finn is forced to actually rally early there to save Kaluge because they're taking a lot of damage. And Sparkle ends up using the blade at that time, but Violet with the sound barrier, not able to get anything with it. That's a nice boot there. Mind you, Violet is like a flex support player, right? His entire career, who's playing Lucio now and playing some of the best Lucio we've seen, like, of anybody. Just the amount of skill needed, and also the stuff we don't see, right? The amount of time he's had to put in to get to this level on the Lucio. It's really impressive.
Hanbin leads his team in every metric right now. What is this? Sparkle?
Okay.
On the Architect of Light here. Okay. Playing inside the dojo. Turrets being thrown out there. They are being removed pretty quickly, but Kaluge taking a fair bit of damage up front. Is this the secret tech the Fuel were working on? Edison, his bulb gets burst, and the Fuel are struggling here.
Do you need secret tech to be the team you've already beat twice? You know, you come out on the Symmetra. Symmetra gets you there a little bit faster. Maybe you feel like it's just a one-fight strat, right? Where if you TP, you get to that hut faster, you can set up the turrets in there, and you can, you know, start to just mow players down as you rank up your beam and just damage output. It does not work though, and that's a fast switch back over to the Genji.
I mean, playing Symmetra without a shield tank in the front line is pretty ballsy, Matthew. Dallas think better of it now. Proper only has eyes for Edison. Good pressure on the Sojourn here, and they still need to come forward. The Fuel, they get Finn though. The railgun connection, what a crucial kill. Harbin's found his second in the front line, and between the two of them, it's a full house of kills. Dallas only let the shot get about 35% before reasserting themselves.
Yeah, you see from Proper's POV, right? Just trying to put down some damage, maybe get a deflect onto Edison. And the Dallas Fuel do something we don't really see a lot of teams do. They just kind of like ignore Proper, right? They just speed boost right on past him with the rest of the squad, and they find players in the back line.
Shock testing the point here. Just with Proper, who's Blade. Maybe the difference maker here. A lot of pressure on Kaluge, but look at he's so healthy. Violet going to come in with the sound barrier now, and Edison forced to peer in from the periphery. Kilo! And get the kill there is big. Oh, San Francisco get a bunch of free percentage from capping before a winning fight. Fantastic sequence from the Shock.
Yeah, and look at this. Hanbin, they're trying to keep him alive as long as possible, but they flip the point early, and they gain about like 10 extra % off of that. That's quite massive, as you know, everybody for each team kind of throws their support ulti out, except for Finn. You're able to hold on to a rally. So when Sparkle goes in with that blade, look for the rally to come out and see how Finn's able to protect Hilo.
Dallas running on fumes right now. A blade from Sparkle. Doesn't seem like a whole lot up against this support ult. Sparkle looking very low already in the backline. Has the deflect a railgun by the looks of things. Chow was inside of a disrupt the shot for a time. Can he find some purchase with the play? The answer is no. Transaction declined. Edison wrapping around the left-hand side, but Kilo's coming looking for him as well. It's going to be a duel at Sunset on the bridge here. Oh dear. Kilo yoinked off the end apparently by Harmon's knife. Dallas have the point flip back in their favor. Proper unwilling to yield, but eventually that choice will be taken away from him.
So still not a bad scenario here for San Francisco. 87% on the point. You're looking at like 2 fights here. You're going to have a Blade and a Rampage for 1. And then look at Violet already with that sound barrier. He said, hey, builds, he's so fast, man. Where you have a distinct advantage coming into the next 2 fights in terms of ults.
1 minute 40 to 2 minutes and 6 in terms of the sound barrier generation time.
Massive.
Big difference here. Violet amping that heal, I suggest. A little bit of poke from Kaluge here. He's happy to play around the middle part of the map. A Rampage could seal the deal right here, right now for the Shock. Here we go! Fielder is connected with Kaluge. Holds himself on the edge, teetering, returning now to the fray. Fielder gets the railing. Can he get the fuel back to full health? It doesn't look like it. Edison's already fallen to Kilo. The railgun finds its mark, and Proper is relentless. The Shock only see red right now, and the Dallas see it in grayscale.
And you're going to have one more fight here for the Dallas Fuel.
Tracer!
Yeah, you're going to have to get some fast heroes to get back to the point and touch.
It's all about the touch here. 98 and counting Edison. He gets there. Overtime secured. Now to bide your time for a good opportunity. It's going to be a sound barrier preemptively here from Chio. Dallas looking for an advantage early, playing aggressive, looking for Kilo. They get that first kill now to 5v4. Hanbin doesn't want to step off the point. He needs a solid flip here, but they've lost Fielder. Oh, this could be dangerous for Dallas. Sparkle, Chio's so low. Finn is down. Hanbin gets the punch. What a crucial kill. Can he keep his team in it? Seismic slam backwards to get topped up. Sparkle will be returning with the blade, but Chio's been taken down. Proper. Can he continue to even the odds? It's the blade from Sparkle. Gets rid of the Junker Queen and might get 2.
All right, so you flipped the point, but now you've switched over to this composition that's not ideal when you don't have this sound barrier to be playing with. Can you win one more fight with this? Obviously not an opportunity to switch. Kaluge going to have to go over to the Doom just to get a touch.
98 and counting. Doom versus Doom. I cannot believe my eyes. Edison has a pulse bomb and he knows just where to stick it. Kaluge is down. And that's it. Oh, we have ourselves a map now, ladies and gentlemen.
Dallas makes those late switches just to get to the point. It's really Chio's sound barrier that allows them to win that fight. And then towards the end, the Shocker forced into the same type of situation where they have to go over to the Doomfist, try and get a touch. Perfect pulse bomb opportunity there for Edison. You get the tank out of the way. And Dallas really steal that round.
We're throwing back to kickoff clash here. This is just sublime. Yanks him over the edge. Kilo more like pound. That's brutal.
There's nothing you could do about that. Just a nice knife there from Hanbin, as both teams will be running the same composition this time. And no late round heroics needed here. No Symmetra for the Dallas Fuel after I think just kind of a little bit of a pocket strategy there early.
Dallas turn up the heat early. See Chio there, just bounding around the outside. Ooh, my proper. Had nowhere to go there. Hanbin, he gets a sniff of it. He's hungry. Kaluge.
They are so fast, and when they have a player weak, they are so fast to collapse onto that player and take them out. And Violet was, you know, he was on Hanbin's screen for like, it looked like a half of a second. You can kind of see like the, health icons show up, and he's dead in seconds. Just their ability to focus fire is so good.
Again, here it is. It's the same play. Coming around the outside of that control center. Chio leads the charge. That speed boost stacks with the commanding shout. Keep that in mind. Kilo's managed to wrap himself around the back, but problems around. Oh, what is that? Violet strays into the crosshair for a little bit too long, and Kilo is able to get the better of Edison here. Will it be enough? Finn charges through. Kilo is so low, and eventually Dallas turn their attention towards him.
And it's interesting because the Shock, they don't want to move directly to the point. They actually move up their staircase and try and play for that mid stairs. And Dallas, instead of chasing, just pushes forward, takes players out. But it ends up working out in the long run here for the Shock.
Dallas opt to give up control of the point, although they don't look like they intend to allow this status quo to persist. Kilo low, very low. Still wants to have a poke at it though. Hanbin thought he'd have a look at him, but no, it's going to be Sparkle that actually sends a couple of shurikens his way. Now he'll wrap around. He sees proper, but he's looking at Finn. Everybody collapses on the Brigitte. And now it's a matter of finishing a meal.
And you just see when we see from Sparkle's point of view how fast they are, right? He's on a target. That target's also taking fire from others. You know, he dashes to the next one. Everybody's so focused there for the Dallas Fuel. As now this round's feel quite long because there's been a few long fights, but only 50% here for the Dallas Fuel, so Shot not out of it.
Violet down a minute 43 per beat. That's very quickly. Finn's going to open this one up at the rally though. Commanding shout. Hanbin, look where Hanbin is. He's gotten almost behind Kaluge. They're looking for Finn here. Chio pops the sound barrier now, and Violet eventually is going to respond. Proper deflect. Fielder desiccated. Edison has his head parted from his torso. This will be the shot coming out on top here. And this is a fight in which Dallas try and start with that beat.
And I think the way that the Shock have been kind of trying to work their way back to the point has forced Dallas to be a little bit passive. Because Dallas, it ends up working out one time when they push on through, when they take that mid staircase, and they're able to take out a few players. But the next time it doesn't work out that way, and it forces them to play a little bit further back, but that's a huge headshot kill there.
Now it's going to be one you wish you had back, but Kilo takes his pound of flesh as well. Gio's out of the picture now. No amped healing, no speed boost available. Gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way. Sparkle's in the back line. Cat amongst the pigeons to Kilo. Falls by the wayside. Deflect still available for Sparkle, but he needs some support here. With Hanbin out of the picture, where's your pressure going to come from? Edison gets rid of proper though. Genji's make a big impact here, and Sparkle still stands. But the point not flipped yet for Dallas. It's a skeleton crew for the Shock and trying to hold on, but this can't go well. Kaluge eventually gets brought down. Dallas are going to be back in control.
Yeah, there's just nothing left to be able to keep Kaluge alive. And I was going to say, we talk so much about Proper and how Kilo, maybe needs to play at a higher level in this game. Like Kaluge, Finn, and Violet have been so essential for the Shock's success. Like that time able to stay alive so long and flip the point. They just have no other help as Hanbin with a rampage looking to seal this first map.
Can he line this one up? Hanbin waiting for an opportunity here, pushing up. Commanding shout going to be in play. There's a rally here for Fielder. There it is! 4 players rampaged! And Hanbin is far from done with the pillaging! Kilo impaled. It's a knife from downtown, but that's fine. It was flair for the Dallas Fuel. Firing up here in map 1, and that's a smile on Hanbin's face.
Round 1, the Shock look great. Maybe just Dallas Fuel taking a little bit of time to warm up as they don't play a series earlier today. And they come out, they fire on all cylinders the second half. Yeah, we know who you is.
49 final blows, plays 46. In every way, it was an absolute slugfest to start the series off, and at least San Francisco has showed that they're here to play. Do they have what it takes to unseat the juggernaut that is the Fuel? Only one way to find out, and that is by staying where you are. We'll be back with map 2 right after this. Okay, San Francisco fans, we got that one out of the way quickly. Control goes the way of the Dallas Fuel, but it was anything but one-sided, Matt. Very hotly contested Lijiang Tower expedition.
Really close for the overall series, right? I know they're on Lijiang Tower. It was really the Dallas Fuel turning up at the end. I think they started gaining a ton of momentum when they went to like the Doom composition. They were able to flip that point back, pull that round out. I think it really, stung the shock a bit.
It was actually a map in which Kalush didn't have the opportunity to secure that many final blows. His DPS were really firing up this time. Sometimes we see when someone like Kilo's having a quieter game, Kalush is playing their front line more and securing more kills with Carnage. Not so much this time around. Harbin, though, still able to work his signature brand of magic on their Junker Queen.
I mean, he is so nasty. We talked a little bit about it there in map number 1, but you're able to keep Kalush, Finn, and Violet alive for so long. It just doesn't matter. I mean, the aggression, the output from Hanbin is just too much eventually to deal with. So the Shock end up picking map number 2, obviously dropping map number 1. We will go to Hollywood, which is quite an interesting selection because this is one where they would probably want to see some more like Ashe play, right? That's kind of what we see on Hollywood quite often. You also do have the ability, not play the Ashe, and we've seen Proper have sick performances in this map, right? We're really just destroying high ground setups from team basically on his own.
But this is where San Francisco had some problems against the Houston Outlaws. That was the map in that series where they definitely fell behind a little bit, where Pelican made fools of them. So they're very much hoping for a bounce back. But this is a volatile map, Matthew. Very difficult to defend point A. So quite often we see much of the map in general, and we even go to sort of extra innings. As it turns out, finishing the map itself is quite accessible to top teams at this level. A lot of back and forth fighting. And staggers and spawn cans can be very punishing here. I think one good fight for defenders here can really make a huge difference. Last thing you want to see is your team getting blown out on point A straight away as they defend, but
yeah,
it's not particularly uncommon either.
Point A has really been brutal for teams to hold. Teams have not been able to hold point A. It's really just been about setting up that high ground defense on point B. That's where I think teams have success on the defensive side of things. Be the Dallas Fuel on defense first. Edison will come out on the Sojourn, so do not want to play the Ashe here. So this will allow them to play a little bit more close quarters to the point, a little bit more brawly. I also think there's less resources that have to be invested into Edison to be able to live, right? Because there's so much mobility on the Sojourn. Just a better ability to fight close range.
It's really easy to get left behind when you're playing Ashe. When your team amps speed boost and commanding shouts forward, you get left behind. Whereas Sojourn is quite happy to run up with them and then be able to slide out and then retake a high ground position midway through a fight.
And all you have is the ability to, coach gun away on Ashe, right? On Sojourn, you have the slide, and then also people use that disruptor shot in a defensive way now, right? Where you kind of put it down at your feet and it's very difficult to go through. It's slow, yeah. So a little bit more defensive capabilities on the Sojourn.
Dallas actually playing pretty close to the choke early here. Many teams have folded back by this point, but you can see them really trying to stamp their authority. There's a wraparound. Oh, Dallas, they're going for the push. Are the Shock ready for this? Oh, Proper gets absolutely hammered, and Kilo nowhere to go. Violet's able to trade out now as the Shock try and dig their heels in a little bit more, but the Dallas are here en masse. Nicely done by Kalush, though. This will make it costly for Dallas, but still they catch the Shock off guard.
And what I find interesting in that is that when they wrap around, Edison's not there. Edison actually goes to the high ground. So they want to try and funnel players through this choke, and he could have hit like a big disruptor shot, some big damage going down, in which case they would have just sped right back around and taken the fight on the point. A really interesting strat there from the Fuel.
And they got 5 players back in position now. Yeah. Lovely little variation on a more proactive defense setup on Hollywood. I don't know how many times you'll be able to get away with that, repeating it though.
How is Violet farming these?
I don't know.
It's so fast.
It's absurd. 1 minute and 15. That's how long it took him to get this beat. That is just insane. Harmon's going to be forced away. There's no one to help him now, and Violet makes sure that kill is secured. Chio, the only one able to stand up for the Fuel here, but man, just raw efficiency from Violet. How does he squeeze so much value out of this Lucio?
It went from, I do not want to see Violet play Lucio at times last year, right? Remember they were trying to do it? To this time, it's like, hey, he's like up there with some of the best Lucios in the league. Is the Fuel, they come in, they want to contest here for a bit, but they can just get bullied off the point.
Here come the Fuel. Coloseo's down. What a blow to strike. Sparkle trying to deflect there, but Finn cuts his life short. A checkpoint having already been achieved, though, means that the Fuel probably need to make a sheepish retreat here. For context, Chio takes 1 minute 51 to build his beat. That's pretty good. Yeah. But it's 1 minute 25 on average for Violet at the moment.
And being able to get it early gives them the point, right? It's something that the Dallas Fuel probably don't expect. I mean, who the hell has sound barrier that fast, right? He just runs in and you're able to just drop it. And you can use them a little bit more freely because he's able to get them so fast.
The Fuel, though, now a peak in their support old economy. Commanding shout there. Rally's also in play. Finn run down. Edison just moving. Yeah, this whole time. Dallas are a little bit out of position now. They're going to the high ground. Okay, elevator music plays. They eventually need to get involved here. Kilo's here with a knife and Harbin. Okay, that was wild. Not quite what he was looking for in the rampage there. Dallas starting this fight a little maladroitly here, but it's still good pressure on Proper. He's inside the saloon. What a knife. I don't know how he hits those. Edison still falls to the blade, though.
They're still moving this payload, though. They're able to keep Proper alive somehow through all of that. Chio ends up beating to kind of keep players alive through that Dragon Blade. But look at this. They've set themselves up the Shock here in a really odd scenario, just one fight.
Dallas need to put this to a stop, and they need to do it quickly. Finn again is going to be the first one on the menu, and Sparkle, he's hungry. Proper dunks on him. I think Dallas still get what they wanted here. They let this get a little out of hand, though.
It just became so dirty, right? Like there weren't really that many like fights as everybody. The cart was moving for a period of time. The Shock are able to keep things going and extend that fight and player down scenario. And they got the cart in a really good spot with 2:45 here on the clock.
Proper gonna snap the Mega up. Doesn't really need it, but doesn't want the Fuel to have access to it for the next couple moments. A lot of damage deflected there, and Proper's able to stay alive. The Shock want to bait something inside this saloon. Proper gets caught, though. Looks like Fielder came in from the top rope there inside the saloon. Oh my, Violet gets that sound barrier up here. Fielder's gone down. Kalu's looking to pressure into the back line here, but he's finding that Fuel quite hard to catch. In he goes. The brute force approach gets Sparkle with that rampage. Chio still bleeding out. He will just stay alive here. Somehow Harmon is able to extract a kill, but that's really all he's going to get. 3 meters until that checkpoint comes up here, and the Shock will have it. This is so chaotic.
And I like that rampage use there from Kaluj. We see a lot of times players trying to line up these big rampages. You know, at that point, you just need like another kill or two to get over the line and get that checkpoint for your team. Sees two players there, just lines them up and takes them out, right? You're at an even scenario. At that point, you're able to anti two other players and give yourself healing. It's just such a huge advantage. You don't need these like 4-player rampages, but look at this. Dallas just gets right into it.
Neither team wants to give the other an opportunity to rest, and Fielder now is going to raise the flag. I mean, the Shock just dispersed from the cart. They're a little bit split, though. That's kind of the issue. Most of them are able to disengage to a degree. Sparkle, though, wants to pressure this as much as he can, and it's Carnage in front of the spawn door. The Shock limp away. Sparkle heads upstairs, and the Fuel want a bit of a spawn camp here.
This feels like the first stop in action since the beginning of the map, right? Even that second portion of the map just went so long in terms of like kills being traded out.
Here it is.
Speed boost to the point.
Finn rally. The Shock want to force the Fuel to stand on the point and fight. Sparkle isn't standing at all. Harmon has a rampage here. What a knife connection. That's scary stuff. Proper's forced into a deflect. Gets a repair pack, and there's Chio going down. Dallas are now running out of options. They're out of position. They're down to 3 players. The cart's moving this whole time.
Look where they've been forced to. I mean, the Shock are on offense, and you got the Dallas Fuel now on the offensive side having to run back.
Blade coming in here from Sparkle. Is it enough? No. Fielder and Edison already cut down. They went for a disruptor shot on the point, and the Dallas Fuel are losing control of this defense. The Shock constantly pressuring. It's ungodly connection there with that rampage. And Hardbin, somehow, he's come up with the goods again.
Hunbin in like player down scenarios loves to go for that rampage and really turn the tides. I mean, that's when, like, if you're the Shock, right, you probably don't invest like a support ult into that, right? But when the rampage comes, he's able to just keep that going. It's really just him and Sparkle.
The relentless march continues. Both Sojourns going for those overclocks. Kilo's pretty limited in terms of his sight lines. He's actually looking for Edison across the map. Gracie whizzes past his ear, but he's unperturbed. Shock now will try and approach once more, but look how close Harmbin is. He wants to get up in Kaluja's face. He gets booped though. Here's the commanding shout, but everyone's so low in the Dallas field already. And Chio, what opportunities? He's gonna have to use the sound barrier here. He might want to go for it anyway. Here comes Proper with the blade, but Chio is cut short. That's 3.
As they want to get those players out of there as fast as possible, get this cart to a scenario where it is one fight. Chio's smart not to use that sound barrier. You already had lost. Sparkle Edison was deep behind enemy lines, and he gets taken out fast.
46 seconds left now. Here it comes. Commanding shot. Kaluj falls back a little bit. Knife was in there. Disrupt the shots everywhere. Comes in with that melee attack, and yet double sound barriers are going to be happening. Fielder is going to be the first casualty, but Harbin's able to respond here. Pressuring on the card. Proper trying to deflect them back, but the Dallas field have the numbers here. Proper, can he find Edison? Sparkle's already gone to work in the back line though, and Proper realizes that's an exit frag and nothing more.
Yeah, just the movement to be able to get out with his life up to the high ground is 17 seconds left. He's probably going to be the one that's going to have to touch.
Card sliding back came so close. A rampage for Kaluj. That could seal the deal here. Can he line this up? Here he comes. Car moving forward. The Fielder going to have to touch. Here's the rampage. Catches 2. Not too shabby, but Fielder gets the rally in play right now. Kaluj flailing about himself. Whoever he can hit, he's happy with it. Finn trying to keep him alive, but he takes too much damage up front. Sparkle's in his face. Violet's in deep trouble as well. And the Dallas Fuel have this one on lock. The blue tide surges over the cart. And Dallas holds strong.
It's still a pretty good offense, though, from San Francisco. Get the cart all the way, basically, to the the end, as it's going to be just the Fuel with an opportunity to win the map by completing it. Towards the end there, man, Kaluj just takes so much damage after that. The rally's just not enough. Like, that's where you need the sound barrier, right? Where the difference of the sound barrier where coming in right away as opposed to the rally.
Hanbin has 12 of his team's 33 final blows right now. Sparkle and Edison have 7 and 4 respectively. Big carry performance right now.
Do you try anything different if you're the Shock here on defense? I was going to ask, like, do you think you maybe see like, I haven't seen Kilo and Ash like that much, right? But maybe just something a little bit to throw Dallas's timing off.
The pace of the game is too fast.
Yeah.
Neither of these teams are willing to give backliners any time to set up. Look at this.
That is so nasty.
Just look at the bleed. And think about how much healing Harmbin is getting over the course of that. An absurd amount.
And the damage with the Junker Queen shotgun is so large as well. You don't really realize it until you kind of get in the game and play it. But she's able to just blow players up with that shotgun. As Sparkle here with a Widow Swan may just fire off a shot and then switch back.
Watch out for the deflect. All right, enough of that apparently. So just finish the map.
The Shock playing way further back than the Fuel were. They're playing in that back corner, kind of allowing Dallas in to take a fight on the point.
Very different to Dallas's approach here.
Yeah.
So now for Dallas, they have a bit of space to work with. The risk is that the Shock sort of speed into the midway through their setup. They're able to drop to the ground. Harmbin, yeah, pretty decent amount of damage on him already. 38% Jagged Blade accuracy to Kaluj's 20. Significant difference.
It's interesting. They've taken this position in the cafe now. Allows them to heal up a little bit.
Violet!
That is so quick.
Harmbin went fishing and he come up with the big one. Still a 2 for 2. Kaluj is doing well to give an account of himself on the point here. Harmbin just saunters in Kilo's direction. Zero fear. Oh dear.
And those knives are big for the damage, but it's also the displacement, right? We kind of ran the replay of Kilo getting off the side on Liu Zhang Tower, but right there, being able to get with Violet and then take him out is, let's see it from Hanbin's POV.
You don't have the chance to juke that, to outrange, disengage from that knife.
No, and it's a little bit of damage, and then the knife pull, and then a shot from the Jungle Queen and the bleed, right? That's all it is to take out a hero as squishy as Lucio.
Looks like Dallas are thriving at this pace of game, but the San Francisco Shock are getting a little bit haggard. It's starting to get away from the Matthew. White knuckle grip on the reins for San Francisco, and they still aren't able to hold on. They try a spawn camp. It's cute, but you're going to have to get up early in the morning to do that to the Fuel.
So the Shock, they're not able to really kind of get a a spawn hole there fast, as they would have been able to make some time up. And look at this, you've given high ground here to the Dallas Fuel. A pick off from here, right? You know, this stops even like a point B defense, and then you're looking really good if you're the Dallas Fuel to finish the map.
This is where we need to see what's in reserve for San Francisco. This is not enough right now. Field a rally. Kilo down already. Sparkle gets the job done. Edison surging ahead, knows that Proper is in his periphery, but isn't afraid of him because he's being protected by his backline so effectively, and Proper just straight up loses the Gentleman's Duel on the high ground. If anything, that's emblematic of the Shock's struggles right now.
There's not been a defense here for the San Francisco Shock, and look at this. Even though you're a player down, Edison coming back, I think you still fight this if you're the Fuel. You have this sound barrier, and you have Sparkle's Blade.
I get there. Sparkle's Blade's coming out. Violet tried to boop him, but it was too early. He still had the dash to close the gap. Sparkle's brutally effective.
You see, that is so cheeky. He's actually not trying to send those bullets right back at Kilo because he doesn't want to finish him off straight away.
Block them.
He wants to just block them and send him in a corner, so you can just leave him alive for a little bit longer.
Sparkle's having an unreal performance. 15 final blows, 6 deaths right now. Big Genji energy.
I mean, that's not surprising. If you were to ask the Dallas Fuel, you know, hey, there's going to be a meta that includes some heavy Genji play. How do you think you're going to do? You think you're going to be one of the best teams in the league just by having him on that hero all the time.
Rampage catches 2. Kalu's going to go for one of his own here, but he's only able to get towards Shio. That just may not be enough. Proper's able to finish the job at the very least, but Edison, the headshot on Kaluj is perfect. Proper now weighing up his options. He has the blade here. The Shock need to send the bleed, and Kilo gets awful close to being picked up. But he and Proper finally come alive.
And that's a huge fight win. You need to burn significant clock here if you're the San Francisco Shock. You have a sound barrier, you have a blade coming up next. You need to play closer. You cannot allow this cart to progress around that corner and get to that home stretch, because with the amount of time the Dallas Fuel have, they'll just play this ultimate game, right, where you're forced to use things and eventually they'll get a huge advantage.
Okay, commanding shard first. Budget sound barrier. Violet might have to go for it properly in a second. Proper with the blade. Gets rid of Sparkle. Okay, that's probably enough for now, as long as Proper can stay alive and disengage in some manner. Yes, here come the rest of the Shock. Now they're starting to put it together. They don't spend the sound barrier, crucially.
Yeah, it's massive, right? You get a pretty clean fight there. You've got a minute off the clock just from that. Let's say you come back, you get the sound barrier, get aggressive here. You know that Sparkle's going to have this blade soon, though.
That's Fielder's rally. Violet still holding the beat, still clutching it to his breast. San Francisco doing pretty well to stave off the damage, but Kaluj is now getting a bit more attention than he'd like. This forces out Violet's sound barrier. Sparkle's blade, he actually gets rid of Proper. This could be dangerous now. The Shock are down to 4. Violet dancing around. You see Finn there just trying to keep away from Sparkle, but the man is hungry. Kilo shuts him down though. Hanbin, eyes wide open. He's very, very much involved in this one. 2 minutes 38, and here come the Fuel. This is the last chance for the Shock, man.
And it's not good for the Shock. You're going to have a rally, but coming out of spawn, you're going to go directly into that sound barrier and the overclock. Going to be so much survivability here for the Fuel on the cart.
Rally from Finn. Could be a big help as they try and defend, but Chio's going to come out with the sound barrier first. Edison wants to wrap around this fight just a little bit, but Finn's taking a lot of pressure right now. Edison has space to work with some scrutiny. He actually takes a jagged blade there, and the pressure is too much. Kilo gets right in his face. It's a trade. Kalu set up on the cart. Chigo takes a big swift strike there, and here comes the Disruptor Shot thrown down by the Shock. They're able to hold off. It's Helm's Deep level stuff though, Matt.
Are they? I mean, here's a kill from Hanbin. I imagine they wait a second, they make sure they have the armor repair packs. You have a rally, and I think they come right back in.
Rampage, here we go. Hanbin gets caught by it. Just him though. Fielder's rally can't come soon enough, but Hanbin eventually is going to get brought down. Raid boss has been removed.
That's a huge connection, because if you don't connect with Hanbin, you go aggressive there, you invest that rally, you probably have a rampage of your own, and you got Edison coming off the spawn with the overclock, shooting right down the alley, and that looks like an opportunity that the Dallas Fuel have to finish this map. It's a big rampage there from Kaluj.
No way!
Oh, what?
That's devastating! How do you come back from this, San Francisco? Proper's going to go for the blade. It's a desperate gambit, but it's all he's got left. And Albin's down. That card, ladies and gentlemen, that card is getting home one way or another. Prophet comes in over the top, he's done. And that's that. With 1 minute left in the round, Dallas get to the end of the map. Prophet tried with that blade, Matthew tries he might. 17 and 11 from him. Superstar performance, but you're trying to hold back Sparkle and Hanbin while they're frothing at the mouth for these kills. It's a tough ask.
And you just see when we go to these shots of the players on stage, how happy, comfortable, relaxed the players on the Fuel are. They gotta feel like they have the Shock's number. Like, hey, you guys pick whichever maps you want to go to, it don't matter.
San Francisco definitely looking a bit shaky in that map, and Dallas, they'd love to play fast. They love to play messy. There needs to be an answer from the Shock, and it needs to be happening real quick. It's 2-0 in this first of 4. Don't go too far, everybody. The Shock, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. Some of the most generally rough and tumble Overwatch I think I've seen in a little while, Matthew. I know this meta caters to it, but these moments here for Sparkle, I mean, this is a game winner right here.
I mean, look, if you do not have any defensives up, you know, in terms of support ults, for Sparkle's Blade, I mean, you are in trouble. I also feel like
so cheeky.
And he is such an exciting player. I mean, you see his stats on your screen. That when he kind of gets confident and he's able to play kind of how you see his emotions are on stage, he is a difficult player to slow down. You know, we talk about Propers being such a tremendous rookie player and how good he's been throughout the regular season thus far. The Sparkle is able to match those performances on this hero.
Remember the last time this team won a stage final?
Dallas?
Yep.
I mean, how was Griffin even born then?
Just, yeah. He's very little.
I was gonna say, I was like, it's a long time.
Yeah. Dallas, despite having been so strong, you look a little patchy in some metas. I think like mid-season madness didn't suit them particularly well.
Yeah.
We saw a lot of fearless there, and I think Dallas was searching for their identity, but it is astonishing how quickly they were able to establish that here in the Summer Showdown.
Well, it's just wild how things change in the league depending on the meta and like kind of like how your rosters are constructed and who you have on your bench that's able to come in, right? I mean, we're seeing a lot of like Garillo, the Widowmaker early on here, and he's like the hit scan, player for this Dallas team. Then you can be able to bring Edison in because these heroes fit his pool pretty well. All of a sudden, like you're like, hey, do we have to play Doha? What's the meta? And the Sparkle now it falls into Genji, like, and then you see teams that go the other way, right? Who maybe not pick up the meta as fast. And it's one thing about our season; it's really long, grueling, and then also it fluctuates. You have to be pretty even keeled, pretty consistent on everything. As Dorado will be the map pick here for the Shock yet again as we move into Escort.
San Francisco now really searching themselves for some answers up against the Dallas Fuel team that seems fundamentally to be on another level.
Yeah. They need a map win in the worst way. And what's scary is like Dorado, you can probably see the Dallas Fuel play that aggressive spawn campy style play here around that first corner. All it takes is one lackluster push to find you down 3-0 in this series without a lot of momentum or confidence. I mean, this is a scary one, especially because we've seen teams get held here pretty often. It's not like it's something that is rare.
Dorado, a map where obviously as a defender you have the chance to slow down the pace a little bit or play that high ground based spawn camp in that first part of the map. We talked about, whether Ash would be viable on Hollywood. I think at the speed of play, with the amount of times we saw teams using commanding shout sort of proactively to actually close the gap, stack that with a speed boost, it would just be very, very hard to thrive on that pick. Edison on the Sojourn once more here, so Dallas really want to play fast and loose with it. San Francisco, I guess it's an option here, but again, they're probably going to have to break a very obnoxious spawn hold.
And we see Kilo hovering the Ash right now. See if they decide to play it. Maybe try a little bit something different here.
Dynamite's quite helpful in this situation, right? Sparkle's pretty canny. Kind of hard to catch him out with that one. Look at Fielder, chilling up on that high ground, by the way. He and Chio will drop down when they have to, and yeah, there it is. Edison flicks the switch.
I was gonna say, the Ash on the high ground here can be a really good selection, but like you mentioned, I think pretty good eye of the game here, that it's going real fast, and they haven't done a great job of like being able to keep Kilo alive even when he's on the Sojourn, right? He's been we just saw the clip, right? Sparkle hunts him down. How do you keep him alive now playing the Ash? He's an even easier dive target.
It's got a lot to do with Finn. There's something Twilight was very good at doing, setting Hisu up and keeping him alive under all sorts of pressure. You've got to be absolutely perfect though to do that, and Sparkle getting his sushi chef on.
Well, I think it's also easier when you watch a team like Toronto do it, because they're playing around Hisu the entire time. Like, you wouldn't necessarily say the Shock play around Kilo, right? They play really around like kind of like Proper and Kalush.
Talked to Shock players, some of their bench players last night, and they said, yeah, like, all the resources on this team tend to go in Proper's direction. It's really the centerpiece. So you have to be low econ as Kilo. You can't be as aggressive, but also you can't be too passive, because if you get caught out by a Genji, no one's coming to help you now. The switch here to Sojourn.
And this is way safer here for the Shock, and they finally get the cart moving.
Edison's more than happy to give some ground here as San Francisco coming out after hibernation. tentatively peeking out. Do the Turtles make it to the water? That's the question. Good start for Proper. Getting rid of Sparkle. Edison is forced to throw that disruptor shot down to the ground. Can they catch Kaluge? He's able to slip away. More like Big McLarge huge.
The rally still going for the fuel.
Sound barrier for Violet here. The Shocker investing. Geo popped his as well. Proper's going to go for the blade. It's layers and layers of investment here. And stocks are good for San Francisco. Proper does his thing.
And this may be an opening here for the Shock. Hanbin ends up using the Rampage during that. We talked a little bit on the last map how using these Rampages in fights where they're a player or two down and being able to turn them. That time the fight was basically already done. He's trying to use the Rampage. So could be a bit of a window of opportunity here for San Francisco.
The duality of a Junker Queen that's called to carry a team out of dangerous situations. Sometimes it's just a wasted ultimate, although it's rare for Hanbin. Kilo's really far on his right-hand flank here, keeping Finn between him and the fuel setup. Here they come though. Kilo very quickly trying to reposition, but Finn is going to be the target of scrutiny right now, and he crumbles. The Shock down to 4. What can they do? Kaluge goes for the Rampage. This core Edison, a 4 versus 4 now.
And you're going to have Rally coming off a spawn here for the Shock, so you may just want to like try and hold this position. Not able to do so. You lose Violet. It's a few times, I think, so far in the series we've seen Violet lose first, but that's going to be Finn with the Rally. They still want to go.
Kilo coming back here with the overclock. Sparkle able to deflect some of it, but eventually he'll have to get away. Kilo, he's hungry, but the pantry seems empty at the moment. And now he's pretty far forward.
Trying to find a head here. Anyone will do. Commanding shout and a move here on the high ground from the fuel.
Sparkle's on the low ground here. He forced a deflect right now. He's going to have to get away pretty quickly. Edison's overclock here to create a bit of space. It splits the Shock in half. But that looked more like a tactical retreat for San Francisco. They've got good push here on the cart. We're 2:30 in the round.
They got good push. Commanding shout was out. The overclock, they decided to split. Now they reorganize and they'll come back. You're going to be able to have Proper farm up this blade. That's probably what you're working on. You see Proper putting down the damage from the high ground, getting very close.
Only the Rally to answer it here. This could be scary timing. Thought Proper might go for it there. Instead, they've lost Finn. Kilo, so far back and still being pressured down by Sparkle. It's a trade in the end. Proper might be caught on here to even the odds. There's going to be a Rally. Whip shot backwards. Proper thinks twice about it.
And a lot of ults, even throughout the weekend, invested in fights where you are players down. Is the Rally going, you had already lost a player or two. Proper, I think he may get like a little bit excited, right? Being able to get that dash through and get one, you get another player weak. But Fielder's got the Rally going as he's swinging into him. He gets knocked back, nothing he can do there. And you kind of, you waited a little bit to get that blade, right? And to try and take advantage of it. And it does not work out.
Kilo has no final blows yet this round. It's been unable to have much of an impact. Edison, however, has 5. San Francisco need to set up Kilo for success. Proper cannot do it all. He gets a pack there. Pressuring Harmon away, some poke damage. Harmon takes an axe swing. Disrupt the shot, throw down. He sees Proper's a little bit low, comes in with the axe. Sound barrier for San Francisco. They have to convert this into a fight win, but Gio has one of his own. Kaluge gets caught in the front line and Hanbin pops him one in the kisser. Proper's done. He's in deep trouble here.
Yeah, and I mean the Rampage available for Hanbin if need be, but it is not needed as they chase down Kilo. So 45 seconds left here for the Shock on offense. You're not going to get a blade, not going to get a beat out of this. And look at this, Sparkle with a blade and Hanbin with the Rampage. Man, would you love to have that blade back from Proper at this point?
You might sell your soul for it. Dallas are in a very scary position. They're going to go for it here. Sparkle's into the blade and Finn disintegrates. Gio's the one that comes out with that one, but Sparkle cleans Kilo off. Still 0 final blows for Kilo in this round. Completely shut out of the game. Kaluge has no support here. Oh, the juke looked like it was good, but Harmon still gets caught by that ridiculous hitbox. But with 2 seconds left in the round, San Francisco, they've run out of gas.
So Rampage not even needed there at the end. So I think if you're the Shock now, you're really looking at we have to have a good point A defense, a good close spawn type hold here.
What's his name? That's right. Hambin is 4-2 this round. Edison actually having a really nice run of it here. 8 final blows. And the Shock suffering from their particular specific malady of Proper getting all the work done and no one else really being able to back him up. Proper has 9 of his team's 12 final blows after that round.
Yeah, and the thing we kind of overlooking with the Queen at times is like the Jagged Blade being able to throw it, right? You think about like a Roadhog hook, right, where you can't really time it after. We'll take a look here at a replay. This from Chio's POV. I mean,
that is so clean, Matt. What a worthwhile
trade,
play.
but you will take that. No, like a Roadhog hook, right? It's instant. It's a pull towards the blade. There's such like large team play aspect to it in the sense that you can time when you're going to yank that player to you, and it's like around the wall, right? So like you can land one, you can kind of communicate it, we can get a countdown, right?
Speed boost going.
Speed boost into it. Like there's so much death bearer in terms of like how you can play with that. I think Dallas probably the best team we've seen being able to really utilize it to get some picks.
Oh, look at this. Where's the respect, Dallas?
They do not care.
They're hunting San Francisco out to reposition them when Harbin is the loose end. He's picked apart. Dallas maybe misreading the situation a little bit. San Francisco, great adaptation, good reposition there for them.
I think they just feel that if they get around the corner, they're able to get one pick. They're going to just, with the close spawn here on offense, you're just going to slowly wilt them down, right? So getting around that corner, getting those first picks, kind of means more than just about anything, even if you're trading out lives.
Oh, wow. Proper. He just dropped into the middle of the entirety of the fuel, got out with the deflect and dash. But now he lacks mobility. You see, that's why he's sitting in the periphery of the fight. He's not involved right now. Big hit on Edison. Proper's back. Great pressure, but look, again, this is a one-man effort.
But, like, you can't go in that deep. I mean, what is his team supposed to do at that point? He kind of knows he's dead. He just stands there and just waits to die.
This is starting to turn into a bit of a brutal situation for San Francisco.
It's starting to. I mean, I would say it started a bit ago. I mean, they're down 2-0. And these maps have not looked pretty for the Shock, as they definitely expect to play much better than this, I think, in this series thus far, as if Sparkle's about double here in the terms of blade. If you need it here, you can use it, but it may not even be necessary.
Again, Proper the one serving himself up first. Kaluge getting plenty of attention though. Violet has a sound barrier online here. Gonna have to ready that for Sparkle's play, because here it comes. Big early damage on Sparkle. Looks like he's taking a bit of bleeding. Kaluge is able to finish him off here. Violet wants to hold onto the sound barrier for as long as he can. The Shock have a chance here. It's a 4v4, but Edison's here to dash their dreams. Kaluge is alive and healthy, but it doesn't matter. Big axe swing. Is he gonna go for this rampage here? He's gotta be thinking about it. Can he salvage the situation?
There's no way.
It's not looking good.
And when you trade out your Genjis and your Sojourn is able to get a pick, it feels like a lot of the time, right? It feels like a lot of when the Genjis are out of the equation, it feels like Edison is always the one who comes up with the pick versus like Kilo on the other side. You're able to have that extra damage from the Sojourn in these fights. It doesn't matter if you have your Queen and both support ults, because you have that just inherent damage advantage.
A whopping time bank here for Dallas. And they are in their comfort zone. Proper's neutralized at the start of the fight. Big damage on Sparkle, but the commanding shout there is going to give enough time for the healing to come in. It's going to be 2 plays with the rampage with Edison. He's pushing forward. He's relentless. You'll find one at the trade. Super aggressive stuff from the fuel. It's been kind of the way this whole series has gone. But again, they run themselves a little too ragged this time. Harbin. 3 players caught with that rampage here. Prophet's able to bring him down. Whew. San Francisco just hanging on.
I mean, you're going to get the payload moving here for the fuel, but sometimes you use those rampages. There's so many players down, man. Like, they have Edison, I think Chio coming off the spawn at that point, but they're nowhere close to Hanbin, and maybe he thinks he can live long enough for them to come back, but Even with using the Rampage and forcing them to back up, you still gain a lot of progress here. So maybe not the worst.
Proper's hunting. He's trying to find Edison, who's gone so aggressive into the back line. Unreal hubris from Edison. He thought he could end the round right there. The rest of Dallas nowhere to be seen. Maybe miscommunication. They're caught in the fight now. Player advantage for the Shocks being converted into a fight win. Dallas may be lacking some of that composure they come into the round with here. Harmon able to find a kill, but there's no surprises there. The cleanup is good. Kilo has a final blow.
Yeah, so they get a hold there. They end up actually wrapping the Dallas Fuel over towards the defensive side, which gives Shock this high ground, which are totally good playing against. And once they see Edison a little bit further out with that overclock, that's when Proper strikes with that blade.
Hello. Coming through.
Sliding forward, such aggressive positioning.
Yeah, they just want to play this from the opposing high ground, which is interesting. The cart's going to keep moving backwards here. It's going to be a little bit advantageous for the Shock, but you take this fight on the high ground, and you end up winning it if you're the Dallas Fuel. This map is over.
It's over, yeah. Sparkle Blade, it's on the cards. Kalu's taking a lot of damage. Proper also pretty low, and Sparkle! He gets rid of Proper! Here comes the Blade, and the endless waltz of the Dallas Fuel now. As that checkpoint is within spitting distance, and Kilo is wiped off of the map. Dorado, as the 2 maps prior, will go to the Fuel.
And they say, hey, go pick another one. We don't mind. They take a commanding 3-0 lead in this series, as there has been zero answer for Hanbin and just his domination on the Junker Queen.
Proper is 15 of his team's 29 final blows. Normally, we'd be celebrating that as a deadlift, but in a situation like this where he's on the DPS, has 1 final blow.
You can do it against a lot of teams. Not a team like the Dallas Fuel, and not a team like some of the best in APAC, like the Shanghai Dragons Seoul Dynasty. To beat those type of level of competition, if you're the Shock, you're gonna need more from everybody else.
Staring into the abyss, the San Francisco Shock have 1 more chance to stay alive in this series. It'll have to be a reverse sweep though. It's looking unlikely, but see how dig they can dig. Stick around everybody, map number 4. It's around the corner.
So many hype moments, so many great best of fives. It's the best tournament we've had, at least in my memory.
All Prophet sees is fear and dead men.
This is the Battle of the Giant.
This is the place where MN3 stuck his flag.
This is where legends are born, Matt. MN3 with 2. Bob's it off the map, but that's the pulse to end them all. The Philadelphia Fusion have done it in overtime. They will advance in the mid-season madness tournaments.
Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is. Proper. Can he get the ace? He absolutely can.
Absolute god in the flex DPS.
Fantastic from Alpha Yi.
He dodged the pulse bomb using the iframes from the dupe. He has milliseconds of time to react to that one. The highest railgun accuracy you've ever seen. Shy's on 85%.
That's it. We have, as we often say, a series on our hands. Patty Pan dashes through, cuts down Bernard. He's gonna get Shy. He gets absolutely everybody.
Shy is a one-man army. Just snipes on this man. Shy is banana with his sleep.
Dallas Fuel, Hangzhou Spark. They could not stop Philadelphia Fusion. The crown of APAC belongs to them.
Do or die for both of these teams.
San Francisco Shock see themselves in the mid-season madness final. Venom lobbing forward, trying to get the stick. Oh my goodness, Master Deadeye. Atlanta Reign will take down the champions of the East.
Last chance for the Dragons.
The sacred timeline has been profaned.
Fusion!
The Atlanta Reign knock out a third Eastern team.
Unreal on the Tracer. Gladiators too strong.
And the Reign is just out of their grasp.
This one's for all the marbles. 6 days to get here, 12 teams from across the world, and we finally reached the top 2. Final rematch here for both of our squads. San Francisco Shock back on top of the world. LA Gladiators looking to defend their title. Map number 1 going to be Elios.
It has begun. The Gladiators narrowly edge out the Shock. Briner snipes them right out of the sky.
Completely flawless. Running diva here, a Shock specialty.
Oh, Matrix! Oh, Kluge! The best hit scan player in the world needs to get back into that form right here. Regain the name, the Anton Sniper. Anton again! Proper doing incredible work here for the side of the Shock.
What actual toll from Sam in the grand finals. The second act, they're firing up. They gotta end this now. Shock have no answer.
There's still a chance. Shu nails him with the ante.
They have to go now. We talk about eyes, they become online. Now he is certainly here.
Kilo continues, he delivers once more.
The next pick could decide everything. San Francisco Shock can touch this one. He's
gonna touch! They can't do it! Not like this! Unbelievable!
A timely reminder of San Francisco's trials and tribulations across this season so far, and namely the mid-season madness, falling tantalizingly short against the Gladiators as they were in the process of conducting a reverse sweep. It's gonna have to happen here as well, and it needs to start on push. The question remains, what can these 5 players do against a raging inferno that is the Dallas Fuel?
I think you just see the Dallas Fuel just playing such a solid team play. It's where we talk about like 5v5 and, obviously the transition to that versus 6-on-6, and obviously more individual skill kind of matters, right, in that type of world. In this type of meta, it kind of harkens back to like some of the metas we had, during the 6-on-6 era, where it's a lot of cooldown management, playing as a unit, right? And I think that's where the Dallas Fuel, you're seeing them succeed.
This is the last opportunity the Shock have to select a map in this series. And it will be Colosseo for push, their final opportunity to stake their claim to this series at risk of being washed away by the Fuel.
I mean, this would be a legendary run back, right? With the way things have gone between these two teams when they matched up as of late, to find yourselves in this type of scenario to battle back, that would be a pretty historic run. And that they have the talent to be able to do it. It starts here, and I think it really starts on this first push, like attempt. Whoever gets control of that bot first, I think if you're the Dallas Fuel and that happens, you will start to see this snowball. I think the momentum just becomes too strong.
Whether it's smelling salts, a slap in the face, or a wake-up call of any other variety, Kilo needs to get into this game struggling to deal with the aggression of the Dallas Fuel in that last map. One final blow to his name where Proper went on to deadlift. Some more parity between the DPS is going to be the bare minimum required for San Francisco to give the Dallas Fuel as good as they get.
And maybe it's not about, you know, putting all your resources into one or two players. Like, you can do that when we had those metas that were a little bit more free and open, and the individual skill could really kind of carry a game. I think you've seen for the Shock, you're capable to do that up until a point. And I think you've hit that point when you play against the Dallas Fuel, that you have to have that strong team play to fall back on.
And here we have one more question for San Francisco Shock and their fans. Do you believe in magic? It's time to find out, as Colosseo may well be our final battleground in this series, unless the Shock have it in them to turn the tides.
This first fight is so important. I mean, it always is on push, but to find yourselves down to 3-0, all the momentum on the Dallas Fuel side, to see them get significant barrier progress here off the rip, that's tough.
A tentative neutral to start this map.
I mean, everybody knows how important this is, right?
Suffocating the stakes can sometimes be. There's a little bit of contact on that left-hand side here as Harbin and Sparkle are starting to think about advancing. Having your Junker Queen out, he's quite threatening posturing, to be fair. Barricade on the move. San Francisco make the first play towards the objective. Kilo's pretty deep in enemy territory here. Needs to forget about the last couple of maps. But Edison's picking up where he left off.
Yeah, and he gets a first pick on the Violet there. As Violet just trying to play aggressive, farm up those sound barriers. As Proper will get one and a little bit of an exit, but look at this, they're so split here for the Shock. I mean, he's
That's
dead.
ugly.
Yeah.
Dallas very quickly assert themselves here once more. Up to 20 meters now. Violet playing awful close to them here. You feel like there's some risk associated with his positioning, and Proper also is extremely low. There's no healers on the map right now. Kilo's in deep trouble. What is he doing here?
I don't know what he's doing. Yeah, I mean, this is, I mean, he is really deep behind, as maybe players going back to be able to pick him up allows you to hold a little bit, but now you're not going to have your Sojourn for this fight.
Proper almost getting caught there himself. Dallas are on the march. They're more than happy to play from this low ground here. They didn't disengage to play back in the neutral because they knew that Finn, or rather Kilo, was a long way away from the rest of his team. Here it is though, great response. Okay, Edison not in a great spot to intervene in that fight. Kaluja's able to get rid of Hanbin. It's such an important matchup here. A good start for the towering giant in the Shock's front line.
Yeah, and you see the barrier start to move the other way now in favor of the Shock. So you got your blade, you got your sound barrier already to invest into this fight if you want to really try and make a push for that checkpoint.
Here come the Shock, able to turn that around. A key couple of kills to set themselves up. But there has to be an investment here. There has to be some risk taken by San Francisco if they want to make the first move. Edison always dangerous, always probing. Big damage on Dallas Fuel though. They take licking in the front line, so it's going to be a rally from Fielder. Here's Sparkle's blade. Cold Steel drawn. Trying to find the back line here, and he gets rid of Kaluj. That sound barrier was there, but perhaps just not enough. And in the fight, the San Francisco Shock cannot find an equalizer. They're getting blown out.
And that's massive. The sound barrier comes down, and you still find the Junker Queen on the other side. If Kaluj is able to live through that with all that survivability, you think he's going to be able to get a Rampage. And look at this. The Shock invests so much into that fight. You come back, you got Rampage and Overclock here for the Fuel. You may be able to get this first checkpoint.
Heading under the bridge we go. Rampage there from Hanbin. He's yelling at his team. He caught Violet and Proper with that one. Both of them seem to be able to back away. That anti-heal has expired. But the bot lumbers on. Here we go, another fight inside the small room. Last time it looked good for the Shock. This time not too shabby either. Proper finds 3. He'll play around the bot. He'll dare Sparkle to challenge him. The latter thinks better of it.
Hanbin's still alive as well. Ooh, nice long range there.
6 and 1.
Hanbin able to make it back to his team. It's a little bit more progress there from the Fuel, but not a lot. As you know, look at this. You can't even fight this if you're the Shock. You got to back up because the rest of the team still coming off spawn.
They maybe don't realize that Spark was not there. San Francisco choose to disengage, even though the Dallas Fuel, they posture aggressively with just 4 players, maybe implying the presence of Sparkle, but he was still coming off spawn. Here's the slide in. Oh, they want some of this. Collusion Harbin, fisticuffs in the front line, but Collusion's only got eyes for the objective right now. But they lead Kilo on an island again. He's neutralized. Predictive axe swing, no connection there. Grim look on the face of Collusion. He knows it's going to take more than that to win this fight. Again, it's going to be Proper coming alive, but how much can one player do? Nice axe swing there. That's really going to hurt Fielder. He's forced it back right on up. Every inch fought for with blood by the Shock, but they're yet to equalize in distance. It's another one from Proper. He's 8-1, 8 of 9 final blows on his team. That's astonishing. But it's not enough.
You just cannot get it done that way in this type of meta. You just cannot leave Kalo out on island, no help, and let him just get taken out by the opposing team's Genji, giving you a player advantage like every single fight. It's just not going to work out that way as the Shock get close to matching the push of the Fuel, but not good enough as Sparkle with a blade here. Seen he's been so good with them throughout the series.
Last time he was able to find Collusion with it even through the sound barrier. Oh no, Proper! That is bad. The chase is on. Look at the Violet here. He has a sound barrier. I think the Fuel have tracked that ultimate as well.
Did Proper expect like either the rally or the barrier to come in to keep him alive? Because like just playing so far up with nothing to use there is it's starting to fall apart here for San Francisco. This is going to be the checkpoint for the Fuel.
66 meters, plays 37. What was a fair fight is now blowing out into a full-scale extinction event. Is there anything left for the Shock? Now's the time to show it. Violet's down in the front line there, no chance for a beat again. It's all falling apart. Proper removed by Sparkle, and it's all Dallas all the time, always was. 3:25 to play, with the Shock are being evicted.
And when do you have a good time to use these support ultimates if you're the Shock? You're fighting at a player down all of the time, it feels like. That time they get aggressive, they get right in the support's face, and they're not able to keep them alive. And there's, you use the blade, and it doesn't even come up with anything. I mean, the remnants of a sound barrier are there. Doesn't matter.
Huge damage. It's unreal how much damage the Shock just took in the front line. Finn desperately trying to punch him up now with a rally. But when that overshield expires, it could be dangerous. Somehow San Francisco are able to get 3 kills while having lost most of the HP in the first few seconds. It took everything to keep them alive there, though. Everything.
Yeah, and 2 minutes, 46 seconds on the clock. You're looking at 3 fights in a row, specifically because they need that checkpoint. They don't have the checkpoint like the Dallas Fuel do. The thing that's brutal about these types of scenarios and push is that if the Shock lose one of these fights, the robot moves pretty fast towards the barrier of the Dallas Fuel, and it's so deep in Shock territory that you're never really making any progress.
You have to win consecutive fights here for the Shock. They're struggling to put even single ones together here. That's a fantastic rampage. Catching harmed and all that damage is good, but G-Wood Fielder is still there. Even when they start the fight, in ideal circumstances, the Shock can't finish them. Kaluch realizes he is all on his own. No rampage.
Yeah, that's gotta be, that has to be so frustrating for Kalush because he plays that fight, you know, just about as good as you can. And, you know, he hits a good rampage. He's able to put some big damage down on a few players. He turns around, the rest of his team's dead. Nothing he can do in that type of scenario. Look at this, you're moving the bot all the way back from your territory, back to the same spot we just fought that last fight. So the Shock not really gaining much of anything here.
Running for Fielder, Dallas. Looks like they're done playing with their food, that's right. Kilo chewed up, spat out, boot off stage. Then the rest of the Fuel just continue to roll. The barrier is pretty darn far forward here. Front spawn has been achieved. Edison riddling the Shock with holes.
And how do you even fight this, man? Because we talk about how many fights they need to win in a row. You can't use all of your ultimates. I mean, you don't have any, but you can't use them, if you did, to get out of this point of the map. It's almost like the Fuel are baiting them in, right? They want them to come in, they want them to use some of these ults. You have this Chio sound barrier to use.
Yeah, here it comes. And here the Dallas Fuel don't want to spend too much more ultimate-wise here. They know they don't have to. Oh, this is out of hand. 112 meters and counting. The San Francisco Shock, beaten, battered, bruised. 35 seconds left here. The Shock would have to win this fight, and every single one after that.
And this one's not a given.
This ends now.
Here's the overclock from Edison. Trying to put the final nail in the coffin, but Proper wants to keep his team alive. It has to be a brilliant moment from that man. One kill is enough. But the Shock have much more work to do.
This is the largest mountain to climb. You have not gotten the checkpoint thus far. You need to win every single fight from here on out. You're behind by almost 100 meters. This is gonna be hard.
Finn with the rally. Sparkle goes in, the blade could be the end of here. Violet is down and we're in overtime. 4 players left for the San Francisco Shock and they're dropping like flies. Sparkle's blade finds Purchase and Harbin cleans off Kalush. Here in the frigid north against all comers, the Dallas Fuel extinguish the competition. Take a bow, your summer Showdown champions.
Just dominance here from the Dallas Fuel. We thought this go around with them versus the Shock, maybe we get a closer series. We actually had the opposite. It is all Dallas Fuel all series long.
The contributing factors, Matt, to name a few. Sparkle having an incredible series from start to finish. And Harbin, I mean, he's made for the Junker Queen, and the Fuel are made for the throne.
And what stops this team? I mean, they have looked so good in this meta. Hanbin on the Junker Queen, right? You're able to consistently play that hero. Sparkle playing the Genji we know he's so good at. I thought the supports definitely leveled up in this series specifically. I thought they had a great game. I know this is a team that is peaking at the right part of the season.
Honestly, a long time coming for this Dallas Fuel team to kind of come tantalizingly close. You think in front of a home crowd in Texas that they can really go all the way, but the metagame is just not quite right for them, right? Not quite clicking in the way they needed to, and it was that flexibility of the Gladiators that overcame them. Tough tournament for them to fight through. Could say the same about the mid-season madness as well. Took them a while to find their identity. Dallas clicked instantly. I mean, Hanbin, straight away we knew a front runner as a Junker Queen player. Sparkle got to come back on the Genji. We experimented a bit. Was it Gurio? Was it Edison? That would be that hit scan presence on this team. And
trying to convince Tasma to grab the trophy at this point on. Yeah, you have such a big roster though here with lots of talent. You think this is something that you can use as confidence the rest of the way, right? Or this could be something that you go into the Countdown Cup, you go into the postseason. This type of meta gets close, or you have something even similar, and you love your chances if you're the Dallas Fuel at winning the league.
One thing's for sure, the West is in a pretty healthy state when we start looking towards international playoffs. Dallas have been there, right? They've been in the room, they've had a seat at the table, but they've only got eyes now for that crown. Yeah, they get it regionally. We still have a run-up, of course, into those finals, but before we even start thinking about the next tournament, the next stage, let's get some words here from the victorious team. Let's head down to the stage with Danny Lim.
Mr. Matt, thank you very much. I am here currently with our Summer Showdown champions, the Dallas Fuel. But before we hear from them, we also have Sean Miller, the head of Overwatch League, here to congratulate our winning team.
Thanks, Danny. Let's give it up for the Dallas Fuel, Toronto. Congratulations. Before we give them the trophy, I just want to take 1 minute and thank the Toronto Defiant team. They are such incredible partners, and all of you fans putting this event on. I mean, everything around us, the partners, the activate, just such an amazing job. So thank you, Toronto Defiant team, for putting this on, and for all of you for showing up and making it happen. Thank you. So now, your 2022 Summer Showdown champions, the Dallas Fuel, Hanbin. Awesome, awesome job. Let's hear it again.
Big congratulations. Hanbin, a trophy kiss. All right, Rush, Coach Rush wants Hanbin to kiss the trophy. So yes, Hanbin, you could please go ahead, do the honor. Yes, go on, do it. Let's go. I mean, this was the first tournament that Dallas Fuel have won this whole season, so I'm pretty sure that makes this, winning this tournament even more special for the Dallas Fuel and for you, Hanbin. So how does this make you feel? 자, 이번 이제 토너먼트 우승, 이번 시즌에서 첫 달라스가 우승한 토너먼트이기도 합니다. 그래서 조금 더 뜻깊지 않나라고 생각을 하는데 한빈 선수 지금 기분 어떠신가요?
너무 좋아요, 진짜. 이건 진짜 이번 시즌 한 번도 우승 못했는데 그 킥오프 때 너무 서러움이 남아 있어서 이번에 확실히 푼 것 같아요.
Right, I'm definitely super happy because this is the first, tournament win that we have as a team, Dallas Fuel, and also because in Kickoff Clash we could have won, but we didn't. So I really wanted that win, and it definitely feels great to get my first win of the season. All right, Hamid, thank you. Let's move on to Head Coach Rush. May I speak to you, really quickly? Yeah, Rush. So this whole stage, you guys have been so dominant and you guys have been looking really, really good. What makes you guys so good this stage? Do you think it's sort of the meta that have been helping you out? 자, 두 번째 질문 우리 러시 감독님께 질문 드리는 건데요. 이번 전체적인 스테이지 전체로 봤을 때도 이번 달라스 팀이 너무나도 잘했고 너무나도 좋은 성적을 내셨는데 이게 좀 이제 메타에 좀 도움을 많이 받아서인가요? 아니면 어떻게 해서 이렇게 좀 성공적인 스테이지를 만들 수 있었나요?
일단 저희가 이런 식의 게임 운영하는 걸 되게 좋아하는 팀이기도 하고 이제 선수들도 되게 이제 자기들이 좋아하는 스타일이기 때문에 더 열심히 했고 이제 거기에 맞게 이제 게임 잘 풀어 나갔기 때문에 되게 괜찮았던 것 같아요.
Definitely, I do think that this sort of playstyle, the stages playstyle, definitely fits our style. We also really like these sort of playstyles that we have to do. Not only me as a coach, but all of our players were really liking this whole Jungle Queen playstyle. So I think that really helped. Not only that, we also tried our best, gave it our all on all of the matches that we played. So definitely, that is how we got so successful for this tournament. All right, last question. Why don't we have Sparkle come up to the stage? Not really a question. I mean, you guys all, Sparkle, you too, you have been such an important part of the Dallas Fuel team. Do you have any message for all the Dallas Fuel fans who are watching? 자, 마지막으로 질문보다는 이제 스파클 선수 항상 좋은 모습을 많이 보여주고 워낙 또 인기가 좋은 선수이기 때문에 달라스 대표로서 마지막으로 팬분들에게 한 말씀 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다.
일단은 이번 토너먼트 저희가 우승까지 달려왔고요. 저희는 댈러스 퓨어 열려있는 것만큼 계속 꾸준히 달려가가지고 그랜드 파이널 우승까지 노려보겠습니다. 감사합니다. 감사합니다.
Right. We definitely gave our all. We kept running for this tournament trophy. We're definitely going to keep on doing that. We are the Dallas Fuel. We are going to keep on running even for the season tournament and winning it all for the season as well. All right, Sparkle, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your Summer Showdown champions, Dallas Fuel, everybody. Thank you guys so much. Let's send things back to Mitch and Matt. Take it away.
Well, thank you very much, Danny. Yeah, the Junker Queen meta may not be lived for much longer, but I think it's pretty undisputable. The Dallas Fuel were the true masters of this particular meta game, and we don't know what to expect on the other side of this tournament and how the game will change, but we know right now they're the best in the West, there's no doubt.
And they have their eyes set on that overall season trophy, right? I think this is a good win for them. Obviously, momentum with the overall team headed in the right direction. But at this point, for the Dallas Fuel team organization, that is that goal. They need to get there, and they have the team this year to do it.
No doubt about it. They've got those reserves as well. They've got people like Fearless and Gorio
Right.
waiting. They've got a lot of redundancy in metas like this, and then in meta changes, they have plenty of options. Let's talk about your player of the match here, the undisputed king in the West, the Junker King himself. It was Hanbin, and there can be no doubt.
How could you not? I mean, just dominance all series long. I thought Sparkle was fantastic as well. And I think when you looked in terms of the Soldier play, Edison, a huge gap between him and Kilo. But really it all starts up front for the Dallas Fuel. Hanbin being able to land these knives, the rampages were great all series long. And if he's able to continue playing this hero into the next stage, and we see even some other heroes coming to the mix, we know he's good at so many different tanks. I mean, you guys start talking about him, that MVP conversation, right? We talk so much about Proper on the other side. I think Hanbin is definitely putting himself in that talk.
And we saw a pitched battle between a team that has an incredible spread of ability across the roster and their opponents who really relied on one player, and that, wasn't enough. So MVP conversation or not for Proper. Hanbin here, at some points throughout the season, just completely blew our minds. I think that 2v5 again that he really started off during this tournament was just mind-blowing. It's incredible how far he's managed to take this hero in such a short space of time, right? Teams always sort of say, when meta changes come in, we have to adapt fast, we have to work really hard, and we have to iterate very quickly on finding the best comp for us. Now, we knew that Jotes would be the comp to play, but it's crazy to see someone like Hanbin and how far he was able to take it. Deep breath here as Dallas soak the moment in. We'll take our opportunity to do so too. It's been a magical weekend, everybody. An absolute pleasure to have you here and to be here in your presence. Toronto, you've been fantastic hosts. We won't forget this weekend in quite some time. We hope to be back very, very soon. For now, though, we're going to get ahead over the truck and bid you a fond farewell from the Madame Athletic Center. Good night. We'll see you next time.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Congratulations to the Dallas Fuel, our West Summer Showdown champions here at the Overwatch League. It's Puckett, it's Reinforce, the checkmate pose, and a very sad, tiny
checkmate.
Australian here in the middle. What's going on, Custa?
Man, that was not close.
Wow. Joining us, Custa made the bold prediction before the weekend kicked off that the San Francisco Shock was going to take the Summer Showdown.
And when asked, he said, "There's something in the air."
I wonder what that was, because it wasn't a Shock win. I don't know what it was, though.
It was a Shock 4-0. Yeah. But backwards in a mirror. Let's take a look at how it went down as we kick things off here with game number 1. Fellas, this was the rematch from our Winners Bracket Finals. We got a preview of this a day ago. Now we get the rematch with a very similar score. All these games relatively close at times, and then at other times it looked like Dallas was ready to just send everyone packing home.
That round, when Hanbin came back on the Doomfist, Edison switched to the Tracer, and then somehow they turned it around and won that fight. That's when I was having deja vu moments of, it's gonna happen again. The difference in this match was that after it started getting away from them in the first couple of maps, they seemed almost like they felt dejected. They weren't playing with that same level of confidence, and it just started falling apart from them. Kilo really struggled on this Sojin to find a lot of value, especially in the later maps, but all the credit doesn't need to go to the Shock. The Dallas Fuel were just the better team today and in this entire stage.
I was loving watching this Dallas Fuel lineup. We highlighted, of course, Sparko and what he can do on the Genji. Edison on the Sojourn, though, was the DPS player that we wanted to keep eyes on, Johnny, and well, here's just a few of his highlights with the railgun.
Yeah, I mean, Edison was guns a-blazing this entire finals. I just gotta say, like, the bravery of this guy, he's just like, yeah, I'm a soldier, and I'm gonna dive into the enemy backline because I know I'll get healed from my Brig and the Lucio.
Player like Tracer sometimes.
Yeah, player like Tracer. Like, how many other hit scans in the league just like dive in with the rest of the team? I think that goes to show how much this team is about teamwork. It's about everyone popping off, the way they support each other. The opposite from the Shock, where they just invested in Proper and tried to have him pop off. This is a Dallas Fuel team that wants everyone to contribute equally, and they trust in each other's abilities.
Dallas finishes it with the perfect 4-0 to close out the stage. They're walking away as our Summer Showdown champions and are banking a bonus $75,000 and some tournament points for doing so. But we have Custa.
He's up there for the
Time to pay the piper, Puckett. It's time. You know, I'm a man of my word, Johnny. Except for the fact that the other bottle went missing, so I'm just gonna have to do this one now.
I gotta say though,
it's kind of diminutive, but
this is like bowling with bumpers.
It's custable.
Like, you gotta punch
it's custable
on.
size here.
What do you mean? I don't want to get it. Honestly, I'm fine with getting it all over me. I just don't want to get it on the set.
Do you have any final words to the Toronto Defiant fans and the Shock fans, the Dallas Fuel fans?
Maybe just the Shock.
Just the Shock?
Yeah.
San Francisco Shock, you guys are pretty good. Not good enough to beat the Dallas Fuel. Maybe in the playoffs, you guys will finally get that grand trophy at the end of the tunnel, but this stage was not it. I tried, I believed, and I was wrong.
On behalf of myself, Reinforce, Danny, Zoe, the Pick'em group online, I believe it was 60% of the world agreed it was Dallas Fuel winning this one. Please enjoy your syrup.
Oh, that's pretty.
He's pretty good at this.
The viscosity,
Yes.
ladies and gentlemen, look at him go.
And
Oh
that's
my
that
goodness,
great
whoa!
Oh, it's leaking down inside the
Whoa!
poncho.
That is powerful.
Better or worse than a shoey?
That was actually pretty good. I should do this more
Get the big one. Get the big one.
Well, shout out to Custa for being a man of his word, living up to our syrup bet. Shout out to Johnny, though, for the perfect predictions on the week. Johnny, anything to say during your victory lap with the rest of your Dallas Fuel friends?
That was the easiest prediction of my life. I don't know why Costa would go for the San Francisco Shock in the first place, and I can't wait. Hopefully we get to go back to Toronto so we can do it all over again next year, and we get to see Costa chug even more maple syrup. Come on now.
Not again.
Yeah, I got to give a big shout out. Thank you, Zoe, for having a baby and for giving me an opportunity to sit in your seat temporarily. This was so awesome rejoining the
Just
Watch
for you.
and the Overwatch League crew. Much love, though, specifically to the people who came out to see the action live. Everyone that was in the stadium in Toronto. I thought that was absolutely sick this weekend to see the Overwatch fans get loud and proud once again. That's the way we need to end this year.
It's been awesome having you on the desk. here, Pocket. I used to watch you from the stage. I was like, man, I want to work with that guy. And now I've done it. I'll miss you.
Yeah, I'm going to miss your syrup. Well, that's going to do it for tonight's show. Shout out to the Watchpoint crew and everyone behind the scenes. Thank you for watching the Summer Showdown. We'll see you in September 22nd when the league returns.